Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's V-E-R-A-C-O-D-E. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. Run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com. That's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You can run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Twin Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective. Because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Okay, welcome back everyone, and thank you for joining us. My puppy just came in. Hello, mate. Oh, this is little Bella. You say hello to everyone. That's little Bella. Right, so today, next up, we're going to be talking about Dev-First Security with Guy Pajani, the co-founder and president of Sneak. So, he is actually going to be here for questions towards the end, but this is a pre-recorded video, so I'm going to kick this off, and then we will take questions live with Guy himself a little bit later. So let me kick this off, and I'll see you in the chat.
Hello, everyone. I'm Guy Bajani, and I'm here to talk to you today about DevSecCon24, sort of a different view of how do we sort of approach security that tries to sort of focus more on the sort of modern development surrounding. I'm going to share my perspective, a little bit of like a market stance, as well as what is DevSecCon24, but maybe more importantly, I'll share a lot of specific practices from smart people that I've had the opportunity to talk to about how they tackle security inside their organization, so we can learn from them and we can share. So a little bit about me. I'm indeed Guy Bajani, or Guy Pod on the sort of the Twitter spheres and the likes. I'm the co-founder and president here at Sneak. And before that, I was the CTO at Akamai after they acquired a company I founded called Blaze. During that stretch, I worked on web performance, very much kind of another aspect of sort of the world of DevOps. And then prior to that, I spent about a decade in AppSec. You can say before it was cool. I'm not sure if it's cool today, but definitely, kind of in its early days, building some of the first web app security products. I also, do a decent amount of this sort of type of public interactions. I host a podcast that I'll refer to a decent amount here, talking to sort of smart people and trying to give them a platform to share their security practices. And I've written a bunch of books with O'Reilly, including to that, there's links about you getting that you can get a free copy to them on the right around securing open source libraries and serverless security. So with that, let's dig into the talk itself. And I'm going to start with a word that not everybody likes, which is digital transformation. And it's, it's a buzzword, and buzzwords can contain complexity, but it's also a very real thing. It's a change. It's a big kind of wave of evolution, revolution in how businesses approach the world of digital, and how we build software, how we run them, and how we just operate our businesses. There's a lot of ways to slice and dice digital transformation, and I'm going to use this split and say the digital transformation, at a very high level, is composed of three big buckets. One is more software. The second is cloud technologies, a different sort of foundation of technology on which applications run, which interact very closely with a different set of methodologies, which I'll refer to as DevOps methodologies. Fully appreciative that, again, this is there's a lot of ways to sort of look at digital transformation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig into each one of these three in the context of security and see how they affect it. And so more software, simply put, equals more software risk. And I'm not going to belabor this point too much, but really, as businesses get digital, as more of your, of your business, of your revenue, of your operation, goes online and goes digital, then really more of your risk, more of your data, more of your revenue risk, all of those become digital as well. This is a quote from James Kaplan, who heads the cybersecurity practice for McKinsey, and he was on the podcast, and he has this great blog post as well about how security is the linchpin, cybersecurity is the linchpin of digital transformation. But specifically, he points out quite simply to say, for many companies, cybersecurity is increasingly a critical business issue, not just a technology issue. And even points out, this reference to a CISO conversation that he had, that hedge funds didn't really used to care about cybersecurity, for instance, and now they're obsessed with it, just as one example of many. So not going to belabor this point too much, definitely not a technical point, but just to say, for many businesses, if you live in the technology world, this might be obvious that, sort of tech is at the center, but for many businesses, it's this shift of, what is the chief security officer focused on, from maybe more physical security or fraud or other aspects, to more and more being related to software risk. Getting a bit more technical, the second kind of aspect of cybersecurity is cloud. And cloud, there's a lot that you can say about the security of cloud. You can talk about how it's new technology, and every new technology introduces some risks. You can talk about how it's less mature and it's been embraced a bit more quickly maybe than its security kind of aspects have been researched, or just about the sort of the network perimeter change going from data center to something that is hosted online. But what I think is more interesting is that cloud changes the scope of the application. Let's dig into what I mean by that. So in the pre-cloud era, again, using a little bit of black and white terms, in the pre-cloud era, you have this sort of heavy IT stack on which applications are built. There's some hardware management, maybe some colo, some data center, some VMs, so vSphere running. You've got some Cisco routers managing these kind of network access and what ports open, some VMs, an Oracle database sort of thing on site, and then you have some code and some libraries. And if the app teams want to engage with this sort of central IT stack, then they open tickets, you ask for some provisioning of some components, and you interact, and it's owned by teams that are relatively central, and they manage those components. In the cloud surrounding, the layers remain mostly the same. You still need to control network access, you still need to manage the OS, you still need a database, but suddenly those might be a VPC on AWS, they might be a container that manages that AWS, OS, and needs to be patched. It might be a cloud database service that you are using, or maybe some MongoDB that you've sort of pulled in. And so the components are there, the functionality is still there, but the way that these things are pulled is very different. Now, instead of being managed by the central IT team, they're a part of the application. They get deployed and they are packaged up in the same area, in the same repository, through the same build pipeline as the code and the libraries of the application itself. And that's very significant, because it means where the decisions are made that impact these securities, and where the solutions need to be placed to help tackle security concerns with each of these layers is different. It needs to go from IT security to application security. And just to say that this trend will continue, like this motion of going into the app is more and more, and it's predicates on DevOps. We'll talk about that in a sec. But you can see data, you can see CDM, which I've sort of seen a lot in Akamai, the API gateways, or the use of third-party services, whether in the cloud or otherwise. All of these are becoming a part of the app. They're packaged up into one unit, one self-sufficient package that controls a lot of these different aspects and helps them run in this sort of uniform synchronization. And so for security, that's very important. We need to think about IT security solutions and the IT person, the central IT person needing to tackle them, to more AppSec-oriented solutions, and that need to be addressed as part of the developer workflow. And then last but very much not least is DevOps. And DevOps is it's a big thing. Again, you can define it in many ways, but it predicates a lot on these two core principles that are very related. One is continuous processes, continuous integration, continuous delivery, no slowdown, no manual delay, no stop for a manual process. And then the second is these empowered self-sufficient teams that can do all of that, they own that journey end to end, which very much relates to what I talked about with the cloud scope. So they also control the scaling of their system, the network access of their system, the data of their systems, etc. So they can tighten that loop, from writing a line of codes to getting it to the market, to provide value, to learning from it, and back again, adapting to the market needs. And so with all of these changes, security, for the most part, hasn't kind of moved with the times. It's left behind. Security traditionally, and still very much today, is done in this type of element, even if it's a circle and not an infinity loop, is done in a way that is about gating. It's about stopping. Stop here. I will do a security review. I will audit. And those are done by teams that are outside. And it's very, very much counter to the way all of these other activities are being done, to the motion, to the change that we're applying. And it creates a bunch of problems. First, security teams are in the critical path. So they're slowing things down. They're not continuous. And that implies they're going against the business motion, right? They are slowing things down, which just naturally conflicts with what everybody else is trying to do. Second, and related, is that the security teams are siloed. They're outside of where the core decisions are being made. So they always need to be chasing decisions that have been made. They don't have the right information. They're being worked around or not pulled in when they should be. And that results in just poor security, just insecure applications being shipped. And to make all of these things worse, security is understaffed. And it's understaffed not just because organizations are underinvesting in it, but rather because there's this big talent shortage. 50% of jobs remain unfilled. And so even if you were to sort of splurge and want to hire a very big security team, you can't. There's just not enough people for you to hire. And so there's this, it's a challenge. Security practices haven't changed nearly as much as these other aspects of our technology stack. So what I would propose, and again, show some examples of leaders and how they've applied it, is a different mindset to it. Think about security from a developer-first perspective. And what does this mean? When you say developer-first in the world of security, most people immediately say shift left. They think about shift left. And shift left is this notion, it comes from the waterfall mindset, right? It comes from the fact that there's a start and an end to the development process, and shifting left is earlier in the timeline. And it's a good thing, like shift left is a good thing. You want to find issues earlier and address them before they become bigger. It's cheaper, it is more secure. But when you develop in a continuous fashion in this sort of infinity loop type model, where is left? It's not really left, it's about continuous. It's about that sort of constant attraction. You can say that developers have expanded to the right. So at the very least, it's expand left versus shift left. But really, if you're going to choose a direction, in my mind, that change is top to bottom. It's about changing ownership from being this sort of controlling entity that's more dictatorial and kind of tells everybody what to do, to more of a bottom-up approach with the relevant governance capabilities. And this requires changes on both sides. On the development side, it requires some empowerment by the organization of developers to have the ownership to tackle some of this security responsibility, and to equip those teams with the tooling, right, with the ability to actually tackle it well. And of course, the development teams need to step up and own this responsibility. On the security side, you need to shift that mindset and go from more of a controlling entity to more of a supportive entity, whose job isn't to find the problems, understand the problems, but rather to allow or help dev find the problems and understand the problems and act on the problems. And that their focus is more that governance and that tooling providers. So what we'll do now is we'll dig into each of these sort of empowered developers and supportive security teams and talk a little bit about some examples. It's not a comprehensive list of how can you achieve this? How can you help empower developers, and how can you help transform security to be more of a supportive security team? Let's start with empowered developers, and I'll try to weave in some examples from those specific leaders. So the first step to empower developers is to remember that you need to be building tools that look like the tools that they use, that are designed, that feel to them like developer tools, not like security tools that have been sort of shoved down their throats. And very much like a very big component of that is to allow self-serve usage that is successful. And there are very few security companies, you stop to think about it, very, very few security companies that offer self-serve solutions, let alone self-serve solutions for developers. And they assume a lot of knowledge, and they're just not designed for that. Security is a governance competency. It's oftentimes sort of something that's fairly broad across the organization. And so it's not where companies have invested. But for developers, that's very, very significant. They want to be able to start with something, try it out, see it work within their surroundings. And some security companies do this very well. HashiCorp Vault is a great example, has great onboarding, great self-serve capabilities. Auth0, which is very security affiliated, also does a great job with sort of great documentation that allows self-serve. You have to think whether you're building these types of tooling, whether you're a vendor providing these types of solutions to others, or whether you're building these tools for your internal consumption. You have to think about how do you enable developers within the org or within the ecosystem to self-serve, try that out. And it's really a predicate. It's hard to think of many successful developer tools that permeated the ecosystem that do not have a self-serve usage model. The second, that aspect that might feel obvious is to think about the problem from a developer's eyes and understand how a vulnerability made it in. When you look at security, generally solutions have been built for security auditors. So their view is that when you think about the big picture view, you think about consolidating the same security risk across many applications. For a developer, that's not the big picture view. The big picture view is my application and all its different facets. So I know that I pulled in these libraries. I know that I have these performance aspects. I know that it has these functionality aspects, and I want to know their security aspects within the context of my application, within the context of the actions that I've made that have all these implications, security being one of them. And so how you do this depends on the vulnerability itself or the security threat you're tackling. In the world of dependencies, one thing we found to be very helpful is this notion of the dependency tree. So in this example, I could say you use 5 libraries and these 2 are vulnerable, but it's much more productive for a developer if I say, well, you used 2 libraries, EJS Locals and Air Handler, and they pulled in these other libraries that are vulnerable. It makes it much easier to understand how does this relate to my app? Similar example is in code. I think this is maybe one of the ones that has been done a little bit better in the world of security, which is to show you in this line of code, this is the problem. This is a simple one, but oftentimes you also want to explain what is the sequence of data flow steps that you've seen that allow a malicious input to get to some vulnerable sync, and you want to show that vulnerability within the context of your code. Here, your code had this flaw over here. And when you think about the broader scope of the app, as we talked about for the cloud, the same concept applies to your code in the context of, say, containers. In containers, you should separate, for instance, for developers, it's a very big deal to separate the base image from what is inside the Docker file. It's very different. If a vulnerability is in the base image, you want to address it very differently. You would swap the base image. You wouldn't fix the point problem that has been outlined, versus if it's in the Docker file, that's kind of your code. That's the code that's written for your application. And then you want to be able, just like in that line of code, to point to that line of code and say, well, here's the run command inside your Docker file that introduces this problem. So think about problems from an application context, from a developer point of view. Another, a great practice that I've really loved in the same vein, comes from Segment. So Segment, they have a lot of really, really smart kind of AppSec practices. One of the things they do is they have this training where, they have a two-part training for every new developer. One of them is this thinking like an attacker. And in that practice, every example they use is one of a vulnerability that was actually previously in Segment, reported through a bug bounty or otherwise found. And what they found, as I highlight here, is that it's a lot easier to get developers to care, right? To relate to this vulnerability when it's a feature that you're familiar with, right? When it's a world where it's your context, it's your code. So I love this practice. It requires a bit more work, of course, but you just turn these vulnerabilities into great educational tools, and I highly recommend it. A third example, I'll talk about sort of 4 examples in this sort of empowered development side, is to remember that developers don't have the same level of security expertise as the security person. So you want to provide not just the answers, but also security questions. You want to guide the developer to say, this is what's important from a security perspective for you to even probe, for you to ask that question. And I'll give a couple of examples here. One is PagerDuty. So PagerDuty can be used for incident response as a whole, and specifically for security incidents as well. It has good capabilities. And they did this great job writing down what is a security incident and what are the steps that you should do. And clearly this is a template, and it can and should be customized for different organizations. But I love the hand holding, is to say, this is what is a security incident. These are the questions that you need to do. This is the sequence of steps that you should do. You should cut the attack vector, cut off the attack vector. That's the most important thing. You can expect developers to take responsibility to note it, to act on it, but you can't expect them to become security experts. The tooling has to embody that type of expertise. In our world, in the world of Snyk, we see this a lot around properties of vulnerabilities. There are a lot of vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, use a lot of open source, and these are pieces of software. They have bugs, including security bugs, known as vulnerabilities. And so when you have too many of them, how do you help developers deal with that faster? And examples of that are sort of saying, for instance, is there an exploit in the wild? And what should you ask about that exploit? Is it binary? Well, no, there's a maturity element. So say, okay, there is an exploit in the wild for this vulnerability, and it is mature. So you should act on it with more urgency. Or when you talk about a component, help understand where is the vulnerability. Above and beyond what is the vulnerability, which all tools do, it's like this is a cross-site scripting, this is an SQL injection. Tell me where in the functionality of this component is the vulnerability, and that makes it much easier to understand it, to relate it to my application. So all of those are just think about the security expertise you want to embed. And then the last bit I have as an example here is remediation. And a simple statement is a developer's job isn't to find issues, it's to fix them. And arguably an auditor's job, while they should care about fixing, is to find the issues, and then they pass it on to development to fix it. They can't fix it themselves. And so as a developer, you have, like, if you're trying to get security solutions that developers will embrace, you have to think about their full journey. You have to think about how do you get them all the way to remediation. And there are a lot of examples for it. I think in Snyk we're fairly well known around this sort of open fix PR, try to kind of help. I told you about a problem. I'll also package it up into a pull request and tell you can fix it. And now a bunch of other tools are are mimicking this functionality, which I can help simplify this. You see that sort of merge advice around telling you whether it's likely that this would break it or not. That's all about making this upgrade would break your application or not. It's all about making it easy for you to upgrade. Another cool example I've seen recently, sometimes you can't auto-fix it, but still help support to that fix examples. This is an example from a tool called DeepCode, which is not actually security focused, but when they talk about a problem, they show examples of how it's been fixed in other repositories. So that's pretty cool as well. It's all about helping your remediation journey. And this is a great example internally when you think about that remediation, which is, Twilio has, like many organizations, they maintain centrally these internal golden base images for containers. But they've seen that developers, they need help knowing when to pull them in and pulling in the new versions of those golden images when they get released. And so what they've done is they've created an automated tool that creates pull requests to update those from statements in the Docker. And they've seen that despite the fact that they haven't done any internal promotions, because this is quite recent and the COVID-19 change drew attention, around 2/3 of these PRs have been acted on. And so, I love Yash Kosaraja, like he heads product security over there. And I loved his comment. Says, you make the task as simple as possible, they do the right thing. You really simplify that remediation. So this is one side of the fence, right? It's about empowering developers. There's much more you can do around it, but just think like a developer, think about what you would want. On the other side, the security team, we need to think about how do we need to adapt the security practices. And so the first and big change is aligning the organization to it. Security organizations have generally been aligned to IT orgs for the most part, because that was the group that was addressing security. So you want to think about how do you want to adapt it to the development and the DevOps organizations. I have this sort of simple diagram here where you have dev is aligned to DevOps on one side and to AppSec on the other side. And then you have cloud security. Where does that fit? Some of it is aligned to DevOps, some of it is aligned to AppSec. In its nature of its activities, some is its own thing. So you want to think about this a little bit more. I would say that this type of change comes in 3 core levels. There's an organizational change, literally who does the CISO report to, how do people align, how do we interact across the business. There's a skill set change, what do you need, what are the competencies that you need in members of the security team dealing with this problem. And mindset change, that's again, that sort of controlling entity into a supportive entity. That's a big deal. Let me show 3 examples from different companies on these 3 items. So organizational change, a great example is what Envision does. So Envision, and this was from a conversation with Sarah Dunnock, who's an AppSec person over there, is that they have an AppSec person that is aligned to a preset list of development teams. And I think at this point their ratio is about 1 to 10. I'm not entirely sure, but what that allows them to do is that it gives the AppSec person an ability to learn the domain of those specific applications, to participate in the stand-ups, to create that bond, and it gives the dev teams a very clear person to talk to build that relationship and to go to when they have a security question or a security need. So I love that pairing. It's basically mimicking what finance and HR have been doing for a good while. So that's a good example. And by the way, like for each of these examples, there's a whole bunch of other companies that I've spoken to that repeat these practices. I'm just sort of showing you one example, one anecdote. The second thing is about skill set. And actually, before I talk about Justin's comment here, even Yash that I've just mentioned before from Twilio talks about how he likes within his team everybody to at least be able to empathize to development, and so needs to be able to code a little bit. So that was one example. Pretty much every security leader today hiring highlights that importance. And Justin Soumeni, who's a very experienced chief security officer across many companies, he expects this to be a big shift in the skill set within the world of security. He says, I would say security team staff will rotate about 1/3, maybe half, from more of a process management mindset that is being done today, generally into developers. And he points out that, what does that do to the security workforce? That's a big rocking, into it. Do you need to lay off people and hire different people? Roland Cloutier, who was the CISO of TikTok today, he was at ADP when I spoke to him. At ADP, he did this big training exercise. He invested, he put a plan in place to reskill or up-level in the relevant skills his security organization, and has done a very good job kind of retaining and growing that talent. But you should note, as Justin says, that this is a big thing. This is a big impact that will take years to shift and evolve into. So you have to think about the skills that you need in that team. And then last but not least, the mindset changed. And, I love Kelly Shortridge is just brilliant. She's a security analyst and she's a VP product and strategy at Capital 8. And she talks a lot about DevOps and security. And, one of her comments is that the way she likes to refer to the relationship between DevOps and security today is that they're frenemies. And I love that term, but really that inevitably these two groups are going to need to partner together. And ideally, this isn't an antagonistic relationship. So it's a mindset change that goes from I'm telling you what to do to I'm collaborating with you to get that done. So those were big changes that are at the core. Two core practices. One, paved road. So making security easy using the paved road is a concept that I think came from Netflix. These are two presentations explaining what is the paved road, which is not just a security concept, coming from Diane Marsh's presentation from Netflix. And I'll just kind of quote her because I think she defines this pretty well. It says, first, the paved road is a concept formalizing the set of expectations and commitments between the centralized teams and our engineering customers. When we talk about from security, what does it mean to be secure? What are the practices that you actually should be doing to get security done right? And the second is technology that makes that specific set of activities easy in a specific surrounding. So it's a well-integrated, supported machinery to enable engineers to focus on delivering the core business value and to socialize the centralized team support. So basically, it's a specific path where there's a platform that already does a bunch of the things that you need to do very easily, very well for you. So it makes it easy for you to stay on that route. And so this approach is good for a lot of other sort of DevOps technologies, and it wasn't created for security. But I had a chance to talk to Jason Chan, who's the VP InfoSec there at Netflix, and they use that same concept for security as well, right? So he says we call that a paved road, and I loved his terms as you can certainly bushwhack and make your way through the woods, but if you have this sort of nice smooth paved road that gets you to the destination, you're likely to opt in there. So it's about making it easy to make the right decision. And they do have that freedom of responsibility. And so if an individual decides, if a team decides to go bushwhacking and kind of go off-road, then they become responsible for the concepts that are part of that paved road of what does it mean to be secure. So paved road, I think, is a very powerful way to empower teams, but still try to coalesce them towards the right path. And then last and very much not least, as a concrete practice that I'll mention is this celebrating security success. And it's amazing how often it comes up in these successful security leaders. I'll use this example for Zach Powers at One Medical. And he says, he refers to his experience at Salesforce as well. And I'll just kind of read it out a little bit. So I think that's great. At Salesforce, we definitely tried a range of positive incentives, which he's carried on to One Medical. It says, some of it is as simple as high-fiving somebody for doing the right thing, a little bit hard in the sort of Corona surrounding, but still, like this notion of just acknowledging that somebody did something well already goes a long way. And part of it is just like small incentives, small bragging rights. And we had this whole conversation about how everybody loves swag and around hoodie-driven security, and they actually invest a fair bit at keeping it fresh around those. But what he points out is that if you empower software engineers, and you kind of ask them to and expect them to sort of make decisions, then recognizing them for their good decisions and good work is very, very important and produces great results, far more than the stick approach. This came up in a lot of different conversations I've had on the podcast, but one that really kind of I grew especially fond of is from a duo that's now part of Cisco, and Mike Hanley, who's the head of security there, talked about how they automated a little recognition bot. So they have this friendly neighborhood security bot, I love that term, that goes off and reaches out to the people and just sort of thanks them for making good security decisions. So it could be that they updated their phone to the latest release and done that, as one of the first few people, and they just acknowledge it. It could be just a thank you. It could be spot bonuses to people, just raising their hand and saying, hey, there's a security issue here. So when people do the right thing, just investing in it and actually building it. Just for the absence of doubt, I quote a lot of smart people here. I do provide value as well when we're in those podcasts. For instance, in this conversation with Mike, he went on to talk about how, even little things get rewarded, and that they have a set of these stickers, special kind of edition of sticker that says they were the first to report a phishing attack or something that they give. And I contributed a lot of value saying that's awesome. I think any good rewarding system should definitely involve stickers. So it's a lot of wisdom in those words. So to wrap up, digital transformation is happening, right? And whether you like the buzzword or not, the change is very real, and security practices haven't evolved anywhere near as fast. So we need to do something about that. And what I would propose here is that we need to transform security to be dev first, to think about how that development teams need to be making decisions, we expect them to be making decisions and to be autonomous, and that everything should revolve around that. It should start from that point, and then we figure out how do we achieve it. And I'd like to leave you with one more quote from a very smart person, that I had a chance to have on the podcast, and that's Adrian Ludwig, who's the Atlassian CISO. And he has this very broad kind of big picture, and I'll read out his quote, which I liked. He said that, when he worked at Google, he got the call from them and they talked about Android is coming up strong and they need to figure out security. And that was a seminal moment for him because it was clear that mobile was an opportunity to rethink, reset how we go about security. And when you think about how good mobile security is compared to desktop security, the Windows ecosystem and the likes, it's night and day. It's much, much, much better. And he points out that the shift to cloud is a similar fundamental shift for companies. So it's a chance for us to rethink what is possible. So I love that. It's an opportunity for us to think about something that is different. And again, I would posit that a start for that is this dev for security approach focused on empowered developers and a supportive security team that aligns to this sort of digital transformation landscape. That's it for me. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Guy. And in fact, we have the man himself here. Hey, Guy, how's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Yeah, doing very, very well. And I'm glad that you've set up your room exactly as in the video, to even with the detail of hanging something on the door there.
It's about the cognitive dissonance, really, of sort of the discomfort of the.
I can guarantee everyone, having worked with Guy as well, this isn't just a Zoom background. This is your workspace.
It is what it is, It's
you happen to have that hung up exactly as it was in the video and everything. So thank you, Guy, for a great session. People in chat very really like the idea of that empowerment rather than that kind of shift left, and people recognize it's obviously more than just a shift left. I'd love to ask a question actually in terms of this empowerment. You showed that image where the dev more and more is looking like it's actually being wrapped up into the application, and less is kind of on that more traditional ops side. How does that obviously we have that balance of 100 devs to 10 ops to 1 security, which we're all very familiar with. What kind of impact does that have on that ratio? Does it exacerbate that even further if more is being pushed to empower the developers? What do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think there's kind of two flavors to it. One is the ratio itself. So like the ratio today is unhealthy. It's too many. So I don't anticipate a lower ratio. Maybe a little bit, like when you look at indeed companies like Envision and others that are already kind of employing. Shut this down a bit. Already employing this type of pairing, they tend to still be in that sort of 50-to-1 ratio, 40-to-1 ratio. So I don't anticipate fewer security people would be needed. Just maybe we can actually cope with the load with them. On the developer side, it does imply that it's just that ratio alone just demonstrates to you how you can't just expect developers to just go off and do what the security people did as well. It's I guess that the ratio doesn't necessarily help that because you were outnumbered before, but it's still it's not something that's realistic, and it's also going to take them more effort. So you have to think, as you sort of shift some of that responsibility or the activities, you do have to have that come not just with a responsibility, but also with tools, also with help to sort of say, how do you actually get that done? And the other thing I would say is that some things are actually easier for a developer to do than a security. Like the same security task might be easier for a developer because the developer actually understands the application much better. So evaluating, for instance, a vulnerability, once you've acknowledged it is a vulnerability, how does it fit into the application is all but trivial for the developer. And it's typically very hard for a security person who needs to manage interaction with many different teams and doesn't live and breathe the specific app. So yeah, all in all, the security ratios won't change much, but their activity will.
Right. Cool. 2 more questions that have just come in. First one from David Scribonia. Guy touched a little on how to think about dev-first security from a product perspective, and I'd like to dive deeper into that. Specifically, what are the top 3 things to consider when building a dev-first security product, and what are the top 3 pitfalls and mistakes?
Yeah, I think it's always hard to kind of hone it down to sort of top 3. But first of all, I would say that when you're building an internal product, you're building a product just the same as when you're building an external one. Like, it's a bit more of a captive audience, but hopefully you're aspiring to the same level of success. So what was it? The top 3. What was again the sort of the?
So the last one was the top 3 pitfalls or mistakes, and top 3 things to consider when building a dev.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a couple more questions, so let's just go to the top 1. Building a dev first.
I'd say that the top pitfall is to think that you can take an auditor product and you can just integrate it into the workflow of the developer, and that would make it a developer product. So that's probably the primary pitfall. There's a lot of offshoots from it, but actually put yourself in a developer's shoes and think, what is it that the developer would need to be successful in the day-to-day, and actually, go talk to the developer, the audacity here, and sort of get that input. And then I guess kind of related is the top thing to consider is ease of use, probably kind of coming back to the fact that developers are expected to do a lot, so really fundamentally, you want to raise it, you want to get them to care, the product has to be sort of, elegant and, very secure. But if it's not easy, it's not going to be used. So it has to be very straightforward for a developer use case to use the product.
Awesome. We have a few more questions in here, so I'll encourage you to jump into the Bella app later and answer some of these. One I want to finish on because this is a really interesting one. Brad says, thanks for the great session. What's the metrics for efficiency you suggest as best to measure dev empowerment?
Yeah, it's really, really like metrics and security. Metrics is always hard. Metrics and engineering is hard. Metric and security, measuring risk, is super, super hard. I'd give a few guidance. I don't have like a magic number to give, but I'd say when you look at security, you should look, breaches are not a good feedback loop, but you should separate your backlog from your addition of vulnerabilities from response. So those are the 3 bits. So I'll start from the last. Response is like, you can set SLAs to how quickly do you respond when an issue comes and reported to you. That's a process question. It can be optimized, and it includes how quickly can you make a decision. Do you have the right information at the time? Even when you chose not to address it, that's still like an SLA element. So that's one. The second is this notion of not getting worse. Can you stop the bleeding, right? So try to measure how many issues, since you started, as though you had no issues at the moment, how many new issues get introduced that you find out about after, and maybe even how quickly do you find. So try to sort of figure out for new issues, forget the backlog, for new issues, how are you doing? That's probably the fastest, that's the measure you want to focus on first, right? Like, that's not the leaky bucket, right? Otherwise, like, you keep trying to address the backlog, but you're creating more and more faster. And then last is really around that backlog, where really it's about the strategy for addressing the rate of the issues, the methodology. It's more about a constant kind of model of constantly improving, constantly fixing things. All of those are overlaid, of course, on a risk posture. Like, you always have to think about, when you do address an issue, are you addressing the most important issues? So that's, hopefully that kind of gives you a place to start. Measuring is hard, especially in security.
Wonderful. Guy, thank you very, very much for the session. And like I said, if you're able to spend some time in Umbrella, there's a bunch on the main stage, about 3 or 4 more questions. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference and day. Okay, next up, I actually want to pull in Sharon. I see Sharon here. Sharon, I'm actually going to be on the alternate stage in just a second. I've got a session. I'm going to be doing 7 container security tips and best practices, as well as hopefully 2 live hacks, one in the container, one in an application. So do come along and check that out as well. But in the meantime, Sharon will be on this track, and she will be presenting the next session. So welcome, Sharon.
He is a multi-talent. He is a moderator. He is a speaker. Yes.
I'm not good at any of it, Sharon. There, but that's neither here nor there. But I just want to also give a big shout out to 3 people. One of which being Sharon, who without which we wouldn't have DevSecCon24 here. So huge props to Sharon here, who's really made DevSecCon24 happen. And Sharon, I'll leave it to you to also mention.
I want to give a shout out to Sam Hepburn and Tammy, who without them, really this event would not have been able to happen. So dream team. Really happy to have been part of it. Just like what Simon said, it's not just Simon who's going to be in the activity stream. We're going to be kicking off some alternate sessions now in the activity stream, so check them out. Some great stuff from our sponsors and from our friends and supporters of this event. So check it out. And our next talk is actually also a pre-recorded talk, but Philip will be joining us after for Q&A. So I'm going to get that shared right now.
Awesome. And while Sharon is doing that, I just wanted to quickly make an announcement that we have decided to eliminate conference swag. We were offering swag through registrations, but instead we would like to donate all of that money to a number of charities across the world that both promote and support diversity and equality and in tech. So just a quick announcement for that, and we will be able to now move over to the next session.
Hi and welcome. I'm Philip. Let's dive into the next session. Let me share my screen. And while I'm getting there, here are my slides. Security code injections and logging is what I want to show you today. So OWASP 10 is probably a topic that you already have heard of. So it's a list of the most common security issues in web applications, ranging from something like injections in number 1 to number 10, logging. So let's see what we have here. Oftentimes, in terms of security, you say, well, this is kind of fine. Maybe my application or maybe this external application that we're running is okay-ish security-wise. And then you see all the issues around SQL injections that keep coming up again and again. And you realize that maybe things are not as fine as you would want them to be. And then you continue further down the list, and then you see at point 10, for example, insufficient logging and monitoring. You don't even know what is happening in your application. And then you realize, well, maybe nothing is fine in my application and everything is on fire and everything is terrible. And we kind of want to avoid this everything is terrible approach. So let's dive into how we can work around that a bit. I'm Philip, like I said. I work for Elastic as a developer advocate, so I mostly show interesting technology around our stack or other things in the general ecosystem. If you've never heard of Elastic, we do things like Elasticsearch, Kibana, Beats, Logstash. So we do a lot around collecting information, and we will dive into that here and there today. So I generally build Hello World applications. So those are probably simpler than what you will run into in the real world, but you will find a lot of pieces that you can reuse here. So while my problems are kind of simplified, and especially for 35 minutes, we need to keep it kind of short, hopefully you will learn something that you can apply this afternoon or tomorrow morning already in production. So let's see, and let's dive into the problem. I have a very simple application running at Xera WTF. If you wonder where that comes from, WTF is obviously the right domain for any demo. Let's hope it doesn't break today. Xera is my Twitter and GitHub handle, and I try to use it wherever I can. It's a rod13 of my last name, which is Kren. You rotate the letters by 13, you're at this. The nice thing about rod13 is if you rotate by 13 again, you're back at the original because, well, 26 letters in the alphabet, so encryption and decryption is the same, just in case you were wondering. And what we have here is I have a login form. I will show you the form in a moment. I just want to show you the code first. We have really the hello world of code injections here. We have a select star from employees, where a name, and we just pass in the variable here and password SHA1. So we hash the password that we provide here. And then we don't escape this. We don't have a stored procedure. We don't have any other security mechanisms really around this. So this will be very insecure. But let's look at the form. Let's create a user, and then we can continue from there. So this is my application. And let's say we want to add another user. So right now I have Shai, our CEO, Simon, one of our co-founders, and me in the application. And we want to add another colleague or Elastic employee. So I need to log in, and my credentials are Philip, and my password is secret, which
is not very secret, but good enough for here. And let's say we create another colleague. So I'll create my colleague Alex, who is based in Munich, who has a salary, and I don't know, he has a password. And I create this new user. So this worked fine. And maybe you don't have the right credentials and you still want to add somebody to Elastic, or maybe you want to add yourself to Elastic. Coming back to the hello world of SQL injections, how do we circumvent this now? So what you could do is you could just close the current command, say or true, and comment out the rest of the line. So what you would have here is then you would pass in here this or true, or maybe you would pass it in here, and then just comment out whatever comes after that. So we can very easily do that. Let me switch to my form again. So we close the name because we don't care. We say for true, and we comment out the rest of the line. We need to provide some password, but that will be commented out as well because this form field needs to be filled. But if I run that, even without having any user or credentials, I can just break into the form. And I can just say, I don't know, this is a wrong user who is coming from, let's say, hell. So we have our wrong user who has been created in our form here. So this was not great, but this was also very simple. Let's see if we can find other interesting pieces in this application. So we have done this. Let's have a look around, or let's discuss the problem in general. So yes, SQL injections are a thing and have been around for long. If you're coming from the newer world of GraphQL, some people might call SQL injections the accidental GraphQL, because suddenly you have all the powers and you can run whatever commands you want. And I find this a very nice comparison for GraphQL, which is probably not entirely true, so don't complain too much about it. You have probably seen this table somewhere already. It's called Little Bobby Tables, where somebody named their kid, close whatever you're doing here, drop table students, and comment out the rest of the line. This is pretty similar to what I have tried to do. And we can, by the way, try this out as well later on and see what happens. So don't call your kids like that, or especially if you run any database systems, don't allow SQL injections which are susceptible to little Bobby tables. Otherwise, you will probably learn your lessons at the latest when your students try something like this. So don't be caught there. Another thing that might be interesting is if I look at some employee here. So you see we have Shai and it's here just being displayed, and I could go back. What is interesting is I just pass in the ID here, and this lists the user. So for example, if I had for user 2, this will switch to the next user. And once again, the code is probably not as good as it could be. Let's have a look at the actual code in VI. So that should be in var, www, HTML, and I think we have some read PHP. So what I'm doing here is, this is the command where I'm basically fetching the user. So you can see it's a select all from employees, where ID is whatever ID we provide in here. Again, no filtering, no escaping, no stored procedure or anything. What we do here, and by the way, we did that in the other form as well, we did log now the SQL statement. And this will come in very handy when we try to figure out what has been happening here afterwards. So we always log this SQL statement before running it, which might be generally a good idea if you run into any SQL injections, because then at least you can figure out what went wrong. And then I just run this command here. And just to keep it more interesting, I'm using MySQL multi-query. So this will not be able only to run a single query, but multiple queries. And why this is making a difference here, I'll show you in a moment. So what might we have or do here in our application to make a difference? So this looks interesting, but before I give you the final solution of how to break this, let's just take a look with SQL map of how this looks like. So what we want to do is, or if you've never seen SQL map is an automated tool that checks for SQL injections in big databases and tries to take them over. Or it basically just scans and tries parameters and in various variations to see what might be possible in a specific form or variable that you pass on, and then we'll tell you, well, I found something that looks kind of suspicious here. And what you need to do is you need to run SQL map against this URL, and then we just provide it with this ID here, and then SQL map will try to run interesting parameters against this ID parameter. Also, I run it with purge since I have been running this before already, so we can actually clean this up, or it doesn't run into or reuse old experiments. I just want to show you a fresh data set. So what I run is SQL map -- URL, and then I also purge. And I think we should quote this. So this is SQL map. It's running. It's starting up, and it starts running various parameters here. After some commands, it will actually figure out that this is running against MySQL. So here you can see when it's trying a sleep command against MySQL, this is taking a bit longer. And then it will tell you, well, I think this is MySQL, which is correct in this case. So yes, I only want to run tests for MySQL. And yes, I also want to run the riskier commands. So I don't have any production data, so I'm not going to destroy anything here. So we can just run this. At some point now, it will ask us, should it test any other parameters? No, nothing else will be vulnerable here, so we can just finish this test. And then it tells us, well, the backend database is MySQL, and this is running on an Nginx server, which is also correct. And then it found a couple of interesting things. So for example, it found out that it can run a union query and found multiple columns that it could access here, or that it could do a time-based blind SQL attack here. So what could we do with our data? I've already shown you the code here. What we could do now is we could just run a second command here. So we could again finish this one and just attach a second command because we're using this multi-query. So next to that select statement, we could just insert more users. Maybe something like this, where we add a bad actor, for example. So we're just adding a second after the semicolon SQL command after the first one, and just add our second one. Since you don't want to see me type this, I'll just copy and paste this. Otherwise, I'll just mistype and nobody will be happy here. So what I'm doing is I keep the previous command, I keep the ID, and then I just run the second parameter. And after running this, nothing seems to happen. But when I go back to the initial form, you see that the bad actor is here now. And he has been, since I only provided the name, the rest are default values. So everybody is from Earth and has a salary of 0. So that was pretty easy. Another interesting thing here, by the way, is we don't escape the output either. So once you add something bad here, that will be shown directly to you. This one is slightly longer. So what I'm doing here is I'm adding not just a simple string, but I'm adding a script with an alert, hello friend. So let's see when I run this and I go back, then you will have a pop-up every time you try to open this form, which is slightly annoying, but this is what we have just added. Because well, we just had a script tag here, so there is no actual string to display and just a pop-up that we have had or that we have just seen. So this is what I've done here. I just added a script and you could do whatever you want. You could even break the entire table if you have, or provide some HTML that cannot be rendered properly anymore, then you will break the entire page and nothing will work anymore. So not good, pretty broken application. But if you run some application like this and somebody starts breaking into it, you probably want to figure out what the heck has happened and what is the security issue and what do I need to fix. So you want to probably look at your logs, and ideally you have logs. Otherwise, yeah, it's not so great. One fear that some people have is that people break into your application. They might be able to delete your logs. You could circumvent it by not logging at all, but again, that's not really the solution. Like, you want to have logs to see what people have been trying here. And we basically want to log all the things, so as much as possible. And I only have these log statements for the SQL statements, but for my example, this will be exactly what I want. So how do I get those logs? Well, I could now SSH into the right server and then tail through the logs or grep through the logs. But that's probably not scalable if you have more than 2 or 3 servers. And if you have very large log files, this is also not going to be much fun. Like, you will end up pretty much like this little submarine up here that's trying to find something in this bigger Titanic-like log file, and you don't find anything. And for that, you might be already using the infamous or famous ELK stack. So Elasticsearch to store your data, Logstash to get, parse, and enrich your data, and Kibana to visualize it. When I say parse, it's normally a regular expression trying to parse the different pieces out of one log line, like a timestamp, a log level, the message, maybe some other metadata that you have. And enrichment would be adding additional metadata to that on top of it. So if you have anything like, I don't know, you run in a specific container and you want to know the container ID, where this is running, or the version, you could add that, and then you could figure out, okay, this was this specific container version or container ID where we had the security issue. And today's stack actually looks more like this. So we have added this other component called beats, which is like a lightweight agent or shipper. So for log files, we have FileBeat, and that is pretty much like tailf, but over the network and on steroids. So it can just tail a log file, forward it to Elasticsearch to store it, and then Kibana can visualize it. Sometimes you want to have Logstash in here, sometimes you don't need it. For today, I will keep it simple. We won't have Logstash because FileBeat will just forward to logs. If we need to do any parsing, Elasticsearch can do some parsing as well, and then Kibana can just visualize what has been happening here. So before we get into this file, let's take a quick look what we actually have here. So going back to my application, what I have done here is, and this is really the simplest form of logging that you could use anywhere. I'm just logging out to var log app log. So let's take a very quick look at this file. Let's say less var log app log, and I jump to the end. And you can see this was the last SQL query in read PHP that I have been running. So this is just collecting all the SQL queries that we have been running. And you can see this was SQL map that was trying some Aurora version, whatever query. So this was trying some whatever tricky queries. Whereas here you can see these were my injections where I was adding the bad actor or my hello friend pop-up. And now we obviously want to collect that and store that in Elasticsearch. So for that, let's take a quick look at FileBeat. And FileBeat can collect some standardized or default log files automatically. So basically here, those are the so-called modules where I say, well, take the Apache logs and take the MySQL logs and the Nginx logs and the system logs. So just collect those where we know this is the default location and standard format of them. And then they will be automatically picked up and parsed, and we can easily work with that. We could, if we have time, look at the Nginx access logs, for example, where you would see what is the response code, how long does it take, how much traffic do we generate, etc. And all of that could be put into a dashboard easily. But what is more interesting and what I want to focus on right now is that var log app log file that we have been generating. So what I'm saying here is I want to collect this log file, and I'm just putting that into or storing that with an extra field application.app. So this is how we will be able to find that. Since we are collecting lots of other log files as well, there will be quite a bit of information. Application app is how we'll be able to find it. And probably you should name your applications a bit better than app, but for a demo and a hello world, this will do. So let's head over to my browser and to Kibana. The classic way how you would approach this would have been to use Discover, but there's a better way to actually see your logs nowadays. And it's under this logo and it's called Logs. So this already sounds promising. I think I should just make this slightly larger. So once my screen has loaded, let me make this slightly larger so we will actually see a bit more. So this is a stream of logs. This is pretty much what you were used to in tailf when you were just following a log file. This view is very similar to that. So here you can see this is just tailfing and I can live stream. So this is really the tailf feeling. This will just show you what it is collecting. And you can see we have some Apache logs and I could scroll up and then you might see, okay, we have some MySQL logs and yeah, got an error reading communication packet. So something is wrong with MySQL here. And we have another Apache access log. So we're collecting all kinds of pieces of information. But let's stop this or let's actually filter down to the application that we're interested in here. So what I want to have here is application. And let me change my zoom level again. This is easier. So this will suggest all the fields that are available. So here I have application, and then I can just say equals. And then it will even suggest like what are the applications that, or which values are available for this application field. And app is exactly what we had in here. So when I filter down on that, and I can just, so here we have collected exactly the same thing that we have seen in that log file. And if I now open another view here, then the next statement, and it will appear in, I don't know, a couple of seconds, you will basically see what the application is doing here. So you will always have a fresh view of what your queries are looking like and what your users are doing. You could also use highlights, so you could only just look for read.php and just see, for example, which read PHP accesses we have had. And that's that. I just stopped the screaming because with Zoom running in the background, this seems to be struggling a little bit. So we'll just let this run like this. So this is where you can see what we have collected here. You could also open one of these entries here, and you can see we have not only collected the raw log message, but we have already also enriched that with some other meta information. So for example, I would know that this is this specific instance ID. This is running on AWS. So we could pinpoint the instance ID that might have been compromised by an attacker and then do something. Or you could see, for example, this is the IP address or the host ID. We could also see what operating system this is running. And all of those we could again include in our searches to actually filter down that we just want to see this specific kind of information. And this was the SQL query that we have been running before. So this looks reasonable. So we have found what our attackers have been up to here. What happens if I run a delete or drop? It won't work. Let's say we go back here. We head to this one, and then we say drop table employees. If I go back, the data is still there because I won't be able to sabotage my own demo. I have only allowed read and insert permissions on that user that I'm using to interact here with the database. So nobody can delete the data. So at least that I have done correctly, that I have limited the permissions of what I could run. However, in Kibana, I should still be able to find the SQL statement that I've just been running. So you can see these were the selects where I was accessing that data table. And now I already ran that drop table employees, which didn't work because I don't have the permission for that. Okay, so how can we protect against this? Maybe you have heard of mod security. So what mod security is, it's an open source project that is a web application firewall. So it runs in front of your application and can intercept the HTTP and HTTPS traffic, and then run some rules to filter out the bad stuff. And there are two rule sets that you can use. There is the free and open source core rule set, which has real-time blacklisting, and it can detect denial of service attacks. And it has a lot of rules built in to filter out attacks. There's also a commercial version that can do more things. And the two are kind of like separate and run by separate people, though they do share one GitHub organization. So these are the two things that you can run. I'm sticking to the free and open source version here, by the way. So I'm running Nginx on port 443 with HTTPS without mod security. And I'm running Apache with mod security on port 80. So if I run SQL map against this, and I just need to change the port, this will behave differently because it's exactly the same application. I'm even using the same var www HTML folder. So it's really going against the same files. So it has exactly the same vulnerabilities. But on port 8080, it has mod security running in front of it or as part of the application or application server. And this will actually block the request. So you can see the response here from SQL map is already different because do we want to reduce the number of requests? No, we don't want to do that. So it will just keep running a lot of requests, but it doesn't find anything. Unlike before, when it could, when it did identify MySQL pretty quickly and then said like, well, I found all of these security issues. And what we have here is we see 126 times the request from SQL map or got a response 403 forbidden. Why did we get all those forbidden? Because that is exactly what mod security is doing. It's detecting a potential attack, and then you can put it into different modes. So you could just monitor and log attacks, but I have put it into the more aggressive, like actually block mode. So any request that it deems an attack, it will just block and respond with a 403 response code. So just to show you how this behaves when I actually use it, when I had to port 8080, and the data is the same, but when I try to add a new employee, you remember what we had to do? So we were closing the previous command and said for true, and we commented out the rest of the line. When I run that, you just suddenly now run into a forbidden. And this is where mod security is basically jumping in and says like, well, this doesn't look like a proper request. Let's block that. And SQL map had exactly the same issue, looking more like it. So here you can see, and well, it's pretty hard to read, but this is one of the rules that blocked something. So if I open that one up here, here it says detected SQL injection using the fingerprint because, well, we used that. That was especially or exactly the command that I was trying to run. And this is one of the things that mod security does detect. So this is what it actually filtered out and then rejected my entire request. We could run or show this on an error dashboard now as well, and then we would see all the response codes that we had and the actual errors, but let's skip that for today. We don't have enough time. What I want to point out is in mod security, So it has a configuration file, and there you can turn the rule on, detect only, or off. I have it in the on mode. For your production setup, it is probably highly advisable to put it into detection only mode, then go through your logs, see what it would block, and only if it does block actual attacks and not legitimate uses, I would turn this on. Otherwise, you might enrage your users by blocking their proper requests. And you can also limit things like how big can the body of a post be, for example, or how big can an upload be. So things like that, just to protect your application against a denial of service attack, for example. All of that is easily possible with mod security. What is very important for the log part is that you actually specify that this should be output as JSON. It doesn't really look like JSON here, so that the actual field is very hard to read, but you can see audit handler application came from here, audit engine, the operator, etc. All of that was actually spat out in JSON from mod security. Otherwise, you would need to parse that by hand with a regular expression, and that's normally not that much fun. Whenever I ask like who likes writing regular expression, a couple of people raise their hands, and then my answer will normally be that this is like the Stockholm syndrome, where you get so used to doing something that at some point you accept that this is the right way to do. But I'm lazy. I don't want to write my own regular expressions. So probably you should not either. Okay. You can also add custom rules in mod security. And this is actually an interesting one, or a fun one. What I'm doing here is on the create PHP form, if somebody tries to post a body which contains shy or ban on our founder. So basically, if somebody tries to create a fake shy, then I want to block that request. In reality, probably, especially if you cannot change your application, you would put in something like here that filters out Rolex or Viagra or whatever spammers might be using. So this could be a very easy way to actually add spam rules on the fly without changing your application. And mod security can just filter that out from any request and reject the bad request. But let's try to add a fake shy. So what I want to do is I want to reload that login form. I know my correct login, that was secret to log in. And then I want to say there is another shy, but I need to spell his name correctly. Let's say he is still based in Amsterdam, where shy used to live in the past. Let's create this and put the password. And when we do this, again, we get a forbidden back because the wrong shy or the fake shy was filtered out. Just looks like this. And then shy is even smiling when you filter out the fake shy. So what the result would look like is it would say like access denied with a 403 because we matched this shy ban request in here. And as you saw, it was actually really filtered out. Did it already appear? Come on, live stream. Find my fake shy. Okay, it's shy right now, but it will appear in a couple of moments or so. Or we could just highlight shy because I think I've tried that out before. And that should find the fake shy as well. Or maybe not. Where is my fake shy? Okay, you'll have to believe me. You will be able to find the fake shy in here. Probably a browser refresh would fix it. My browser seems to be sluggish today. However, one final note here is mod security is not foolproof. There are ways to circumvent it. So for example, if you try to use the login form and you use parentheses in the right combination, this will pass through mod security. So just to show you, and I will copy that so I won't mistype this one. So if I copy this one, I will cancel that request. Hello friend, I will log in and okay, since I still haven't created a proper user, I still need to create the proper user once, because only afterwards I will be logged out. Let me log in now. So if I use this one here, this one passes through mod security, unfortunately, which is slightly unfortunate, but yeah, the rules need to be updated again. So yeah, everything is on fire and terrible. So to wrap up, security incidents normally come in 3 levels. It's like for your information, which you mostly ignore. The WTF is like probably something you want to fix, and the oh my god is stuff that you definitely want to fix immediately. Ideally, you fix the security issues in your application. If you cannot do that, especially if it's external applications, mod security will still give you extra buffer and is maybe a good protection for your own applications as well. As a takeaway, write better code than me and my demo, and use the proper libraries and frameworks, especially around injections, because there is good tooling out there to actually make your life easier. The question I get quite frequently is anybody using this? Well, quite a few. One common use case where, for example, mod security is pretty widely used by now is in GitLab. They have added that as an ingress in their Kubernetes deployment. So this is one of the many places where, for example, mod security is being widely used. For logging around security, our stack is also pretty widely used, from Slack to Mozilla to Cisco, and we have a couple of other applications and use cases in the security space by now as well. So generally, mod security and logging go very well together, and one won't make so much sense without the other. So even if you block out lots of stuff, you still need that centralized logging to see, like, do I block any legitimate requests? And also, what bad stuff am I blocking out? And do I need to fix anything in my application? So there, it would make a lot of sense to actually have that. If you want to try out all of that yourself, here is the code. So just copy that and go out. Slides are available under this QR code, so I'll let you take a picture of that. And this, I guess we can just jump to questions. Thanks a lot for joining.
Okay, great talk, Philip.
Thank you so much.
I think one of the common themes we've been seeing across this event is that I guess no security is foolproof. I liked how Sarah Young put it. That's out of scope, said no attacker ever. So yeah, you have quite a few questions in the feed. So let's go right ahead. So what's the overhead of the file beat agent?
The file beat. So you know, the answer that we will always give to that is it depends, because it depends on how many files and folders will you monitor, how much data are you shipping off. But generally, it should be pretty low, like not so much I/O. If you're on Linux, it's probably still in a file buffer. So you're basically handing over whatever you had in memory to the network interface and just ship that off. And since we don't do any parsing on the host there, this should be very minimal. And like in terms of network, depending on how much data you want to transfer, CPU and memory should be pretty minimal. So it's a Go binary, really minimal. I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay. And I guess without being biased, right? And it's going to be kind of a tough question for you to answer, but what are the advantages / disadvantages that you see in comparing Elk Stack to other log management products like Humio or Splunk? I'll enable you to.
Yeah. What kind of answer do you expect now? But in all fairness, I don't know Splunk or other products that well. They all have kind of like their sweet spots. I think Splunk is kind of well established from a long time ago, if you have the right amount of money. Other approaches are very cloud heavy and cloud focused. I think our approach is very much that we are trying to bring the solution to wherever you are. So we have the cloud service, you can run it on premise. It's just up to you. And we build on this speed and relevancy paradigm, because what people often forget is in the logs, you're not interested in storing the logs, but you're interested in quickly retrieving the relevant parts. So this is where we come from. I'm definitely not the right person to give you the comparison, I think. And I won't try because this will not be fair and I would just misrepresent the other products. So I would kind of dodge that question.
Okay, so if you just had to give a couple of, I guess, in a couple of tips, what would be your best practices when it comes to log management, et cetera, and mod security?
So best practices for log management. The number one thing that I see that makes people's lives much harder than it needs to be is that you have like your application knows what you have in your log, and then you log out that log line, and then you write a regular expression to parse it back. And then people complain, this is a lot of work and this is overhead. And yes, you're right. This is overhead for the computer to actually parse it because regular expressions are not always that performant. And the plural of regex is regret. So don't do that. You should rather have a structured format. And ideally, especially for our case, would be JSON. So if you log to JSON right away, you can just tail the JSON, put it into Elasticsearch, and you're done. And we have this schema format, we call it Elastic Common Schema. If you stick to that, you're really done, and you can easily correlate different log types together. We have like the right log libraries for different programming languages, and our products will try to produce that log format. And it will really make your life a lot easier. And you don't have to struggle with writing regular expressions and mapping different kind of formats to each other and fiddling with dates and whatever. Just don't do that. Be lazy like me and just use the libraries to do that, and use a structured format. Unless you want job security and you want to write your regular expressions that nobody else can debug anymore. That might be the only excuse, I think.
Okay, anything else you want to share with our viewers?
Nope, thanks a lot for joining. If you have any questions, just ping me on Twitter. By the way, the instance is still live and running. So if you go to Xera WTF, you can just try it out yourself live if you can break in or not. So if you're bored this afternoon or morning or whatever your time is, go wild. I'll probably take it down tomorrow so it doesn't end up like a spam host or anything. But if you want to have a play, enjoy your evening.
Super cool. The guys for the demo were good too, although it was pre-recorded, but it looked like it was working in real time too. So that's very cool. Thank you, Philip, for being with us. Great having you.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Feel free to check out the platform and interact with the folks. There's some people asking more questions, so feel free to interact.
I'll jump over there. Bye.
All right. Just quickly, we wanted to thank a couple sponsors that we didn't get around to doing before the session. So first and foremost, GitHub, our platinum sponsor. Check out their booth, head over there. And Secure Code Warrior, another platinum sponsor. Really, our sponsors are what make this event and community possible. So definitely go check out their booth. Now in the activity stream, we have alternate talks, and we also have another great Secure Code Warrior virtual tournament kicking off. So you definitely want to join that. That's going to be really, really fun. We're going into a 15-minute break, and then we're coming back with an excellent talk by Justin Cormack and Docker on a 5-year perspective on container security. That should be interesting. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be right back.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we, since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24. The event is definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security community to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Twin Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference DevSecCon24, or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Okay, how'd your talk go, Simon?
Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't realize I was live. It went really well. It was good. There was a lot of talking. There was a lot of talking in a short amount of time. It's normally like an hour's session, which I tried to cut down, but I did. Yeah, it was about 15 minutes in the end, so it was good fun. Good fun.
Whenever I'm forced to take a long talk and make it like a 5-minute ignite, I don't find myself cutting anything down. I just talk really fast.
That's it. That's it.
So, that's a good method. That's the method.
Talk faster or cut out. No one needs the vowels anyway, right?
Nobody needs the middle. You really
That's
need
right.
the first
That's
line
right.
last line.
Yeah.
Let's introduce Justin. Hey,
hello,
Justin. Welcome to DevSecCon24. We're excited to have you here.
I'm excited to be here. Yeah.
So I actually think that yours is an important talk for this event. You have a nice 5-year perspective on container security. Container security is coming into its maturity cycle, which is great. So yeah, it's good to have you here. We're going to kick that off in just a couple minutes, but we're happy to hear a little bit about how you've been experiencing the event so far and how's it been going.
Yeah, it's been good. I always get a bit. I don't usually watch too many talks before I'm doing a talk because I'm always a bit. So I haven't caught all the talks, but it's been good fun so far. It's nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to relaxing and watching some more talks after mine.
Cool. All right, so we are going to get your slides on screen. We're going to get ourselves out of here.
Awesome. Over to you, Justin.
Excellent. Well, yeah, good to be here. Thanks for the intro. Well, yeah, so 5 year. Yeah, I'm going to talk about 5-year perspective. This is kind of weird kind of thing in container security because it feels like an awful long time. I'm give you a bit of an intro to me if you don't know me. I'm an engineer at Docker. I'm in the Cambridge, UK office insofar as anyone has any offices anymore. I'm also on the CNCF's technical oversight committee. I work for Docker, and Docker is a company that loves developers. We kind of split away from the bit that we sell to Mirantis, the enterprise product, and we're really developing developer products now. I've worked on security, open source. I work on partnerships and collaborations, and I work really across the whole of everything we do at Docker, which is good fun. I'm Justin Cormack on all the social medias and everything. This is Cambridge. If you don't know Cambridge, if you follow me on Twitter, I wander around this part of Cambridge a bit. I like Cambridge because it's a sort of tech village. This is radio telescopes we have just down around the corner. It's a sort of, it's a tiny little place, but we do a lot of tech here. 5 years. Whenever I say 5 years, I always remember the Bowie song. But it's weird because 5 years ago, I was living on the rainy streets of London, and I started getting involved in container security. I actually worked on a chapter of a book on Docker security back then, and by some kind of interesting path, I actually ended up shortly after that actually working at Docker, where I've been since then, and I've been working on security kind of all through that time. And it's a lot happens in 5 years, and kind of a lot stays the same. And sometimes it feels a long time, and sometimes it feels a short time. Sometimes it feels we've achieved loads, and sometimes it feels like we've hardly got anywhere. And I want to reflect on these things in this talk. Particularly, things change and things don't change. I put a few French quotes in here because I work with a lot of French people at Docker. So Docker's always been a very half French company. The most asked question about container security in the whole of 5 years. I mean, I did the Google search when I was doing these slides, and you type containers versus, and virtual machines is the top of there. There's some other things, but it's like, there's this kind of weird thing that we've become very, very confrontational in how we talk about things in software, which is kind of really bad. And I don't know, we've seen the rise of confrontational politics and things in the last 5 years as well. It's stop doing that with software. There's value in all these things, but this question is actually interesting because it's been like the number one question throughout this period. It's something that right at the beginning everyone was totally obsessed with because virtual machines were really the point of comparison with containers. What is a container? It's like a virtual machine, but actually the great thing is in the 5 years, this actually is something we've totally and utterly solved. And I can now tell you the answer to this question, which is great, because then people can stop answering it and I never have to answer it again. So suspense, we know all the answers. Containers, one, the developer experience. Absolutely everywhere you go, developers are using containers, developers love Docker. We're a developer experience company now, as I said. Containers are everywhere that developers are. If you look even on the other side of things from the VMware, that classic infrastructure company, they've really pivoted to a container company. They're shipping containers alongside their VMs. Kubernetes has risen up in the last 5 years to be absolutely everywhere. Everyone is using Kubernetes. It's an enormously successful project. Everywhere, containers have totally won, and people talk about containers all the time. People don't talk about VMs all the time. And containers want innovation. This is the CNCF landscape. Everyone kind of likes to laugh at the fact that it's kind of, there's so many things on it, you can't even see what they all are, and they get increasingly small every time it's revised. But if you think about it, this is a measure of the amount of innovation there has been in the container space. Pretty much none of these things existed 5 years ago, or if you looked at it, probably have maybe 4 or 5 apps. I don't know, maybe there's more like 10. Whereas the container space has brought all this enormous amount of innovation, and this innovation has been really exciting. It's meant that we've been able to deliver software much faster and better, and more securely. And this has been a gigantic amount of innovation just led by containers. So that's, that's kind of containers for totally eclipsed the VM from that point of view. But this is a security conference. Let's talk about the question, because actually the containers versus VMs was often kind of implicitly really a security question, not a UX question to a lot of people. And here we've also actually got the answer really, which is that fundamentally we've given up on Linux being a secure multi-tenant OS. And what I mean by that is that, there are no commercial services where people sell hosting of, like, you can run a container on here on the same machine as other people can run a container on, and you'll still be securely isolated. There are, containers can't do something if Linux can't. And although there haven't been a lot of them, there have been a bunch of exploits where if you've got user space access on Linux, like inside a container or inside an application, just inside a process, and you've exploited it, you can compromise the Linux kernel. Once you've compromised the Linux kernel, you can compromise every other process on the machine. And that's just, there have not been a lot of these, but they do turn up regularly, and there's no evidence that they're going to stop happening. And there's a general view that you need 2 independent security layers for safe isolation. This is a kind of this is a hard requirement at Google, for example, but in many other places as well. 2 security layers to stop someone getting out. And with the Linux kernel API, you've got 1 security layer, and then you can't really protect any further. And containers are just Linux, remember, to a large extent. I mean, if Linux can't protect your application, then the container can't. I say no one sells a general multi-purpose multi-tenant hosting platform just based on Linux namespaces. I mean, there are still just about web hosting providers selling Linux, but these are kind of very these used to be a big thing, and they're now a very small area of the market, and no one would argue that they're actually like secure enough for a lot of use cases. For most people, this doesn't necessarily matter, though. Like when it does matter, where it is generally has been where you get this combination of VMs with container APIs. These kind of solve the container VM problem in a different way. So if you look at services like Amazon ACI and AWS Fargate, these are just little tiny lightweight VMs that are running containers and provide a container type API. You say, I want to run a container. Kata Containers is open source project to do the same thing. And you can run that as part of Kubernetes. The virtual kubelet project really is a kind of driver to drive these types of container VM hybrids. A few weeks ago, we announced this collaboration with Microsoft to bring the kind of Docker CLI to the Azure container instances. So this will just mean you get the full Docker experience. You can do Docker run, you can do Docker compose up, but just not against the Linux kernels and against the Docker API, but against the directly against the Azure API, which means that we're kind of taking like the Docker experience and making it work more broadly. You can build things. You can build this yourself with kind of Kata containers if you want to do, because Kata containers is kind of OCI compatible, so it looks like a normal container as well. And so this kind of crossover has been the answer from the security and usability point of view to basically bring these things together. But in practice, isolation's kind of actually for most use cases where you're not running a commercial multi-tenant service, we've actually in the last 5 years only had maybe 3 real 0-day container breakout escapes. I think it's 2 or 3. It's a very small number. Container escapes are far more likely to be due to misconfiguration than actually a bug in the containers. containers also provide better isolation than not using a container, which is really the alternative for a lot of people. People is not run every process in a VM. It's run run lots of processes together or run them in a container. And container is better than nothing because it provides some isolation. And much of the conversation about the sort of hardened isolation, like multi-tenancy and things, is not really. It's a bit divorced from user concerns because most users are not running a hard multi-tenant infrastructure running untrusted code from multiple users. That's not it's not the use case for the majority of people. So often these questions are kind of not the important question. That's one of the things that you've noticed about these 5 years, is that we spent a lot of time talking about things that for a lot of people actually aren't the key things that that really matter. I want to talk about the future of this a bit, having answered the question about containers versus VMs, like what's going on in this space, because it's like secure isolation is just a fascinating area in the last 5 years. We've had Spectrum Meltdown and other side channel attacks on hardware, which have actually really changed the kind of security landscape in terms of what's going on. So far, these things have been fixed, but at high cost in terms of performance. We're talking about security patches with these things that, depending on your workload, might be 10% worse or 20% worse. There's some discussion about patches the other day about things being 50% worse. I mean, these are real problems with side channel attacks, and potentially this threatens like the isolation of VMs. So far we've been okay, but I'll talk about this a little bit more later, but I mean, like, are we going to go back to bare metal? Are we going to have more layers of isolation even on VMs? This is kind of putting things at risk in terms of the way we expect things to be isolated in VMs now. But then despite all this, software isolation is coming back. We've had browsers running untrusted JavaScript code for the last 5 years, and it's been generally pretty secure. It's been one of the most attacked areas there is, and yet there haven't been, it's proved to be relatively robust. I mean, there have been some exploits, but as a security and practice model, given that it's the most attacked the most attacked form of isolation there is, it's done pretty well. So a lot of people have started saying, well, despite things like the side channel attacks, actually software isolation is kind of exciting, and things like Cloudflare Workers and Fastly and people have been doing really exciting work on this. They've reduced the API surface drastically to reduce the attack surface. So Cloudflare doesn't provide accurate clocks to make timing attacks much more difficult and things like that. So there's kind of API limitations, but and then there's constant vigilance in terms of making sure that things are not being, monitoring attacks. And then there's interesting projects like gvisor, which reimplements APIs in Go code in user space as a more secure way of doing it. So there's some really interesting work going on isolation that will affect the container space over time. If you look at the amount of work that players like Amazon are doing, if you look at what seems to be going on with Lambda and Fargate, they're doing the multi-layered thing. So there's you don't get root access on Lambda, and you get, even on Fargate, you get very restricted root without access admin and other capabilities. You don't get to choose your kernel and access that. The VM's wrapped in Firecracker, which is highly written in Rust to avoid all the issues that QEMU's had in the past with emulation. It's very minimal and very sandboxed itself. And then it's running on a lockdown host. So they're taking the view that with enough layers, these services can continue running even if there are more exploits. The cheap answer for multi-tenancy is just stick to things on different machines, and that's going to become, I think, more of a strategy for people over the long run. Run containers on bare metal with related workloads that you don't need to protect from each other. So in the second part, really, I want to talk about developer-focused security, because I think that's one of the things that we made a lot of mistakes around. As I said, the question of containers versus VMs is not really so much a developer question. Developers have already chosen containers largely. And we've had this kind of thing in the security industry that's kind of, fear sells. We should sell security by fear. And I think that's been a real kind of negative, and we should be working with developers to sell them things, that they actually want to use. And this is a DevSecOps conference, and I think this is what DevSecOps is fundamentally about, is about bringing people together to do things they want to do better. And developers often don't care about security, but I think another thing that happened in the last 5 years that's really significant is Let's Encrypt. So Let's Encrypt did two things. One is there was an incentive to implement it, because Google basically said your SEO will be worse if you don't have HTTPS, and that was the stick. And then the kind of carrot was it was very, very easy. It was automated. Like there was thousands of scripts and services to set it up. And we've gone from TLS being fairly rare and difficult and annoying to maintain to being pretty universal. It's not 100% universal, but it's a massive change in a couple of years. And it's really important that we make things easy to developers, because if developers have to choose, they'll choose the insecure default option. Even if it's documented insecure, even if they have to write --, really, I want to do this thing, this is a terrible idea on the flags and the config, they'll still do it. Because if it's easy, and if the secure thing is difficult. And there's been a bunch of examples in the last 5 years. One of the things that still find out sometimes is that, people are running Docker exposed to the internet without any authentication at all, so that you can just, it's just the Docker socket is there, your host, you're giving someone root access to your host. And there's not a lot of these hosts, but they've all been compromised already probably, but it's just really, really difficult. And the setup you were supposed to do when we introduced, remote Docker sockets, we were supposed to set up mutual TLS. But mutual TLS is really hard for people to understand, set up, and use. I would say generally, don't use mutual TLS in a service that people are supposed to use. If it's for computer-to-computer services, it can be made to work, and lots of service meshes actually help automate that for service-to-service things. But for things that humans have to access, it's a really, really bad idea. We eventually, in Docker, we added support to connect to tunnel over SSH to a remote machine, which is probably what we should have done in the first place as the only option. It's still, not everyone knows that it exists because it's only been around for 2 years, and people take a long time, and there's old documents and blog posts and things that tell people what to do. And people hear about things and use things and set things up in insecure ways that they've heard. The best thing is never to add the insecure options in the first place, because our experience has just been that migrating people away from using these things is just really, really slow, and kind of it's difficult. Another thing, I'm going to talk more about Notary and image signatures before, but again, we made it opt-in, and not very many people have opted into it. And so Notary v2, we're working on trying to fix this, but the original design we did for signing actually signed all images. Had another problem that it was actually hard to know who would actually sign the image, because there wasn't a very good key distribution mechanism. But it was opt-in, and that was in many ways a kind of better design, although arguably it was just confusing because you didn't know what the keys were anyway. But so it was in some ways half a design, and we're spending a lot of time discussing these issues with Notary v2 at the moment. I'll talk about that in a minute. But again, like opt-in, if you make something opt-in that's a security feature, people will just choose not to opt in, and very few people will opt in. You just have to turn it on. things I'm really not sure about that we did. Me and Jesse Frizzell worked on the Docker SecCon policy years ago. It's one of the first things I did at Docker, and I'm coming around to the view that actually I'm not sure how useful it is anymore. To some extent, we started using it to reduce the Linux kernel attack surface by doing things in Docker. And I don't know that that's the right place to do that. And to some extent, a lot of that has got better anyway. A lot of Linux distributions have tightened up their kernel security settings back since then. So things are a bit better than they used to be. There's a performance impact that, although not everyone notices it, is actually problematic for some applications if you do a lot of syscalls. And SecComp was actually designed for programs to do their own security config rather than for it to be set by system administrators. And that we were trying to basically do that as a kind of global policy. It's really hard to use, and so the rationale we had was that we could because it was really hard to apply SecComp policy. Almost no applications had their own SecComp policy, so it was kind of better if we provided one that did at least something. But it's kind of minimal what it can do, and it's not clear that it's really worth it. There are huge numbers of issues with SecComp, and there's actually some people working on actually improving it at this point, so maybe it'll get a little bit better, but it's got all sorts of problems. Like every time the syscalls that your operating system uses change, you have to change your policies, and that turns out to happen like regularly. At one point, we broke our SecComp policy, and Docker broke Steam. And so we were really unpopular because it turns out a lot of people run Steam and Docker. It's been a lot of a burden, and I'm really not sure about the cost benefit analysis on this anymore. Things that I am more happy about that we've done in the last 5 years. I think we did generally choose the right default security for Docker, with the exception of this whole thing about CapNet Raw. I did a talk with Liz Rice at DockerCon just a few weeks ago called Lack of Self-Isolation, where we talked about the fact that we gave containers more capabilities than they should really have had, and which has caused some vulnerabilities. But we did it because we wanted people to be able to use ping. And over the years, there's some ways that Linux distros have managed to work around the fact that ping requires CapNet Raw. So I think we can actually fix this. But apart from that, generally we did choose good defaults. For some years, Jesse Frizzell maintained this Docker security non-events page, which said all the things that Docker had protected against. These, again, were some of the things that the SecComp policy did block, but there were also a bunch of things that we couldn't block with SecComp, and due to the complexity. And some of it was due to user namespaces, which is just the one kind of area that really did increase the attack surface. But again, some Linux distros let you just turn that off, and there's other, but it's useful. I mean, it's like we've kind of ruled out people using user namespaces for good things by trying to reduce the attack surface. So I'm a bit ambivalent about that. And then the other thing I'm happy about, all the major security issues in the ecosystem were disclosed responsibly. And as far as I know, no one actually got attacked by these things. They were pretty obscure generally. And the community's been quite good at working together on security issues across different companies and things like that, which is great. Another thing I really want to talk about, because it's really, I think it's been a huge force for change, and it's really just starting, is the CNCF6 security. This was originally the SAFE working group, Secure Access for Everyone, in 2018, and became an official security working group, and in particular became a community of people who are interested in cloud native security. And I've been involved for a long time, and I think it's incredibly valuable. And I think the biggest thing I've seen coming out of this, and really in the last couple of years, is that end users who are like using Kubernetes and using cloud native software are coming out and starting to share and open source the tools they use and the way they think about things and the security issues they've been having. And this is still a new thing, but it's absolutely the best way to actually like progress the ecosystem and involve everyone together. Security driven by what the users the real problems real users are having in production is incredibly valuable in this community. And also security has a cool trash panda logo, which is very important. So come along and join. Looking forward, those kind of trends of cooperation and security, I think, is the thing that has changed most. I think we're working together an awful lot more than we were 5 years ago, and I think that's incredibly valuable. And the Notary V2 I talked about a little bit before. Late last year, we kicked off Notary V2. So Notary, if you don't know, is a project for signing container images, so that if you want to know where they came from, who built them, and make sure that they're actually the right container image that you wanted, and that they've it's a project for adding cryptographic signatures to them. And we started working on V2 because of a bunch of issues with V1. But this, from the beginning, was a joint project between Docker, Amazon, and Azure in particular, but also the update framework team, who are largely based at NYU and elsewhere, and Red Hat and other. There's actually a bunch of other vendors and other people in the ecosystem as well. JFrog and people have been involved. So it's a really community effort from day one to work on a single solution that works for everyone's customer needs. That's meant that it's taking time, because it's sometimes it feels different. There's lots of different requirements and needs, and we have to work together. But the important thing is that we'll get a consensus of what everyone wants. It's something that everyone gets behind at the end, which and everyone will support. Currently, not all registries support signatures at all. The signatures are not portable between registries, which is really important. So we want it so that you can sign an image, and then that the information in that signature can be transferred elsewhere, so that it's a single supply chain, regardless of how you actually use registries on your way to production. Security is difficult, and working together just makes it easier, I think. And we've had an awful lot of input, and sometimes it feels like it's taking a long time, but it's also just coming up with something and trying to impose it on people is not the way we're going to get something secure. It takes time to look at the security and work out what whether your threat model is whether this particular thing solves your threat model, what the issues are, what the bugs are, all those kinds of things. Another thing which we're doing in very developer-focused security is Snyk and Docker working together. We announced a few weeks ago that we're doing a joint solution for scanning, security CV scanning on Docker Desktop and Docker Hub. We really want to make scanning more widespread and easily available. There are millions of users on Docker Desktop, and all of them are going to have access to security scanning. And this is, and we'll go forward, and this is a program that we're going to go forward and make it easier for developers to understand and use scanning together. And we want to help people act on security issues easily. It's something that you don't want it just to be information overload. You really want it to have focused, this is what you need to do. And we're really pleased to be working with Snyk. We don't want to this is something that you need a specialist like Snyk, who's in the scanning business, and then we're really interested in making the UX better and helping our users actually use scanning effectively, and that's really good. And I think that going forward, the thing that it's been really exciting watching these projects in the CNCF that have been security projects such as, Spiffy and Azure Open Policy Agent, TAF, Falco, and things. These are open source security projects that are starting to see real momentum and real users. And those historically, open source and security were often, despite everything, not things that went together very well. And it's nice to see that security companies like Aqua, for example, have an open source team now doing open source projects. Liz is working on that. That's really great to see. I think that there's going to be a lot more open source in security, and a lot of it's going to be driven by end users, which is going to be really exciting. And I'm really excited to see that. Developer experience is really important, and security has to be there, by default. It's not as an add-on. It's got to be turned on from the beginning. So it's been an exciting 5 years. I mean, DevSecOps is something that the word has been around for a while, but I don't know. It's funny, when DevOps happened, I was like, oh yes, this makes sense to me. I've been a dev person and an ops person in my time. I used to do ops before I did development full time, and then I kind of moved into security as later. I think security is not, these are things that you shouldn't just be in one of those buckets all the time. Security is hard, and therefore people sit in the security bucket. And it's really important to have deep specialists on things, because there are really deep and interesting problems in security that are just very, very difficult, and people can make mistakes very easily. And there's people who are good at taking very specialist things and turning them to things that are harder to make mistakes, which is a really valuable specialism too. But I think everyone should spend some time working in security, and I hope people spend some time in container security. There's a huge field of container security, and I think that you can spend a little time becoming an expert in an area of container security, and it's really, really valuable. And spend time working with security people, understanding how they think and understanding how to talk to them is valuable. I think CNCF security is a good place if you want to find some people and see what they're talking about and what they're interested in. We've still got to work really hard on making security usable and pervasive and always on, and it's a really hard problem, and it's we can definitely spend the next 5 years doing that. It'll be an incredibly valuable thing to do, and I think that that's the way to approach it is to spend time with users, spend time with developers, and find their concerns, and just make things easy, because hard things are just hard, and we can't all be experts in everything. And if you have to be a security expert on everything, it would be really hard to ship things at all. But so we need to package things up. Think of the Let's Encrypt model. This is a hard thing packaged to make it easy, and those are the kinds of things that we need to achieve more of in container security, really. So thanks very much, and happy to take questions here. And it's been really great presenting to you. This online conference thing is quite good fun, really. So hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
How do you find the online? Well, first of all, thank you very much, Justin. It was an awesome presentation. How do you find the online conferencing then compared to say virtual, physical? Because obviously you can't see the audience, right? So
yeah, I know the not seeing the audience is actually kind of weird. I actually meant to set up the online chat so I could see it out of the corner of my eye, but it's actually, you can't concentrate on it. So it's just, right. But it's kind of, it'd be nice to just sort of have it just so you can see there really are people there. I don't know that, because that's the weirdest thing, is just talking to this, just talking with, and you can't see anyone. I mean, in a sense, when you get in the flow, it's not that different from being at a conference, because you don't really, you mostly don't answer questions during the talk. Well, sometimes I do, but you generally just have a sort of sense of the audience there. But it's just, but when you get in the flow, it's fine. But it's just that sort of lack of feedback is a bit weird.
For sure. Right, we've got a couple of questions here for you, Justin. First one coming in from Alice. Can we trace our containers with eBPF to create a seccomp profile for our containers?
Yes, you can. Yeah, absolutely. You don't actually need to use eBPF. There are some logging modes for seccomp and you can do it with the audit, but the eBPF is a kind of nice way of doing it. And there's the eBPF tooling is getting way better now. So that's one way of doing it. You have to be a little bit careful, and this is a lot of people, is that will work, but it'll tell you what syscalls it is using in your current environment. And then the problem is if you change things, it might change. So for example, there's been a bunch of cases where syscalls have changed quite a lot over the last 5 years. There was the first one, I think, that broke a bunch of seccomp profiles was when libc changed from using open to openat. Openat was originally a syscall that added a directory thing to open, but it also added more flags, and it basically it became the best way, the modern way of doing it. And the open syscall was marked as kind of legacy, and it was the cross-platform thing. So that was switched. So all the syscalls then they switched from open to openat, and if you didn't have them both in your seccomp policy, when you did that upgrade, all opens would fail, and that was kind of inconvenient. We've had a few other cases now. 32-bit machines have had a bunch of breaking changes. The most recent one is that the last Debian, I think it was Debian, or was it Ubuntu? Oh, I think it was Ubuntu 2004 shipped with 64-bit time support on 32-bit hosts to fix the year 2038 problem, and that and so suddenly overnight, if you upgraded your base container to Ubuntu 2004, it suddenly changed the syscalls it was using, and again that broke people. So you need to be a bit careful that even if you change the smallest thing, you check, you rescan what the syscalls you're using are. But yeah, you can definitely do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think we've got about 1 minute left or so. I've got one question on my own, and there's another question here. We'll see how it goes. This one might be a quick one. Liam Baker asks, "Is there a SIG security Slack channel?"
Yes, it is. It's called SIG Security on the CNCF Slack.
Cool. And although I think we're at time, one question that I'd really love to ask is in terms of obviously you in hindsight. Hindsight is always 20/20, right? We can look back and we can say what's good and what's not. But in terms of what we've learned, in terms of the way you would go about making these decisions. So, for example, if you was to be faced with the same kind of decisions, obviously different in terms of the actual answers, but the same style of decisions. What have you learned in your approach that would make you more likely get to the right answer?
I mean, it's difficult because the whole environment we're in has changed so much in 5 years. So it's like, and there's so much innovation, and that people are doing things very differently. So that you kind of got to be a bit flexible about things and not lock them in forever. So the more kind of use a generic foundation for things. Like with Notary V2, we're putting everything in the registry. It's like the model of having extensible new types of thing being able to be stored in the registry is something that a pattern that has started to be being used, because it lets us evolve more things more easily over time rather than having a special service for signatures. It's like, let's put everything in the generic thing because it's easier to evolve it. So that the more you think, I'm probably going to have to change this again, let's make it generic and general purpose and not too specific, the better. But it's difficult with security things as well, because generic can mean insecure. so you have to be, I think security is hard, so you have to be a bit careful.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you very much, Justin. And actually, from a personal point of view, I'm very much looking forward to the kind of SNCC Docker collaboration as well, to see how we can help push Docker security forward as well. So really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. It's been great working with you. It's been good.
Excellent. Likewise. Thank you very much. Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Justin. We're going to take a very short break right now, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, I think. And we've got some ignites, some fun ignites. So Sharon will be back to moderate those ignites. So hang on just for a few minutes. See you soon.
So just a quick thank you to our sponsors, Datadog Security. Check out their booth. One of our gold sponsors. We couldn't do this event without our sponsors. So really by the community, for the community. Thank you, Datadog, for your support of the event. And Veracode. Thank you so much, Veracode, for your support of the event. The sponsors are who make the event possible, who make the community possible. So go out over, check out their booths, participate in the Sponsor Passport program, and you can be entered to win one of 3 iPad minis. So that's also a perk. So we'll be on in just another minute. I actually want to take this opportunity before they actually get started to introduce our igniters. Ignites are my favorite part of the day, and we have 3 super awesome igniters with us. So I'm going to add you guys to the screen really quickly just to say hi. We have Eric, we have Matt,
hello,
and we have Quinn. Hey there! Some of my favorite folks from the DevOps Israel community, and you've all had the opportunity to actually participate in local events in Tel Aviv. So it's always great to have you guys joining us at our events. Looking forward to it. Just so you're ready, because it's quick 5-minute talks. The order is Maddie, Quinn, Eric. Feeling ready? Were you born ready? Awesome. So we are going to get started in 4 minutes. Prep your slides. Do one last run through because you actually have enough time. It's a short one, and we'll be started in just a couple minutes. Okay, Maddie, we're putting you back in the stream. Feel ready?
I am, and when I start, I'm not going to be able to see myself anymore because technology is terrible. So hopefully we will be fine. So
are you sharing your screen?
I am. You should see the first slide.
Wait, no, hang on. Wait, wrong. That was wrong. 1 second. That's it. Go. Technology, yes.
It is.
All
Computers
right.
were a mistake.
You have a whole 5 minutes to convince us what our love language of DevOps is, right?
Absolutely.
And we're going to get started. Ready? And
go. I'm going. Anyway, it's 11:30 my time, so it's time to go. So, hey, welcome to the 5 love languages of DevOps. My name is Matt Stratton. I'm a transformation specialist at Red Hat, but you're not that terribly interested in me, so we're going to get past the thing that has my name, and we're going to actually start talking about some content. So, DevOps means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So I went to Twitter and I said, what is DevOps not? And got a bunch of really great ideas. My favorite is that, it's not your khakis, which might be a deep cut. But one of the definitions I really like came from this cat here, Andrew Clay Schaefer, who you may have heard of. And he says it's optimizing human experience and performance of operating software with software and humans, which means it's a socio-technical system, which means it involves people. So I started thinking about this book, The 5 Love Languages. And like most self-help books, I didn't read all of it, but I read enough to understand that the basic idea is there's 5 different ways of communicating in a relationship. And the trick is you need to learn your partners and learn to speak that one. That's great, you say, but I care about shipping software. This is DevOps, not DevLoveOps, which is a whole other conversation. So what does this have to do with it, right? So let's take a step back and think about another way we talk about DevOps. So these cats here came up with this idea of CALM. So that's John Willis, Damon Edwards, Jez Humble. And it's a way that we like to reason about DevOps, being about culture, automation, lean, measurement, and sharing. So notice there are 5 of them. But what does this have to do with anything, right? Like, what's the point? You're like, okay, 5 love languages and CALMs. How do we put these things together? Here's how, right? Each of these is a DevOps love language, right? The way that we understand DevOps and communicate about it maps pretty neatly to which part of CALMs actually matters to us. And so I started thinking about how we can understand somebody else's DevOps love language. And I went to this communication model called the DISC, right? This is sometimes a little bit like a Myers-Briggs thing, but really DISC has to do with how we like to communicate. And there's 4 different kind of modalities of DISC, right? Dominant, influencing, steadiness, and conscientious. What happens is, depending upon your DISC preference, it maps really cleanly to a different part of CALMs. So if you're a direct, then things like lean and measurement parts of DevOps really speak to you, right? You're not as worried about the other things. But if you're an influencing type, and that doesn't mean like an Instagram influencer, but it might. So the culture and sharing aspects of DevOps resonate a lot more with you. And similarly, if you identify a little bit more on the DISC model of steadiness, and you can read a lot more about DISC, I only have 5 minutes, automation and measurement really resonate where you go. And you're not as concerned about the sharing and the culture and lean, those things. So if I try to talk to you about those things and you're a steadiness person, it won't hit. And then finally, conscientious is another part of DISC. And folks who line up in here, sharing and measurement make a lot of sense to them. And that's sort of the way, and that's where you need to meet those folks to be able to speak about it. The other thing that, as you're talking about any kind of a change, is you want to understand the drivers. So this guy named Dan Pink wrote a great book called Drive, and it's an even better TED Talk, and you should check it out. But the thing is, what drives you doesn't necessarily drive someone else. And I know we got into tech because we don't necessarily want to be salespeople, but if you're trying to sell change, you need to think about being a salesperson and think about challenging, especially the model around the challenger sale and how we can help people understand the things that they actually need. But ultimately, we have to speak their DevOps love language. If you say this makes perfect sense to me, but they don't get it, that's really more on you than it is on them. You need to understand their drivers and understand their DevOps love language, and it'll make it a lot easier. And then finally, think about compliance versus commitment. So a compliant person is someone who goes along with things because that's the process. Commitment means they believe in it. And you want to get folks who are on the commitment train, and you get them on the commitment train by speaking their language. And if you want to make change, remember this, that the most effective change agents are those who don't see people as just this thing you have to deal with. You actually embrace that part of socio-technical systems and invite people along. Don't dictate, don't make mandates, have your ears open, get their feedback, get their ideas. And that's the way that you're going to all be able to speak DevOps love languages together and really make effective change in our organizations. My name is Matt Stratton. I'm a global organizer for DevOps Days. I started DevOps Days Chicago. I have a silly podcast called Arrested DevOps. If you're into podcasts, and yeah, that is my license plate. You can check out these slides and any other talks I have at speaking.mattstratton.com, and I'm happy to take questions over in Slack. So thanks for giving me your ears and your eyes today.
Awesome. I knew it would be awesome.
Well, thank
and
you.
I'm very impressed with the auto advanced slides. Those always stress me out more than anything. I'm always like trying to keep up with the slides, and I don't keep time. All right. Thank you, Matt. Next up, we have Quinn. How are you feeling, Quinn?
I am bright-eyed and awake. Had some great tea this morning, you know.
That's awesome. Do you have slides to share with us, Matt?
I do. There they are. And just like Maddie, I can no longer see me, so it's all up to you.
So it won't throw you off your A game. That's the most important part.
True.
Are you ready?
I am.
There you go. 3, 2, 1.
So hello, my name is Quintessence. I'm with PagerDuty, that lovely rainbow logo down there, and I'm here to talk to you about what I've called unquantified serendipity, diversity, and development. And just as a heads up, this is a very choose your own adventure style talk. So I don't expect to go through about 15 things and have you try and digest them in a 5-minute presentation. Just pick 1, maybe up to 3 things if you notice that you're doing them, and try to mindfully and gracefully work your way away from those patterns. And then you can learn and grow out from there. And jumping right into it, let's talk about hiring for a minute. When we're hiring people, we usually focus on things like AWS and Go and Python and frameworks and so forth. But when we actually interview people, once they get past the technical sides, we do this perception game, right? Where we're like, okay, what else do we need on the team? Do we need a team lead? Do we need someone who, the word that's used a lot is culture fit, or anything like that? What else are we actually assessing people on when they come to work at our companies? And when we start assessing on these other things, we actually introduce our bias and our perception. So when we're looking at perception, let's take a step back to leads. Do all groups personify leadership the same way? Do all cultural backgrounds personify leadership the same way? And if not, it's not, indicates the narrator. Can we recognize leadership across backgrounds, across cultures? Can I look at this interviewee that I'm speaking with and actually recognize them as a leader? And beyond those active sets, excuse me, there's also things that we're intentionally selecting on. If we're trying to expand our business out, maybe we need someone who's linguistically and culturally familiar with a certain group or within a certain country, or et cetera. So we can diversify intentionally, we can diversify passively. And this gets me to why I call this serendipity, because when you're looking at diversity, you actually are expanding your solution set, your solution space. And the example I usually give for this is a blog post that was written about 2015 on medium.com, where someone tried to solve an issue where people couldn't type a diacritic S. And the person who was able to solve it saw the problem and immediately knew what was wrong just by virtue of being Polish. To be clear, Medium didn't hire him for being Polish. They hired him for whatever frameworks and languages and et cetera that they were assessing on. But he was able to immediately solve this problem with basically minimal troubleshooting because of his lived experience, then wrote this lovely blog post that's linked in my resources at the end. And the reason that this is all relevant to diversity is if you're not hiring for someone for being Polish, if you're not hiring someone for being gay or Black or any other type of segment of the population that you're trying to focus in on, you're not always going to be able to tell what that person brings. in advance, but they are going to bring it just because they live differently than you. And when you're trying to do all of these things, it's also important to remember that not all people experience the environment the same way. So what's safe for me as a white person might not be safe for me as a lesbian, might not be safe for me if I were Black, it might not be safe for me if I were trans, and so forth. So when you're saying, hey, this is a great place to work to someone, fact check, is it? Is it for them? And then move forward. It's also important to remember that your mindset matters when you're approaching all these situations, because when you're looking at your mindset, it's the difference between I'm approaching this person that needs to be coached as a problem versus someone I'm trying to help. How I speak to them will adjust, and what I think to say to them will adjust. Getting started, coach, don't rescue. Rescuing in a professional context typically looks like, hey, let me solve that for you, instead of this is what you look up, this is what you need to pay attention to. And so as a one-off, it doesn't actually matter, right? But you can see if it's over time, if someone's consistently being coached as someone showing them what to do and having them replicate, you can grow a reactive instead of a proactive engineer. And then you start to have conversations around, oh, why do these different people, why do these different groups respond differently to the same problem? It's also important to remember, and this comes up sometimes, that you're giving people a hand up, not out. So the idea here is if you are a mentor or if you're an employer or you have someone that you're coaching, you might introduce them to your professional network. They might network around and get themselves a job. But you didn't get them that job. You didn't hopefully do anything behind the scenes to make that happen. They did that by advocating for themselves. You empowered them. It's also important to support diverse learning styles. All of us have been told at some point in our career that, read the manual or something like that. But the manual might be written for a different skill set, a different skill level, or in a language I'm not familiar with. It's not good advice. You need to meet people where they're at. You also want to make sure that you're allowing people to bring their whole self. You might be mentoring them in AWS, Python, or whatever, but they know things and they can help you. They can teach you things that they know and they bring to the table. You also want to make sure that you're the one that's providing them with challenges. If you tell someone to pick a problem and solve it, they're going to pick a problem based on their existing skill set and solve it with that skill set for the most part. But you know what problems they're going to need to solve, and you know what skills they're going to need. So design the challenges around that so they can learn and grow and be more productive future forward. You also want to make sure that you're being very resilient. When you're talking about resilience, you're saying, oh, we noticed that there's a wage gap. Oh, we noticed that there's a promotion gap. And instead of just saying that's how it is on the acceptance side, you can say, oh, we can level set the wage gap. We can say, oh, is there a reason there's a promotion gap? Are we only consistently coaching one group to be promoted? Are we missing something? Are we not addressing something? Confidence in terms of promotions is built on knowledge and experience. And I guess not even in terms of just promotions. When you tell someone to fake it till they make it, but they lack the knowledge or experience, you're not fixing what is causing their lack of confidence. But if you address the two pillars, the confidence will grow out of that. You also want to support explicit onboarding. And this is different from social onboarding, which will perpetuate whatever is happening in the now. So social onboarding is, hey, you want to learn about XYZ, make time with so-and-so and learn about it. But if they don't have time, if you only do meetings after work, but someone has to take care of children and so on and so forth, you're going to perpetuate whatever has allowed that to work thus forth and not allow these new people to really integrate into your organizations and teams. You also want to make sure everyone knows their worth. This is for yourself and for everybody else. There's that joke about the DevOps tax. If your title is DevOps engineer, whether or not DevOps should be a title or not, you get a small wage bump as opposed to maybe being a cloud engineer. And if you know that to be true, apply that to yourself and make sure that your mentees and new employees know to apply that as well so they can advocate for the titles that pay best for the same skill set. You also are going to be keeping track in your own professional growth about who's who in hiring. That might be within your own company. It might be really localized. It might be within your own city or within your own state or country. But you know who that is. And as you're mentoring people or as you have new employees, make sure they know them too. Make sure they get introductions made. So again, you're empowering them to continue to grow and be independent. Last but not least, a lot of things have been taking off recently-ish about lean coffee and coffee ops and open coffee, where people get to come together and meet. And these are great because it's a cross skill set, it's a cross skill level. So people who wouldn't otherwise have a chance to meet and have a conversation now can. I realize with shutdowns and our current world, this is a little difficult, but you can also do things like Donut and Slack, where you have random or kind of random automated meetings, and then I might have a chance to meet a teammate that's located in London or Tel Aviv, and I wouldn't have had a chance to meet them otherwise. And that is the very quick version of diversity and development. Again, my name is Quintessence. I work at PagerDuty. If you want to look at any of the slides, they're all on Notice. There's also some registration links if anyone wants to sign up for any courses that I found in Source that are going to be upcoming in the near-ish future. And please hit me up on the Slack if you have any questions.
Awesome talk. I love this talk. I've heard it before, and I actually use the hand up and not hand out many times in my talk to reference you. So if you ever want to watch my talk, you'll see that you have a cameo in it sometimes.
Yeah.
These are really important tips. And like you said, it's not easy to remember all of them, but if you remember one that, like I do, the hand up and not hand out and a few other things, it helps you really work on yourself, because this is a really, really important topic. So thank you for coming and doing this. Love this talk.
Thank you for having me.
Next up, Eric.
Hey there.
Hey. So Eric is going to tell us a little bit about pull request etiquette, because there's right and wrong ways of doing this, apparently. So don't be that person. Okay, let's add your slides. Are you ready?
That I am.
3,
Indeed.
2, 1.
So thank you, Sharon. I will be talking about pull request etiquette, or how you can remain polite while doing code review. My name is Eric. I'm a coder, and I work at an awesome company called Salto. I'm going to talk about like GitHub terminology using PR and pull requests a lot, but basically, if you work with GitLab or any other technology like merge request, code review, it's all the same. So some prerequisites. All your repositories within your organization or open source product should demand code review before merging into your main branch. The same goes for CI checks. No code that is not tested should not be merged. While it's not mandatory, I do recommend working with Git rebase. It will really clean your log in your main branch, making it simple to review, and it will actually optimize your CI builds as well, since it's the same commit shot traveling from your feature branches into your main branch. So why do we do these pull requests or code reviews? They help us focus the committer, because when you're trying to explain something, you actually think about it differently. It's also for learning, but for the reviewer as well. It's to validate the code standards that we want to set, and to ensure that the change is even relevant or needed. Pull requests, however, are not passing responsibility or accountability. As a reviewee, I can open the pull request whenever I want, but I don't want to waste time of people reviewing things that aren't ready to review yet. So what I recommend to do is open that pull request as a draft, and to prefix the title of it with work in progress. You should probably still fill in the body though. This is a great place for a checklist of kind of the design intent of whatever change you're going to do. As you're working, these are your new best friends. Git rebase interactive, you will do this all the time, squashing, moving around code, fetching things from upstream, etc. Another thing is Git push force with these. If you're collaborating on a branch and you don't want to overwrite things with Git push force, force with lease actually prevents that if the last commit is not yours on the origin. Your feature is ready, you've been coding, everything is awesome, you're preparing for the review. The most important thing is actually the Git log. It should be a poetic story, a shareable tale of your change. Each Git commit should be a logical change. That means that you should not have those, oh, typo, oh, working for reals, etc. Yes, those are real commits. They should all be squashed. The Git commit format is, as Linus taught us, a short 50-character or less summary for all those lovely one-liner Git logs. If you want to elaborate more, you can do that in the Git body. You can add metadata like ticketing and Jira, whatever you want. Do yourself a favor, be professional, and set a spell check, because that actually matters. In the end, when the pull request is ready, You will want to remove the work in progress as a prefix for the title, remove it from the draft status, and most importantly, have the body kind of explain the general gist of the change. Yes, that's a pun. The checklist that you're going through before doing this is all new code is tested and to start passing the CI. The lint is as well, and the pull request is not too huge because that's a real pita to review. So anybody could review this, right? But you should probably have some people that actually knows what this code is about. You should include managers because it helps them not only to be in touch with code, but also with people. Someone from another team with a first set of eyes, and juniors. You will learn a lot from the questions that junior will ask. After receiving comments on your pull request, don't try to solve everything at once. Fix things in separate commits, prefix them with PR fix. Be responsible to notify people that asked for changes that you've pushed them. And don't guard your code with your ego. That is extremely important. As a reviewer, you're not responsible for running or testing the code. You are responsible to guard the Git log. That's incredibly important as well. The review process starts by reading the title and the body of the pull request, ensuring that the Git commits are sane and that the CI checks are passing. You should never start reading any code before this is done. That's a waste of time. As you're reviewing the code, review it commit by commit to actually get the story of the pull request. And that's really easy in GitHub. You can actually press N to go to the next commit. When you do comments, do that inline in the diff view, so they will be resolved automatically when that code is actually changed. You can comment on whatever you want, right? But do yourself a favor and actually comment on the critical business logic as well. If you have feedback, use emojis. They really sweeten feedback, even if the feedback is crappy. Never scream in caps unless it's a pun, and be polite. In the end, you can either approve, block, or comment. Comment is like meh. It's not really taking a stand. If you're the main reviewer, commenting is not enough. You should block if anything is really worth blocking. Just be clear why you're doing it, and don't be a douche about how you're writing it. Finally, you will get to set that, okay, this fulfills whatever standard you would set for yourself, you're approving, and don't forget the most important thing, never ever approve a pull request without an appropriate GIF. Here's the markdown shortcut of how to add that to your approved comment in GitHub. So as a reviewee, I had my pull request and I got that seal of approval. Yes, that's another dad pun. You clean up those dangling PR fix commits and you squash each of them into the relevant change or commit that is relevant to. You fetch formation push one last time, you wait for the CI because you probably shouldn't be able to merge without that, and you merge away unless it's extremely close to the weekend and you don't really want to wake up anybody with PagerDaddy, then don't do it. That's it. I've been Eric, and I hope you will be very polite with the new code reviews from now.
Never commit without a GIF is probably the most important takeaway from this. And we actually had a rep here, Quinn, from PagerDuty. So shout out to PagerDuty, you like that. So thank you all, my awesome igniters, our awesome igniters, DevSecCon24. We're going to head out for a small break, and next up is the EU panel. Thank you for being with us, Eric, Quinn, and Maddie.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at snyk.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see these wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome back, and big thank you to Detectify who are sponsoring this particular session. And this is actually our last session of EMEA, which means we are coming up to the 2/3 done out of 24 hours. It feels like about 2/3 done out of 24 hours as well, but we're all good. And so a big thank you to Detectify for supporting DevSecCon. Let me just remove that from the screen. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to introduce my first guest here, which is going to be Mr. Michael Mann. Michael, how are you doing?
Hello, mate. I'm good.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's a pleasure to have you be a part of DevSecCon and as a supporter of DevSecCon. I presume you're in London?
I am, yes. Thanks for the invite.
It's our pleasure, our pleasure. So we can have 6 people on here at a time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop out and I'll introduce everyone else here. Sorry, I'll pull everyone else onto the screen, and you're more than welcome to introduce people. But I'd love to introduce you. So, Michael, we first met probably a year, maybe 2 years ago, actually.
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. You're one of the people who run the DevSecOps London Gathering, right? I think that's an LG T-shirt there, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, how have you found creating and running DevSecOps communities? How's it changed over the time you've run it?
Well, we've been running for over 2.5 years now. It's been growing, a lot more interest from the community, but somewhat challenging this year for obvious reasons. Oh,
absolutely.
Visitor.
And my dog decides she hasn't seen me too much today, so she keeps jumping in every time I speak. But no, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's a great pleasure actually to help support that as we can as well. So, Michael, I'll pass over to you, and I'll bring everyone else back on screen.
Great, super. Thank you. So, my panelist, welcome. Great. So I guess it's our turn. So let's go round and do some introductions. So let's start with Wendy.
Hi there. My name is Wendy. I'm currently the DevSecOps managing advisor at Experian. My background actually started off in infrastructure, networks as a network architect before moving into security and currently advising on a global transformation engagement for DevSecOps for Experian.
Super, great. Let's move over to Katie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Gamanji, and I'm one of the cloud platform engineers for American Express. As well, you might know me in my capacity as one of the TOC for the CNCF. And in that role, I'm going to focus a lot on the governance of open source projects and enabling projects to join the open source community. As you noticed, my role is not security focused. I am here to actually give an overview of the spectrum of how the security is consumed by the end users. So I'm going to pretty much share all the pains and all the kind of interaction and practices that we use on the other side of the security.
Thank you. We like to have a balanced view in the panel. Let's go over to Steve.
Cool. Thanks, Michael. If I go way back, I started as a C coder, and then from there I progressed through looking at process control, process quality in manufacturing, oddly, and then code quality. And then from code quality, it was kind of a natural step to get into security, application security. And now I focus primarily on the cloud native application security. Word of warning, I work for a vendor. So I'll bring that perspective.
We won't hold that against you, Steve.
Thank you.
Grant, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hey, everyone. I'm Grant. Yeah, I come from a very security-sided perspective. I worked in consultancy for many years now, doing traditional activities like pen testing and code review and that kind of stuff. More recently, I've been working with NowSecure as part of the research team there, helping build solutions that do like CI/CD and SAST and DAST and other things. So kind of got a mixed bag of experience, but certainly my background's more on the offensive side. And it's really useful to kind of see different perspectives now, because historically there was always like an us and them mentality, whereas events like these showcase that like we can do really great things if we start working together. So super excited to be here.
Great, thank you. And over to my good friend Ashraf.
Hey, Michael, thank you. So yeah, I'm currently working at Schroders as the Global Head of Security Architecture, Operations and Engineering. So I've got a very wide remit. Technical background, started up network security, a bit of pen testing, cyber consultancy. I've been involved in the response to large scale attacks and incident responses for clients such as TalkTalk and Swift, Bangladeshi Heist, etc. So I've had a good experience on what the lack of security in organization does. So yeah, so I can give maybe some little stories maybe.
That's great. And a quick introduction of myself. So Simon obviously mentioned that I'm the founder and organizer for DevSecOps London Gathering. I'm also an independent consultant working with a lot of FTSE 100 clients to factor in security toolings and security into their delivery lifecycle. So on that note, thank you everybody, and thank you for DevSecCon for inviting us. We're the European panel. I was asked to give the panel a title, so I quickly came up with the joys of integrating security testing into your pipeline. I think one of you guys said that there was a hint of sarcasm in that title, and you're probably right. So, as the title mentions pipeline, one of the first points I would like to talk about is the term pipeline. So you hear this a lot within our industry, within companies, and I think there's a lot of different meaning or definition of that term. So a lot of people feel that the pipeline is actually just the technical aspect of your CI part. So for example, Jenkins, which is kind of the glue that would orchestrate all your build and testing, etc. That's the pipeline. But is that the true meaning of pipeline? Personally, I think it should be a bit broader. If we're factoring security, it's not just about the tech. So therefore your pipeline can't be just about the code promotion, building, compilation, testing aspect. It should really start from the business conception of an idea all the way to delivering that to your customers. But that's my view. What do you think, Ashraf?
Yeah, this is touted out quite a bit. Build pipeline. Everyone has their own definition. So for me, if we're referring to application security, then build pipeline, in my eyes, should and could encompass all software security tests, if possible. Well, if we're looking to shift left in respect to security as a whole, then the build pipeline is somewhat too late. As you're saying, you've skipped the design phase and the business objectives and requirements, etc. So you're only focusing purely on what can be tested within a build pipeline. So, and if you do that, there could be design decisions that can have adverse effect on the defensibility of the application. So, and then in order for you to go back and change that, you're going to slow down the projects, and then your security are going to become the handbrake crew, as we are formerly known as. So, you know, not all security tests can be defined as code, or should I say, not all security. It's not that easy to define all security tests as code. So the build pipeline is not necessarily the path to go live. Okay, it's a series of sets purely aimed at software delivery houses, and I think there are a lot of companies out there, a lot of institutions out there that maybe don't actually build a lot of software in-house, and they're trying to do the, you know, CI/CD, DevOps, DevSecOps, and they're trying to figure out how can we join in on all these buzzwords, but they can't because they're not developing any software. So they're really trying to, like, desperately trying to squeeze some of this stuff. And then of course you can, then I think there's a lot of people sort of going to use it as well. Okay, we're going to put our config as code through our build pipeline, and then our infrastructure as code. And that's where you're starting to get a little bit more now in terms of actually requirements and security test as code. So for me, it's a build pipeline. It's not necessarily the path to live. So that's my interpretation of it. And I think it's you might feel a bit hard done by if you've followed your build pipeline and everything's you know, going hunky-dory, and then you want to go live, and then security guy or risk guy says no, sorry, yeah, we're not finished yet, you still got this big long checklist to go live. So I see it from both from a developer, security business, product owner perspective, but there's still a lot to be done. And you've got to be careful what you wish for, because if you do want everything defined as code, and you want all your tests defined as code, then essentially you're building up a set of patterns. So therefore we can write that security test as code, and therefore you're going to be probably pigeonholed into a finite set of patterns that we can test you against. So I don't know if actually we want to put everything, all security tests as code. So that's, you know, people might not agree with me there.
Interesting. Steve, do you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, it's hard. I'll start with saying I agree there. But I think there's, you know, it's early in the panel, so let's be positive. So the pipeline for me, to take a way big step back, is kind of where all the business touch points approach getting from software to its inception to its deployment. And there can be a lot of touch points around that where you need to apply security, both in terms of automating tests, but also in terms of, as you said, design, because design is kind of where, well, I'll say both. There's an argument about how many software security defects enter by design and how much are a result of actual code defects. But I think automation adds velocity to that pipeline. But I think the pipeline can be, in my mind, drawn out as something that's actually quite large within an organization.
Super. It could be, so pipeline value stream mapping is another term that came to my head, and that's probably could be used as a better term to describe the whole end-to-end process. So regarding DevSecOps, people talk about it, people talk about how to integrate it as if it was a tangible thing. But how would we measure this or articulate the journey? Katie, would you like to share some thoughts on this?
Absolutely. I think measuring how well we do security in any company, it's quite a complicated thing. But I think when it comes to security, the main principle is how quickly we can fix a vulnerability. So it's pretty much can be translated in the meantime to fix. If we find an issue, how quickly can we fix it? And this is pretty much just the surface, the tip of the iceberg, because underneath that, it's a whole kind of cultural shift. It's an entire different paradigm, like when it comes to how we share information, how we do coaching and training. So one of the things which is quite important in how quickly we can fix things is automation. Do we actually have this end-to-end instrumentation possible? How much of our security issues did we kind of cover? How much of it did we cover in code as well? And the other thing is the confidence of engineers of actually jumping into security issue and fixing it. And I think this confidence is coming obviously with the experience, with the knowledge of the system, actually understanding what you're designing, why you just like kind of is going to be your end users who you're designing it for as well. So I think it's all about the, even if you don't have the knowledge, how can you actually have this collaboration between your team and the security team? How can you have this coaching and cross-pollination? So I think this is, again, something which kind of happens underneath, but again, how efficiently you can do that can determine the way you're actually going to fix and make your system more kind of bulletproof in a way. And I would like to say that this kind of brings me to one of the metrics, which is difficult to measure or to quantify, but it's how well we actually distribute the ownership of security. Because if supposedly a different team or you have a vulnerability being announced, for example, how exactly we jump into this problem? Is it one team dictating to us? Do we need to do we need to kind of fix this? They're going to open a ticket in our backlog and it's going to take a lot of time to prioritize it and so forth and so forth. Or me as an infrastructure engineer, I am aware of my products, I'm aware of the tools I'm running onto my platform, and I am kind of always constantly monitoring and being proactive about discovering these issues and actually solving them. And I think this kind of distribution of ownership when it comes to security, it comes again with well, again, very difficult to quantify, but it's a culture which, once ingrained, is going to bring a lot of benefits towards the entire system and the entire company.
Wow, that's very deep. Anything else to add, Ashraf, on this point?
Yeah, I would say the easiest way to measure is how painful is it, really? You know, how painful is it for the developers and how painful is it for you if you work in those security teams to deal with your counterparts. I think it's easy. It's very, very easy. You know when you've got it right, yeah. So you know when you've got it wrong. It's a shit show. People hate doing the security tests. They fight you, they blame you. But when you've got it right, you've actually been pulled into the conversations. You're being, you can actually put your tools in the critical path. You can force it as a build step, and then you go, okay, well, are we going to go soft or hard gates? Again, talking about from a software development lifecycle and a build pipeline. Once you're there, and you say, okay, well, you need to do these tests. Before you go live, and you can actually, as a security team or as an organization, I'd say, you say, right, everything that goes live, we run it through a set of security tests, and if it fails, it doesn't go live, and as simple as that. You're doing really well there, and I think you've got an incredibly good security standards up. But I don't think there's many people doing that. One thing I'd also say is that I think, as we're talking about this kind of a collective responsibility, we need to probably stop selecting security tools on our own as if it's a product just for us. In fact, we're selecting a product that we're going to measure somebody against, and we're not giving them the inclusion that they need. So we might end up selecting something that isn't fit for purpose, and then tell them to use it, and then they're going to complain about it isn't fit for purpose, and then we're going to say, well, yeah, that's your problem. You've got to figure it out. So I think there's a lot to talk about this even before we get into maturity. So, and everybody is, not a single glove fits all. So this is a big topic.
Wow. Okay, so that moves us nicely on to guidelines. So are there any guidelines for selecting tools? Katie, do you want to take this again?
Sure. I think the main guidelines in selecting any tools is to actually, does it fix the problem? That's the main question. I think it's very important to have a predefined set of requirements to actually understand what you're trying to solve and try to find a tool that's going to match most of the issues or most of the things you're trying to fix. And when it comes, I think, to security, I think because it's such a complex topic, from my perspective, from the end user perspective, let's say as a platform engineer, I have to deal with security. I have to integrate it within infrastructure. I think one of the most important thing from our point of view is accuracy. Like, we really want something which is actually going to find the problem in most of the cases, rather than creating a lot of spam into our channels, creating a lot of alarms, and we're just going to be all over. Like that's false positives is the nightmare of any engineer nowadays. Like no one wants that. So I think if you find a tool that really can do something really good, like even if it's a small subset, even just like fixes a very like maybe I would say maybe 40%, but it does it very well. I would prefer that rather than having a tool which is going to fire alarms all the time. And another thing which I think is quite important when we're talking about tooling and security is, does it actually make my deployment process or my my stage from being to my local environment to production quicker or slower? Because if it's going to be a tool which is going to bring a lot of complexity, if it's going to fail my pipeline, for example, and I need to spend maybe 2 days, that's exaggerated, obviously. But even if I have to spend 1 hour, 2 hours and deep diving into something, maybe which is like a very small patch or like a very small kind of thing, we don't really, I mean, we're concerned about that, but we don't really want to kind of push back the entire deployment process because of it. It's all about like, how can you measure if it's actually making us efficient? And I think like this is in terms of kind of the practices. Another thing is obviously when you're choosing the tooling, it's I think the question, do we build it in-house or do we pay for it? Do we throw money at the problem? And I think this, I think lately, at least from my experience, what I've seen a lot of companies do, they actually do prefer to get an off-the-shelf product. Obviously, if it's got, again, based on the requirements, and if they solve most of the problems, they're going to go for that because it's quite difficult to actually get this knowledge and the resources to build a tool in-house, to maintain it, unless you're a security company, which is actually your full-time job. And I think this kind of covers most of the guidelines, maybe when choosing a tool.
Great. I would move to Steve on this point, but I won't. Wendy, would you like to share some of your experience around guidelines and tool selections? You're on mute.
Sure, thank you for that. So very timely conversation, actually. We just, as part of our transformation, we are actually actively doing tool selection. And I think Katie's comment regarding the requirements, I think starting off with a set of requirements for your organization, for your developers, for your management team is absolutely critical. I mean, I think just an analogy, I think we probably all done it, right? So it's sort of, you know, going to the supermarket, you know, you've got all these goods. You go to the supermarket with a shopping list of what you need, or you go to a supermarket when you're hungry, because that's when you actually have a need for this. But it's going to a supermarket when you're hungry, and then essentially just grabbing everything that you have on site. So I think starting off with the requirements, do your due diligence, go through a proper RP process, and then sort of and do sort of kind of measured selection process through POCs and the like. It's quite critical to make sure that your tool set fits your purpose, especially if we are trying to do DevSecOps. So I think, you know, DevSecOps is sort of reasonably new. I hope I'm not going to get any kind of, you know, sort of, compared to DevOps, right? DevOps been around for, I don't know, about 10 years. So it's a concept that everybody understands. I think previously we had a DevOps and then we have AppSec. So security is very much, you know, as long as we get it, we have a security scan of sorts, then we're done. But with DevSecOps, you're basically trying to apply those DevOps principles to security. So incremental scan as early as possible in development, in your code development, as well as doing threat modeling before, you know, in the planning stage. So you're just basically trying to do everything incrementally and sort of in a less painful way.
Okay. Almost feels very waterfall-y in terms of tooling selection there, with RFPs, POVs, requirements, etc. But it kind of makes sense. Well, it does make sense. For large organizations, there are guidance, procurement guidelines that we need to follow, you know, scalability in terms of purchasing commercial products. It's all very important. if we select 10 different commercial products, but actually one of them meets 80% of our requirements, as kind of Katie alluded to, then why not do that? And from a licensing point of view, we can that will scale much better. So kind of on the testing tooling side of things, obviously, traditionally we've had within security different types of testing approaches, etc., and methodology. So static analysis, that's been around for years, right? But do you think those approaches actually work within the DevSecOps space? Steve, would you like to take this one?
You dropped a bomb. You won me with the static analysis thing. Does it work within the DevOps space? Some do and some don't. Some, I think, some of the traditional, let's call them ASTs. I don't know, application SAST, IAST. Some still work well in terms of the more higher velocity agile development space. Having come from a few other vendors that maybe were in this space, and having moved into cloud native, that was almost an intentional move to try and keep up. So there's my sort of answer within an answer. I think SAST is a little slow. I think people in the space, people I talk to now, look at it as something that not only is it, well, slow, but if we're applying it to a microservice environment where we're looking at much smaller code bases that by default seem a lot more secure, and then the path through those interactions is very difficult to trace, there are other methods that might be more appropriate. And that's, I think, why you see, when you look at security tooling as it's being developed via CNCF, you see a lot more security tooling that is now being tailored better to this world.
Okay. Wendy, do you have anything else to add to this?
Sure. I think just through the program that we've sort of gone through, we did spend a lot of time talking to developers. So I've not come from a developer background, but I think you should use as much experience as you have in the company. And in terms of the tool sets, there's actually a variation in sort of tools which allows you to fit into which is AppSec, that does the scan for the binaries at the end, or tools that allow you to do scans at source code in the IDE, and do incremental scans. So there are, I think, in terms of when you're looking at your, it needs to be based on requirements, but when you look for tools, I think you need to look at what issues that you're trying to address, which tools will fit into, that will fit better in your environment and for your developers. I think, developer feedback in terms of, allow them to sort of play around with it a bit. I think, not necessarily have to do the RFP before the POC, but, get feedback from them and sort of to say, how effective they think different tools are. I was actually quite surprised when speaking to the team of the sort of variation in sort of tool kind of usability, as it were, from the developer point of view.
Okay, all right. So let's focus a bit on purely application code. So your business application. Let's kind of park aside the infrastructure side of things. So typically within the AppSec world, when you talk about secure coding, etc., you do some risk assessment, threat modeling. You may throw in some static code analysis, which could be expensive in terms of build times, etc. Dynamic analysis, interactive analysis, checking your open source third-party components, and the good old pen testing. So we've got a range of different testing which can fit in at different points within the delivery lifecycle. But if an organization was trying to break into this, let it be a small organization, a startup, or a large enterprise, do we have a preference in terms of what to tackle first or choose first? Grant, would you like to answer this one?
Sure. There's a lot in there, so I'll kind of break it down into little chunks. But Yeah, I think the first thing is like a lot of those activities, fit really well into DevSecOps, and some of them, they do work, but they need a lot of hand-holding. Threat modeling doesn't really fit into an automated world that well. I mean, there's lots of efforts now to do threat modeling at scale and stuff like that, but certainly like SAST and DAST, those things are sort of tried and tested, and we're getting much better at those things. I think it's a combination of those sort of asks that you need, right? If you think of traditional verification, right, not just security, but like product verification, right? If you want to check that there's nothing wrong with the car, then you're going to have to walk around the car, take a look at it. Does everything look okay? Maybe lift up the bonnet. Does everything look okay under the hood? Are the cables connected? That nothing's loose. And that's kind of like SAST, right? You're scanning things offline. You don't really see the data flows. As was alluded to earlier, with microservices, you get like a snapshot perspective, but you don't really see necessarily how everything sort of connects, which is where DAST comes in. Right, and you start to you take the car for a drive around the neighborhood. Do the brakes feel okay? Is the steering off? You can verify it like that. And then I asked kind of like, if you could drive it around and observe everything that's happening, but you could also see the sensors, right? What was the fuel injection ratio? Is the temperature of the engine okay? What are the oil levels? So you're getting all of these kind of metrics from the inner workings of the systems, and it's more interactive, and you see things. These are all things that fit really well in DevSecOps, in my opinion. Things like SCA, I think they're also super important too. I think, especially if you have like large portfolios and you're not doing SCA, then I think it's a really important activity just to see what the lay of the land looks like. Like how much open source are you using? How well updated is that stuff? How vulnerable is that stuff? So I think SCA also has a really important place. Pen testing is it is one of those activities that struggles a bit here. Like the traditional approach of working with development teams and giving them a PDF 15 days later. I don't like to be that guy, but yeah, it's not great, right? People want things in real time. They want integrations with Jira and GitLab and GitHub and stuff like that, where they can start working on the issues and get actioning them there and then, not 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks out. So I think some of these things, do make a lot of sense. And like you said, maybe if you're a smaller organization or a larger organization, that does change a bit. But I think that the important point is that all of these things, are key security activities that you're going to have in your SDLC. What you can put into, pipelines and automate to get really good coverage. That's a bit trickier.
So for a small organization, would you dare to answer or pick one of the testing approaches?
Yeah, I think if you're relatively small, I would say you're probably going to get some quick wins from SAST. It can be as I said, it can be slow, and it's not going to give you great coverage. DAST on top of that is going to be even better. So if you can have something that does both SAST and DAST, then I think you're off to a really good start. Yeah, exactly. But you're never really going to replace the requirement to look at threats and risk assess your systems through threat modeling. If you've got critical apps, you're going to need to do that. So I'm hesitant to say, yeah, just use a SAST, or you are going to need those other activities. But yeah, I think you're certainly going to get some good coverage through a combination of SAST and DAST.
Okay. Static and dynamic. Not my choices. But before I share my opinion, Wendy.
So this is, which one would I select?
Yes.
I suppose. Okay. So, I mean, DAS is essentially automated pen test, right? So I think in terms of, if you want to kind of effectively save time, and you're basically doing your you want to review your test in your application in kind of real time, as it were. That is a good option. I'm just thinking about, I think this is probably different for every organization, but a lot of organization, and if you look at lots of, the code in terms of makeup, I think open source is probably one of the key test tools that organization, because if you look at most organizations, and it's not just Experian, right, just sort of majority of the code are from libraries, open source libraries, right? There's only relatively limited kind of bespoke code which your static analysis engine will pick up. So I think I'll definitely include the SCA, the open source elements in there. It's quite difficult to select, because ideally I like to have it across the board, right? I like to have, it's I want the static, I want the open source, so that and the IaaS is sort of like, it's sort of dynamic, but you kind of know where it is, so you can go in and find vulnerabilities. But I think as a baseline, possibly as a baseline, I think I will go for if it's security testing tools with pen test, I think I would go for static and open source.
I think there's another small consideration there that I would add just quickly before we move on. And a key thing, right, is going to be in organization size is cost, right? Doing pen testing and threat modeling is extremely expensive. Whereas are you going to do a pen test on every build that you churn out 2-3 times a day? No. Like, it's going to cost you a fortune if you try and do that, right? Even if you're doing a pen test a week or a pen test a month, internal or external, these things really rack up in cost. So again, depending on your size, maybe from a cost perspective, some of the other activities make a lot more sense than some of the traditional ones. Not to bash on them, because as acknowledged, they are important. But cost is extremely important, I think.
So just from my perspective here, guys, I think you got to be realistic as to with your own abilities, the organization's abilities, both the security team's abilities, from because we went from being tech savvy to security savvy, back to being dev savvy, tech savvy, security savvy, dev savvy, security savvy. And as we're bouncing around with those kind of, I'm going to be more of a developer security guy or more of a security pen test guy. All of those things are actually really important these days. So do you have the guys that are actually going to be able, do you have an application security team? Will they be able to interpret the results? Will they be able to assist the developers? Do the developers understand the results, right? So that's the kind of limit what you're going to choose. Maybe I just want to go back to Grant's point about the DAST. I had a good analogy there, because I thought it's not like you're driving the car around the block. It's actually your security team driving the car around the block at full throttle, and then taking it around to the racetrack and giving it a good bashing and seeing how it survives, and then going back to the development team and saying, hey, we injected it with like 1 million requests per second, and we found all this stuff rubbish, so it's a bit unfair. So I think it's so also if you have a single language and you use a single framework, then life is going to be very easy for you, whatever you choose. Either you choose to pen test it, you choose to do DAS, SAS, even if you want to do RASP, it'd be everything's going to be, but the reality is, so many things out there, people using so many languages, so many frameworks. We're struggling with security staff that have the development background, that understand this stuff, and so therefore you've got to be realistic. Also, what are you trying to defend against? Like, do you want to build a Fort Knox when you're just selling I don't know, plastic toys, but you sell 1 million plastic toys? I don't. What are you trying? I mean, are you trying to get a highly secure environment? But are you really pushing your development team and your business and your product managers to put so much security that it's really unrealistic? So I think that you need to understand what enough security means to your organization, and understand the time that you have to spend on integration and the resources you have, and also the skill set, both from a development perspective and from your developers side, and also from your InfoSec security side. So I think that's also really important.
That's a really great point. Context is very important. Great. Okay. So most of the testing approaches we mentioned earlier are very traditional, as we stated, but obviously in our current lives, everybody has at least one mobile device, right? So if we can access it from our desktops, through our laptops, then it should be available through on your mobile. Now that's a completely different landscape. So the testings that we mentioned earlier, do they actually fit in for a mobile application? Grant, do you want to take this one?
Sure. Yeah, I think they do. And I think, like many things, this is like a progressional thing, right? We've been looking at traditional like application security and web security, for decades, literally decades, right? And we still have SQL injection, but I digress. These tools have been built over time. Admittedly, not everything fit into the ways that we work and function as teams now. But many of even the traditional tools do fit into that way of life. The mobile testing approach and the tools around that are certainly there. If you go out, you can find them. Working with one vendor on that just now. But they are, we do as a market have put less time into these tools than the previous decades we spent on other tools, right? So if you're looking at testing a mobile app, you can't just go and use the same old tools that you've been using for the last 15 years, right? You have to go and find something that's fit for purpose. And again, like you said, some organizations may not have a mobile app, but I would dare to think that most organizations now have a mobile app, and if not just having a mobile app, they're probably writing their mobile apps before they write anything else, right? Mobile first. And in which case, right, if most of your business and most of your foot traffic is coming through mobile, then it's going to be equally important to look at that. And I think if you are working in that space, then there's a very high chance that you're working in an agile fashion, and you live and breathe DevSecOps. And I think, again, going back to the previous points about your integrations with bug trackers and getting findings in real time and scanning every build, I think they're certainly ever more common. I've specialized in mobile for many years, and from every customer I've worked with, they do things like pen testing, but all of the solutions now where you can get continuous scanning and test every build with SAST, DAST, and IAST. These are the things that people are really enjoying to use from a development side. And from a security perspective, if we can get coverage as left as possible, and find things earlier, then in the long run, again, that's going to save us money. So,
cool. Anything to add? Anybody on that? Mobile application testing? It's quite niche.
Just make sure you do something.
Yes.
You can't choose. Just do pick and mix, whatever it is. Just to pull it out of the bag and do something at least. You can't go wrong if you're doing something.
That's right. Okay. Right. So we've talked a bit about tech at the beginning. Katie kind of kicked off to talk about how we could measure the progress of factoring DevSecOps into your pipeline. But from a cultural point of view, and we've kind of touched on this throughout the discussion, there must be war stories that you guys can share. So, a typical comment that I've heard a few times in different organizations is, well, if it's going to take more than 3 seconds to do that security testing in my pipeline, we're not going to use it. So these are, that's quite extreme. But these are some of the cultural organizational challenges that I faced, and I'm sure some you guys have faced as well. So Wendy, would you like to share some of your war stories?
Sure. I think, in a way, from the sort of conversation, I think because security is such an important, it's got broad level visibility, given the number of attacks that we experience, number of breaches, I think there is an understanding, even for developers, that security is important. I think from the development's point of view, and I completely understand this. They would like to do. It's not that they're kind of going, we're just not doing security. We're not doing scans, and we don't want to remediate our vulnerabilities, right? I think what they are coming to us to say is, look, we we want to do the right thing, and they you know, people do want to do the right thing. Can you please give us a tool that allows us to sort of integrate security and do our testing, you know, whether it's sort of like doing incremental tests, so, you know, whether once I have, you know, written amount of code, or it's, if it's doing ID level, you know, just doing a quick scan as a developer's code. Give us a tool that allow us to do it as painlessly as possible. And when, you know, so when, you know, once you find the vulnerabilities, where they are located, how to remediate it. And, you know, the thing Katie mentioned about false positive, you know, how do we tune the scan engine so that we minimize the number of false positives going forward, and we can mark them and we can exclude them from subsequent scans. I think they're kind of more coming to us on that, rather than sort of, we don't want to do security, because I think there's an understanding that it is important, it's part of it should be part of the backlog, it should be part of, you know, their sort of application development process.
That's great. So, Steve, you've got a strong consultancy background, and you've worked with a number of different organizations. Is there anything you can share from your perspective as a supplier?
I have potentially too many horror stories as a supplier. It's very humbling. Well, it really is. It's very humbling if an organization buys a security tool, it's part of my organization, and then I am brought in to talk about the successful deployment of that, and then I see how difficult it's going to be, and that perhaps we introduced more operational overhead and more friction, and therefore more problems than we actually solved, which kind of goes back to your how do you choose tools that achieve a low friction interface to the developers, who ultimately kind of decide whether it's going to be successful or not. So understanding and respecting the current culture that you have in an organization, and that the change to that culture isn't going to be as fast as your software development. It's going to be something that you're going to have to drip feed in and I guess I want to say account for when you're using your security tooling. And I think there's several of us have said low friction is good. And I think that's really critical until we have developers through a larger ecosystem and through education coming up through understanding that this is more default behavior. And as you said, Wendy, no, developers don't want to do the wrong thing. They just want to do the fast thing. And the thing that they can even all pull for themselves, which is why open source communities and open source tools are an awesome way in, because they may have already be using them before you start even talking to people like me.
That's great. Okay. So some specific points that I like to flag and for us to actually discuss. So we always use the term CI/CD, and obviously as part of that, we're talking about developing code, testing code, promoting the code into production, etc. So this delivery environment, there's a difference between a development system and a production system. So is there a different? Should the CI/CD environments be air-gapped, i.e. two different systems, or is it just one ecosystem, and that you have the right security controls to test the artifacts that you're pushing through, as well as the right security control to secure that CI/CD infrastructure? Ashraf, would you like to take this one?
Yeah. No, I don't think you should differentiate. I have these stories. I have many stories as well. I've had many discussions today at work in regards to this notion of things being dev versus UAT versus production, and it's the same thing if you traverse that to CI versus CD. If we say that CI is a production system and CD is also a production system, and you are essentially using the same usernames and identities in CI and CD, and you're using the same flat network in CI and CD, and you're using the same data, then I don't. You're just creating friction, and you're just creating a whole load of operational overhead to split the two up. If you indeed have separate identities and separate secrets, and you have a very strong kind of segregated network, and you have a very good kind of automated, some kind of octopus deployment where you're kind of pulling things from one area and then pushing them into another. If you've got that kind of segregation, and it makes sense. And I would say, look back and think about, is it beneficial? What kind of level of security do you want to achieve? What threat are you actually facing here? So, because I can tell you, if that's what you're really thinking about, you must have a fantastically secure organization. If the one thing that you're actually discussing is whether we should split out CI to CD, I can think of 100 things that you could spend your time on to prevent a breach than to split the CI and CD. So, yeah, that's an interesting. If people are honestly, there is a lot you can do other than that. So for me, it's a no. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze.
Super. Katie, in your experience as a platform engineer, and also in the capacity of being a member of the technical committee of CNCF, what's your view on this in terms of, do we split the CI/CD components, environments, or not?
That's, I think, a very good question. I think it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. I would say I cannot really give an answer like, yes, you should do it this way or the other way. I think it depends a lot on the context. I feel that regardless of if we decide to split or not, there should be a transition towards kind of more modern practices and more modern kind of abilities to push your code from your local environment to a production system and through staging and dev and so forth. So I think regardless of what the answer is, it's more of like understanding really if that is required. I know it's quite abstract, but it's kind of an abstract question in my merge alliance. But I think regardless of which system it's used, it really should fill the context, and it really should have a kind of transition towards a more kind of innovative way of doing CI/CD. That's definitely should be always in the pipeline. That's always something which should be proactively and constantly thought about and integrated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've talked about testing, lots of different security testing, different security approaches, etc. And it was mentioned that we need to look at the results, eliminate false positive, so reducing the friction between the testing tools and the delivery team. But what is good practice regarding this security testing? Is it a control gate? Is it guidelines? Is it guardrails? I mean, these are terms I've heard, and they may mean different things to different people. But should the security test results define a pass, a go no go element in terms of the pipeline? Wendy, let's go to you.
Sure. So I think that question, the sort of gating aspect of it, I think it does depend on how mature your kind of organization, your development organization, in terms of their testing, and probably more importantly, remediation. And how do they address the vulnerability, whether they have the capability of addressing the vulnerabilities. I think I think a lot of the developers probably already have a kind of a quality assessment, as it was. So it's not just necessarily security, it's sort of, other QA tests as well, that they sort of kind of, that they pass through a soft gate. I suppose, just reading between the lines, is this a question on whether, as through management, whether we essentially stop a code being deployed based on the number of vulnerability? So I think if you're doing that, and I think you probably won't be able to do that with the support of your developers unless you already have a very, very sort of mature kind of organization. And if you're trying to do it without having that, already where they're already sort of doing it in the first place, I think you need to do it like in a sort of kind of step-by-step way. So, for the first year, medium vulnerabilities. If we see that you have medium vulnerabilities, we're going to stop you. And then the next year you sort of get to sort of, well, high, medium, low, say sort of, in a stepwise manner rather than sort of big bang, because you really need their support for that.
Right. So, you're, just to summarize your view, it should be a gated control, but eased in.
If you want a gated control, not every, so the way I say that, so through, as a part of this program, I did quite a lot. I did as much market research as possible, right? So gated control, I don't think it's, not everybody uses it, but if you want to implement it, it needs to be a stepwise, and you need agreement from your development teams. You kind of say, hey, you're going to do it. I think you can try, but I'm not sure how well that work. Forcing people to do things has not produced fantastic results in my experience. You really need their buy-in, and I suppose that's the culture side of it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Let's just get one more opinion regarding this point. Steve, do you want to have a go?
Yeah, well, it depends on, well, first of all, I think that in cloud native and the way we're moving, finding best practice, or even what that means, is we could go with good practice. I'm happy with that term. Some older technologies, it works. I kind of don't mind gating a little bit to actual production deployment if you can define what a trusted application looks like a little bit more beyond CVEs. And if I were talking about containerization, have I left everything running as root? Like that would be maybe a total no-go, right? You can get things pretty vastly wrong by default. So maybe having some quite what I would call no-brainer gates in there. So that's maybe okay. But I think starting early and having as many fast feedback loops so that you never really have to get to that process is a good mechanism. Something I saw recently, which I'd never seen before, just to throw that out there, because you were talking about air-gapped environments. I was with an organization that created this kind of security Disneyland, or it was like a plaything pipeline, so that they could see what happened if there were no gates in place or no checks. So everything went through to kind of a mock production. It was fascinating anyway. Gave developers a bit of education.
Interesting.
And I just want to say, just to reassure everybody, it's not like, I don't mean having utterly no gates, but have possibly, it's, you really need their kind of, their support, and it's just how to get developer support. That's the, please let me know if you know of a way of getting sort of developer buy-in in a more frictionless way, as it were.
Building relationships. That's what it's all about.
This is true.
Just buying some cakes. That usually works as well.
It's global. It's how do we send it to
DHL cake? DHL do deliver cake.
46.
Do it. Trust me.
I'm sure there's a local bakery that you can use.
Yeah.
Cake makes the world go round. I think this is what we don't. We need to build cake into the pipeline.
So this is, I suppose, the communities of practice, kind of initiative. Bribe them with pizza and beer, and Sorry, I didn't mean bribe them. Encourage them.
Don't worry, we'll cut that out.
This is live, is it?
Live?
No.
Not everybody.
Encourage them.
What we started, by the way, just real quick, we started the principle of security partners, not champions. So essentially trying to work yourself out of a job. So if you can work yourself out of a job, then you don't really need a security team, and everyone's a security partner, and they can go to the security partners in their department and their teams. Then you're slowly getting them to do the security work, and then you don't need to do much, and then eventually you'll get fired and sacked because there's no more work. But that's great, because then everything's nice and secure. So that should be the aim, really, to work yourself out of a job.
Yeah,
It should
exactly.
be a subconscious thing.
It's
security.
yeah. I mean, because the developers, ultimately they're going to have to. They're the people on the ground. They have to take. We can't handhold them forever. So it's part of how to work yourself out of a job and how to educate them so they can actually do it whilst you're working yourself out of a job.
Great.
And
We're coming
just to
up.
finish this from an end user perspective, one sentence is, I completely agree with all of these points, but I think the most important thing when actually trying to propagate the DevSecOps practice is start small and integrate graciously, because from our point of view is we don't want like a ginormous pipeline built for us and just pushed on us and we have to deal with it. We want something which we understand and with something we can build on top of. And this is exactly how the practice of outgrow yourself of your own role. It's going to, because we're going to have these small steps, we're going to learn step by step, we're going to have this coaching culture. This is going to be, I think, one of the best ways, paved roads that we can move towards. And the developers actually agree with that. I can confirm that. And cakes is always better.
Told you, or just cakes, or just cakes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, cake as a service.
Let's end on that wonderful note. So thank you very much, Wendy, Katie, Steve, Grant, Ashraf, for joining me on this panel. Thank you, DevSecCon, for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Michael, very much for hosting that session. Really appreciate you hosting. It's like my camera is not working. Jump over to this separate camera instead, and hopefully that will work. There we go, that works. Yeah, thank you very, very much for hosting, Michael. Our pleasure to have that great panel on for our EMEA, and that in fact concludes our EMEA session. So we're going to have a break of around 5 minutes, and then we'll be kicking off our Americas region. So thanks again, Michael, and see you again soon.
Great, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, and hello again, Francois. How are you?
Hey, Simon.
Francois, would you believe it? We are 2/3 of the way through this 24-hour monstrosity of an idea.
Yes, I know. What an idea!
What an idea, hey. So let's kick off the Americas. We've done the APAC region. We've done EMEA. So I have a familiar slideshow. Let me just quickly find that. You'd think by this stage I'd be somewhat prepared, right? Let's add this and jump there. So, like I mentioned, welcome everyone to the Americas. And for those who are just joining, a big welcome to DevSecCon24.
Welcome to DevSecCon24.
Absolutely, and Francois, you've seen this journey from the very start. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, so DevSecCon started 5 years ago. Would you believe it? 2015, coming out of a pub. Yeah, maybe a bad idea at the time, but no, wonderful. And it's all been growing through the years, just a really small team. And since the acquisition of SNCC, we've been able to, well, we had great plans until 6 conferences got cancelled. And but we had the plans for DevSecCon24, and that's really good. So far, that's been an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And DevSecCon24 is actually something which we'd planned even way before all of this kind of hit the fan. And so we were very fortunate to already have a lot of this prepped. And yeah, a lot of the physical conferences, obviously, we've removed from 2020, but we're looking forward to doing that in 2021. And of course, we'll make sure that, you know, first and foremost, the community is put first, and we'll make sure everything's safe before we look at introducing those again. So look forward to some announcements. But yeah, like Francois says, the acquisition of DevSecCon seems like old news now. Happened last year, and yeah, we're looking forward to kind of, you know, do as much as we can to really keep that premier DevSecOps conference part of the conference nice and strong. So yeah, we use an umbrella platform, and this is an online platform. You'll see this on the left-hand side, the main menu, and the first up is people. And Francois, the people part, the hallway track of DevSecCon has always been very strong, right?
Yes. That's the main part of the conferences, is be able to see some old friends, make some new friends. That's the power of these conferences. And here we found a platform umbrella that we're all on at the moment, which is allowing everybody to actually speak and network with everybody else, like we used to do, mingling. You can't share a glass of wine or anything. You have to just like get your own one. But it's still, you can speak to anybody. You can actually go and select to speak to the speakers. So instead of just lining up at the end of the podium when they finished, you can actually just put them a question, and they will come back to you at one point, so you can actually manage this as well. So that's actually really great. There's the platform.
There's a lot of changes actually that kind of, you know, this kind of conference obviously can and can't replicate in terms of the physical conferences. For me, the catering's been pretty poor so far. The Wi-Fi has been surprisingly good at this conference. There has never been a queue at the toilets, which is one of the firsts for a conference experience for me. But yeah, we'll try and replicate it as much as possible. If you click on schedule, you'll see the full plan for the next 8 hours or so, including a keynote from the spectacular Tanya Yanka, who we're very, very proud to have on DevSecCon again. And yeah, there's also other sessions, and there's ignites and panels and a whole bunch of other stuff that you know we can look forward to. You've also got the stream, where you'll have 2 options. You'll have the main stream, the main room, and you've also got this alternate kind of room, an activity room, which will, you know, periodically put other activities and things like that on. And of course, Francois, you can also connect and talk to speakers, which is also another big part of a conference, right?
Yes. Sorry, I jumped ahead about myself again. That's what we used to do. That's not going to change really. But no, it's a great way, and actually reconnected to a few of the speakers myself. It's a good way to filter it. So no, love this. It's and the activities. You ran an activity earlier, didn't you, Simon?
Oh, for the sponsors.
No, I thought you ran one for finding hacks on a Java application.
Oh, right. Yes, we did on the separate track. Yeah, we did it on the activity track. I did like probably a 45-minute talk in about 15 minutes, and I was able to do it so quick because I was talking ridiculously fast, and I think I left out most vowels, so I was able to just cut down on content that way. But it was, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we've got in that second stream for sure.
Nice.
And of course, please do say hello to sponsors. Sponsors are a big part of the conference.
Yes. Without sponsors, we wouldn't be able to have all these platforms. So platinum sponsors, we've got GitHub, Secure Code Warrior, Snake. In the gold, we've got Bridge Crew, Veracode, Zero North, Datadog, StackHawk, sorry, Trend Micro. Wow, that's a bit far, sorry. Launch Darkly, Detectified, and Sonotide. Sorry, it's been a really long day and my eyes are really tired.
No worries.
I apologize. No, thank you to all of you. And you can go and visit the virtual booth. It's actually quite amazing. And in there, we still got the passport contest. So to find the passport contest, you have to go at the bottom of the page and find the partner communities, which is highlighted in red here. And when you go in there, you click on this, and you can actually find on the right-hand side, top right-hand side, passport program, which is actually passport program. There you can actually just start answering the questions. It's actually the way we made it, because you can't actually go and meet the people and get a stamp like we used to do. So to make it a bit more interesting, so they put some clues within each of their presentation in the sponsor booth. And once you actually just got those clues, you can actually answer the question and enter the prize to win an iPad mini from Disinfected.
Not like an iPod, like I said earlier, which I think came from around 15 years ago, from 15 years ago, Simon. But yeah, that's awesome. We also have two sponsors that are doing a couple of additional things. Secure Code Warrior, that are running these challenges all throughout the conference. And if you've not done a Secure Code Warrior challenge, it's well worth going there. You can have choose which technologies you're more familiar with. You can try and find certain vulnerabilities in the code, and you can, like, multi-choice choose where the vulnerability is and what the right fixes are and things like that. So it's a really good way of kind of like testing your security knowledge. And also our friends Trend Micro, who are also sponsors of the conference, they have this great lab which you can also run, which is all about well-architected applications and application security as well. So do try those as well. You can just go straight to both the Secure Code Warrior and the Trend Micro booths, and you'll find the links there where you can also participate in these.
And just like an event, be respectful. The code of conduct has been in place since the beginning. It'll always be here. It's always been respected. Be respectful, be nice, like you do in real life. It's not because you're behind a computer that you can just behave in a bad manner. And if you've got any problem, contact any of the crews or send us an email at info@devseccon.com. It's constantly monitored. We're here to support you, but please, everybody, just respect this code of conduct. Thank you.
And enjoy the conference, or what's left of it so far. We have 1/3 left, and there's no better way to enjoy the conference than with our next speaker. Let me remove my screen there. So Francois, should we bring in our next speaker into the fold? Yeah. Tanya, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you, all things considered.
It's so nice to see both of you.
Yes.
Congratulations on being awake still.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. Good. So Tanya, a lot happened since we've last spoke or last saw each other at DevSecCon. Tell us a little bit about what's been happening professionally in your life in the last 3-4 months.
I have started my own training company, shehackspurple.dev. Awesome. And we now give AppSec training online or virtually because pandemic. And we have coaches to help companies launch and improve their AppSec programs. And it's so exciting. I was kind of afraid when the pandemic came, like, are people going to want virtual training? Turns out, yes, they do.
Turns out more than ever.
Timing.
Yeah, so it's gone very well despite a worldwide pandemic. So that's excellent.
Yeah. And so, Tanya, what are you going to be talking about today?
Today, I'm going to talk about security learning to sprint. Dev and Ops are sprinting, so we need to do that too. They've changed their processes for developing software, and that means we need to change the way that we do security.
And what would you say security was? Would you say it was like a canter, or maybe a jog, or a trip and crawl, or?
I would say previously it was more like we were a giant gate.
Yeah, okay, nice.
And we would stop everyone and be like, let me check that out. But now we need to sprint along beside them and make sure that we can continue to do security as they are doing dev and ops.
Awesome.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. It's an absolute pleasure to have you, and we'll let you get on in just one more second. But before that, I just want to mention our sponsor. Every session, we have one of our sponsors take a session. This session, as a keynote, we have one of our three. Platinum sponsors. So we have GitHub here. So a big thank you to GitHub for being a platinum sponsor of the conference. And of course, please do visit their booth. But do wait till after the Tanya's session, of course.
Right after.
Yeah. So Tanya, without further ado, I'll pass over to you, and I'll bring your screen up as well.
Thank you. Okay, so are all of you going to? Okay, I'm like, are all of you going to be visible the whole time? Because I will stare at you, just so you know.
No, we're not going to be here.
If you fall asleep, I will point it out, just to be clear. Okay.
We'll leave you on the floor.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. I am Tanya Jenka, and today I'm going to talk to you about what DevSecOps is. Things are changing, and we as security people, we need to change the way we are doing things. And so I am going to talk about how security needs to learn to sprint. So, all right. So I like to tell you what I'm going to tell you, then repeat what I told you to make sure that you get it and you know it. So we're going to talk about how security is everybody's job. So the security team can't actually do every single security activity. So a lot of our work is enabling others to be able to do their jobs securely. I'm also going to talk about how DevOps can be turned into DevSecOps and how security becomes a part of DevOps. That's what DevSecOps is. It is us as application security professionals adjusting ourselves and our activities to make sure that they weave nicely through the processes that all the dev and ops people are doing. So no more gates, no more stopping things or saying no all the time. Instead, we have to do a bit more improv and say, yes, I know you need to accomplish this business goal, but let me help you do that securely. So another thing we're going to talk about is how some people in security see DevOps. They see the magical DevOps unicorn pooping rainbows because they're so amazing. And then security people, some of them feel they're cleaning that up, but that's not what I see. Thanks to Francois, who you just saw, he made this amazing, beautiful slide that I absolutely love, where the security person is enabling the magical DevOps ponies. And they're giving them tools, helping them, teaching them, enabling them. And this is the way I view DevSecOps. So there is going to be this very positive slant on this, just in case you couldn't tell, that's what was coming. So the mandatory about me slide. So look, there I am at another DevSecCon. So I'm Tanya Jenka, and on the internet, so I like punk rock music a lot. On the internet, I am known as She Hacks Purple. Yes, some of my hair is purple. It's because I'm a purple teamer. Like I do red and blue team activities, so attack and defense types of activities. So purple team means you can't make up your mind. I am really obsessed with OWASP, the Open Web Application Security Project. I am one of the founders and am very enthusiastic about WOSEC, Women of Security, and I work at my company, shehackspurple.dev. Yeah, so I hope after seeing this, you're like, yeah, she seems worth listening to. I'm gonna stay. Awesome, let's do this. Okay, so let's learn some stuff. So I'm going to give you a few definitions because I never know the level of knowledge of the people that are coming to my presentations. And so this will just take 1 or 2 minutes to make sure we're on the same page. And then we're going to jump into cool new stuff. So application security definitions. So what is AppSec? I say AppSec a lot instead of application security because it's shorter. So every activity that you do towards the goal of making your software more secure is AppSec. It doesn't need to be super formal. You can have an application security program that's formal, but if you are hiring a pen tester to come in and assess the security of a web app, that's part of AppSec. If you are looking through your source code and you realize, oh, this input has no validation on it, oh my gosh, and then you add some, that's part of AppSec. It doesn't need to be really formal. All of it is fighting the good fight. And so that is what I consider enveloped in application security. And then I want to tell you why it's a bit of a problem. So insecure applications cause between 29 and 40% of breaches. I haven't updated this slide, but the Verizon breach report continues every year. And so we won the worst place or first place of causing the most breaches in 2016, 17, 2018, and now 2019. I want us to lose and not win this anymore. And here's one of this is from 2016. Look at us causing all the problems. Another reason for this is because application security is missing in schools. In post-secondary education, they're teaching people how to code, but they're not teaching them how to code securely. And even in high schools, they're teaching them, hello world, but they're not teaching them how to sanitize that input that they're getting. And so quite often the security courses that they get it's not enough to ensure that those software developers are making secure software. Another issue in our industry right now is that security is outnumbered. See how she's all alone? That's me when I'm on like so many AppSec teams. I am the AppSec team, the whole team. And us being outnumbered makes it really, really hard for us to do a good job. So if we look at some of the numbers, there are approximately 10 operations folk and 100 software developers for every one security person. And I've never worked somewhere where my numbers were actually this great. It's usually hundreds of devs, just for me. And that means you can't just work harder. You have to work smarter. And the last thing in this is waterfall. So software developers are moving in droves towards DevOps because it works. It works so well. Waterfall projects in software development, not with construction or with hardware, it works well for those. But for software, around 70% I saw in a study fail. That's a lot of failed projects. And the security model that went with it, oh, not good, not good. And so now that Dev and Ops have like joined forces, I want us to join forces with them and not only be awesome at making kick-ass software, I want us to make kick-ass software that's secure. Okay, so what is DevSecOps? What is she talking about? What is everyone talking about at this entire conference for 24 hours? So my friend Imran said this. You saw Imran give the keynote for APAC. He's awesome. If you didn't see it, you should watch it later. He's amazing. So he taught me this. He's like, Tanya, DevSecOps is what we've always done. It's just us doing AppSec, but in a DevOps environment. Just change the way you do the things, but always shoot for the same goals. And I was like, gosh, this guy's so smart. And then I became his friend. So now I want to talk about what DevOps is and how their main goals fit in with the security's goals. A lot of people don't think about that, but their goals actually mesh really nicely with what we want. And so that's why we should be besties. So first of all, DevOps people want improved deployment frequency, right? They want this so that there's less risk, right? What I see is, oh, good, security emergencies can be fixed right now. That's awesome. So if there's actually an emergency, you can get that out right away, like a true emergency, not you're missing this one security header on this one page. No. I worked somewhere once in a waterfall shop, and our release cycle was 16 months. And in an emergency, the sky is falling situation, they said they could get a release out in 4 months. And to me, when I saw DevOps, it's like I can't tell you how enthusiastic I was as a security professional. Okay, lower failure rates. That sounds awesome too, right? Okay, so what they call it is resiliency. But if we look at, I'm sure you all know this is the mandate for IT security, the CIA triad. It is our jobs. We get paid specifically to protect the confidentiality, the integrity, and the availability of the systems and the data that we create and collect. That's our job. And if you look at availability, that's almost like it means resiliency. What? It's like we have the same goals. If your app is always up because it's tough and it's rugged, that means it's always available. And that is security people resting really well at night. So this is good. So we are still on the same page with these DevOps folks. We like where they're going with this. So there's one more main thing that they aim for. Faster time to market. I've had a lot of people say, Tanya, I don't see how this relates. And I have to disagree. There's no security team if there's no business. I don't have a job if we are not releasing software. I have actually given talks to security teams before as a consultant, explaining to them that they were the main threat to availability with all their gates that they kept pushing up. I'm like, we will go out of business if we follow your guidance. We have to release, we have to create products, we have to release features. It's your job to help us make sure we do that securely. It's not your job to stop us. And so security doesn't win if the business doesn't win. We lose then when we all get laid off. And so I feel that faster time to market, as long as we are still able to ensure that it's secure, is a win for everyone. And also I feel, as a side note, that security is a feature now. People are interested, consumers are interested in knowing, like, this product has had security testing. My parents bought a TV and it was a smart TV. And I was like, well, you have to only buy the smart TV that has actually had security testing done on it, because, and they were so proud that they picked the TV that had the security testing. And I was like, yes, because otherwise I was going to make them take it back to the store. But the point is like, we don't win. We as a security team, we lose if the business loses. Okay, so now we know, oh yeah, this is another quote from me. I feel DevOps is the best thing to happen to application security since the Open Web Security Project. I feel like OWASP is amazing, offering, like, the projects offering so much opportunity, tools, books, learning, all of these things, and the chapters around the world constantly teaching people and helping them network. DevOps is the best thing since that. And that is the highest compliment that I could pay as an OWASP nerd and enthusiast. Okay, so now that we think that we want the same things that the DevOps folks want, how do we make that a reality? So we need to learn the 3 ways of DevOps. So there are 3 ways, basically things that we need to do to make sure that we're actually doing DevOps. So DevOps is not just, we installed some pipeline software and, like, one of the devs teams is using it, we do DevOps. Nope, I disagree. I read the DevOps handbook, the Phoenix Project, the Unicorn Project, and Accelerate, which are all awesome books, which I should share a link at the end actually to a book review I wrote about them, but basically the blog post is just me fangirling. But basically all of these books written by a whole bunch of brilliant humans that like were part of the start and like perfecting of the DevOps movement. The idea is that if you have these three things, that then you're doing DevOps. So the first thing is you need to emphasize the efficiency of the entire system and not just your part. So I've worked out lots of places where we have big silos, and quite often if you could break those silos down, you might see, oh, my part's actually really quite efficient and fast right now. I should go lend a hand at this other part so that I can start receiving things quicker. And that is what it focuses on, efficiency of the entire system, not just your part. So sometimes it means going and working with other teams, which is really important. The next one is fast feedback loops. So we want feedback now. That is why waterfall doesn't work out so often, because you don't get feedback until after 9 months or a year. And your client, first of all, things might have changed. Your client has changed their opinion. There's just so many, you could be on the wrong path. And quite often there's misunderstandings and miscommunications. And if you can get feedback constantly, that means you can save so much time and money and heartache. And then the last one is continuous learning, risk-taking, experimentation, failing fast, and spending time working on improving your daily work. So I wish that there was one fancy word that I could use for that, but the idea is that if we don't try things, we won't know if there's like a better way for us to do it. So run an experiment like where you take metrics and then you see like, oh, actually this tool is actually way more effective than that tool. Or we could put these two tools together and then we would get even better results. And if you don't take the time to improve your daily work, then you'll just keep doing things the old way. And that is definitely not what DevOps is about. Okay, so now like I've kind of given a brief overview of the 3 ways of DevOps. Now I want to talk about specific actions that you can do to go kick butt at this. All right, the first way, emphasize the efficiency of the entire system. So some people call this left to right or speed, or see my super fancy animation, right? Obviously I should work for Pixar someday with my amazing skills. I'm being sarcastic, but the point is that we want to go fast. So below that, so that image at the bottom, the little arrows, is the system development lifecycle. You must have requirements. You have to know what you're building, because software developers will build you something, but it won't be what you want if you don't give them clear guidance. Then you need to design, plan out what you're doing. You code, you test, you release, and DevOps can do this. Like, it's amazing. But the point is efficiency and speed. So what does this mean for Dev and Ops? It means, first of all, we need your help. We really, really do. We as security people need your help assisting and tuning our tools, because we don't want to waste your time. We don't want to give you false positives. It means reusing known good code. So if you have a secure coding library, using those code samples instead of reinventing the wheel. It means, if you're going to release a container, make sure that's up to date or scanned before you release it, rather than releasing the same image all month, updating those containers so that you have the newest thing that day. Making negative unit tests. So I'll talk a little bit about that, but basically if you're going to write a whole bunch of unit tests, work with your security team to ensure some of those unit tests help you fail gracefully. So test that your application can handle bad input gracefully. We need your help running. So I'm going to talk about an asynchronous security pipeline. So we need you to participate in that. And most of all, the thing that we need from the Dev and Ops team is the permission to fail the build if we find a serious security flaw. That's the thing we need the most for you. But this talk is not really aimed at Dev and Ops. This talk is aimed at the security team. So I'm going to give you, so there's 7 slides where I do the photo slide, and this is where you can take a screenshot. So if you're on an Apple computer, you press the command button, the control button, and then the number 4, and then just drag it across. And then you have all your notes. Because I personally don't like typing notes while I'm listening. I have trouble doing both at the same time. So I made these for you. But this talk is more about security. So what does efficiency of the entire system and speed mean for security? It means we cannot slow down things. We can't be a gate, and we cannot break the build unless it's really serious, right? We can't break the build because, so I love security headers, but we can't break the build over one security header. And I love them. So it means we need to learn to fit our work into sprints if Dev and Ops are using sprints. So if they're doing 3-week time intervals where they release their code, that means we need to figure out how to do our work in those 3-week time intervals. So we can't do like a 6-week code review because the code base has completely changed in that time. That's not effective. So we need to review only parts of it or adjust ourselves in ways so that that works. And we need to focus on improving security for all the different value streams and show them how we're adding value to the end product. We can't say, because I said so. That doesn't work unless you're talking to a 2-year-old, and most software developers are significantly older than 2. So we need to treat them like the adults they are and actually explain, why the risk matters and exactly what we need from them. So we can't have Dev and Ops just waiting on us all the time. We can't be the bottleneck. We need to work within their processes. And if we are creating our own processes, we need to make sure it works with theirs. I have seen so many security professionals who care a lot, but they aren't thinking outside their own box. And, for instance, creating an 80-page architecture document that they're expecting teams to fill out, and that never gets filled out. That's not happening. Let's create processes that actually work, that enable them to create secure software. So the next one is, I mentioned this briefly on the last slide, but we can break up our work into smaller pieces so that it fits into a sprint. So let's go back to code review. Review code for one feature or for just the new code, or break up the application into different sections with different goals. You can do this with your dynamic application security testing. You can do this with threat modeling. There's so many ways that you can break things into smaller pieces. It's also extremely important that we tune our tools and retune them and listen to Dev and Ops when they give us feedback. If they're telling us, this is not working well for us, this is not helping us, we need to listen and then adjust, right? Because they'll go around us, because they have the power. Software developers make something out of nothing every day, and they don't have to wait for us. They're doing it because they're supposed to. They don't actually need to. And another item on this is, if at all possible, provide secure templates for them. If you can ever provide templates for them to use that are self-service, please, 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 please do, because that helps save a lot of time, and it also can create good relations when they know they can count on you. Okay, so this is the next photo slide. I would like to tell you during this slide that a secure coding library is a great thing, but you need to work with the software developers to create it. Do not just go into their code repo and start messing around. A code repository is like a woman's purse. You do not just put your hands in it. We are security people. It belongs to them, and so you need to respect that or it won't go well. Okay, next slide. So what else does this mean for security? So a thing that I've seen a lot of people talk about and that I've done, and I mean, I'm a giant tech nerd, so I just find it fun. You can create more than one pipeline for the same app. So you can have the release pipeline, and that's the pipeline that goes to prod. And you can just have your very serious security tests in there, but you can have an asynchronous or parallel security pipeline that does all the slow tests that you want. So, oh, I want to run a static application security testing SAST exercise on the entire code base, and I know it's going to take 18 hours. So you can just kick that off on Friday and come see the results on Monday and not annoy anyone. So when you put that in the release pipeline, you're ruining everyone else's day on that team. But if you have your own asynchronous pipeline, you're not bothering anyone and you're still getting cool results and you're still using automation. You can chain all your security tools together and then go dig around in the results on Monday. It's really, really nice. Another thing for security is if you can buy licenses for security tools. If the developers really want, OWASP Zap, which is free, or if they want, I don't know, Burp Suite, or they want Fiddler, or they want whatever it is that they want. If it's a thing that they want and you can afford it, buy them a license because they are doing some of your work for you, and that's really great. I love it when other people do my work. Trust me. Yeah, so just this repeats what I was just saying. So we'll just continue on. So there's more things for security. This does not mean doing 100% of the security work yourself. That is impossible. You can't do that. So this means teaching dev and ops and enabling them to do some of the work. It also means potentially writing your own cool libraries or tools if you feel that you have a really specific need and there's nothing on the market that can do that for you. Be creative and do anything you can to make sure that they can get their jobs done securely. I've seen so many creative ideas on this. So here is the next photo slide. And I'm realizing I have to go faster because I only have 13 minutes left and I am like halfway through. Okay, so faster feedback. I call this pushing left or shifting left if you are invited. So starting security earlier in the system development lifecycle, let's get people feedback right away. So how do we do that? So developers and ops want feedback right away. Great, let's give it to them. So first of all, this is a slide that the Ponemon Institute created. This is the cost of finding a bug, a security bug or any kind of bug later in the system development lifecycle. What you don't see here, this is in production if you find it. We would have to, I don't even know how much money it would be if there's a breach, if there's a data breach, if there's a security incident. It's just like the chart of money just goes like this. It is way, way, way more expensive to find a bug later. And this is for security bugs or security flaws. So like a design issue, a business logic issue. When I show this to management, it helps me get them on board for allowing me to start security earlier. So feel free to screenshot this because this is great. So what does this mean for dev and ops? It means providing feedback to the security team about things that you are concerned about. Please tell us, we don't know. It might seem very obvious to you, but if we're doing it, it's probably because it's not obvious to us. We're not like, no, it'll be great. Let's annoy the dev team a lot and agitate them and cause them problems. That is not a conversation that is happening on any security team ever. We probably just are oblivious because it's not part of our work, our daily work. So then the security team, when you hear this, we need to listen and then we need to take action. That is important. So we need to listen, thank them for their feedback, try not to get defensive when they call our baby ugly, and then we need to take action and improve. We also need the dev and ops team to participate if we have security activities, like if we have a threat modeling exercise, if none of you show up, that means we're missing out on your opinions and your ideas, and that sucks because you're awesome. That's why you work where we work, right? And another thing is, if a major security test fails, it needs to break the build, just like a quality test. And this is kind of, it's like a change in decision-making process, like a thought process that we need the Dev and Ops team to take on, that security is a part of quality. And if a big security test fails, that means your build is not quality and it can't pass. Okay, so next, what does this mean for security? So besides the fact that it means pushing left, and I love that, just to be clear, it also means we need to provide feedback earlier and way more often. We cannot just hire a penetration tester to come in 2 weeks before we go live and then tell them, you know, there's like 25 security problems. We need to be looking at those requirements at the very beginning. We need to review the design with them, threat model with them. Like, we need to start at the beginning, just like they do. We want to automate as much of this as we can so that they don't have to wait on us. We want to teach them to understand what the results of our security tools are telling them whenever possible, so they don't have to wait on us. And we need to be very careful not to give false positives, because that breaks trust. It wastes their time and it causes doubt in every other result we give them. So it's really, really important that we work hard not to give them false positives. Another thing is, we really, really need to listen to their feedback. I know I said that on another slide, but I made a whole slide just to impress upon you how important that is. If they give us feedback and we ignore it, that is the start of the end. Okay, so here is a whole bunch of things. Netflix created a tool called RepoKid, and it's open source, and it helps you automate least privilege, and I think that's wicked cool. There's startups coming up with like even more advanced things than RepoKid, but it is really, really cool. And they got that idea from listening to their dev and ops teams and then changing their actions based on that feedback. And that is why it's extra cool. Okay, so what does this mean for security? It means, so unit tests are positive tests. A test, does my code do what it's supposed to do? Negative unit test, does my app fail gracefully if bad things happen to it? And if we can make negative unit tests, if we can work for software developers to create these, we can have regressive security testing, and that is magical. Like, if you've had a pen test done, put those results into unit tests. Like, there's so many cool things that you can do with unit tests, but it only works if you talk to your dev and ops team. Also, invite dev and ops to participate in security activities. You might be surprised. You might find a whole bunch of security champions that are just waiting to happen. So if there's an incident, if you can bring someone along, if you're allowed, threat modeling, security sprints, etc., like, let them know they're welcome and wanted, and you might be surprised by who shows up, and the relationships that you can form, and how much that can help you with the rest of the project. Another thing is use tools like vulnerability management tools to gather metrics, and then base your activities on metrics. Once I started getting data about things, oh my gosh, I put this down, start doing this, put all our money here, put our time there. Because if you're going to run an experiment, you have to measure to know that you've done a good job. And if you're not taking the data out of all of your tools and then analyzing it, you are missing out on a huge opportunity. I know I'm a data nerd, so I'm like, I seem really biased, but I'm biased because it's awesome. I also think it's important that if you get a pen test done, that you take those results and then search every single app in your wheelhouse for those same problems, because quite frankly, your developers developed all your apps and they probably made that same mistake elsewhere. And so you can get more value from that one external security tester than they might realize. But basically, be creative. That's what I would like. I would like you to be creative. Yes. Okay, so here is slide number 5. These slides are on the internet, so if you missed a chance to take a picture of one of them, and I'm pretty sure this is being recorded, so you will be able to review it later. Okay, next. So continuous learning, full circle. I don't have a cute ASCII image for this. I know, right? This is why I wasn't hired by Pixar. Okay, so what does this mean for dev and ops? If we offer you security training, please come. We need you. You can train yourselves. There are so many free resources. I'm going to share a few at the end. Share information widely. When you find a security bug, tell everyone else about it. Like, tell everyone how you fixed it or how this cool thing happened. Share information. I know that sometimes software developers can be shy. Send an email, it's less scary, but share the information. If we have a security simulation or a security exercise, and by that I mean a fake security incident where we practice and refine our processes, participate if you can, because it's super fun. It's so fun. But for security, it means we need to offer security training. And I don't mean don't click this link. I mean secure code training. I mean training on how to follow our policies. I mean secure design training. We need to show them how to threat model. We need to teach them these skills if we expect them to have these skills. You can't expect the average software developer to understand how to create perfectly secure code. And we also should base this training off of the metrics we find. So for instance, if you are seeing cross-site scripting everywhere across your organization, that should be the first lesson that you teach. Another thing it means for security is if you have the resources, run a security simulation. You would be surprised all the problems that you will find out and that you can fix before real incidents happen. You'll also probably figure out that your other teams don't know what you need from them. And then you will realize there's training that is missing. It is our job to teach dev and ops how to do their job securely. It is our job to enable them with the tools and the knowledge they need. That's what I want to get across so much in this slide. So this is photo slide number 6. We are winding down because I have 3 minutes left. So what else does this mean for security? It means we must perform blameless postmortems when we have an incident. Pointing fingers will not get us what we want. And it means we should talk about security incidents after they are over and closed so that developers know what the cost is and they understand the risk. If we keep it all a secret, they won't understand. We need them on our side, so we need to talk to dev and ops like the adults they are. It also means teaching developers and ops what the output from the security tools means. It means putting all of this stuff into a knowledge base or buying access to a knowledge base so that we don't have to repeat the same lessons over and over again and they can do self-service. It means creating lunch and learn opportunities, like writing emails or white papers, allowing job shadowing, like doing whatever you can to make sure they know everything they need to know to create really secure software and systems. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about culture change in the 2 minutes that are left. So security needs to become a part of DevOps. We need to change culture. And this means we need to reinforce culture change by celebrating wins. When a team does a good job, get them fruit or donuts or coffee or whatever it is that is the thing in your office that people do. Reward good behavior and especially recognize good behavior. Tell their boss. If there is a software developer or an ops person that goes above and beyond, send an email to their boss to say it. That means so much. Try to work more closely, actually spend time with them, attend their social events. They are humans, you might like them. Having relationships is all about what AppSec is about. We can't blame people. Like I said, when we do postmortems, it's not Alice's fault or Bob's fault. It's what safeguard is missing, what process is broken, what policy doesn't exist and needs to. I cannot tell you how much this matters because I have made this mistake and had to eat a lot of dirt and humble pie. Also, if you can create a security champions, I chose this photo because I was just like, she's a badass. Like I want her to be my security champion. Those are the people that go out and help you fight the good fight. They are your representatives when you're not there. And if you can encourage someone to become a security champion, buy them a book, send them a podcast or an article you think they might like all of that relationship building will pay off tenfold. Okay, so I have a call to action. I would like you as a security professional to take this very seriously and enable it is your job to enable dev and ops to do their jobs securely. It's our job to enable them, to teach them, to help them automate, to give them feedback constantly. If you can do anything, take this message home, that is our main responsibility. Now, free resources, because that is how I end every presentation. I'm sorry, I'm like 1 minute over. So OWASP, join OWASP, follow DevSecCon and the open community that they have created, my DevSecOps. Join your local OWASP chapter. If you're lost and you don't know how to do something, when you go in your favorite search engine and you're like, ooh, cross-site request forgery, I don't know how to do this, put in OWASP, it will find you a good answer. Or look me up, I have stuff too, but look up that first. If you are a woman or identify as a woman, WOSEC, Women of Security, we welcome you. We have chapters all over the world. We have virtual activities and every single thing is free. If you want to make lots of other women friends, that's basically what we want. We want women to join InfoSec and then we want them to have so much fun that they stay. And, oh, this should say Cyber Mentoring Monday. Okay, the hashtag is Cyber Mentoring Monday. Every Monday I run this hashtag to help people find professional mentors on Twitter. Use the hashtag Cyber Mentoring Monday. I will retweet you every Monday until you find a professional mentor to help you join our field or switch within our field or whatever it is that you need. Because we will never have senior security engineers if we don't have junior security engineers. And the last resource is me. Follow me. Go to my website. Go follow me on Twitter, read my blogs, and check out my YouTube. I am a giant nerd on the internet at large. And I release so much stuff. And lots of it's free because I'm bad at business, but good at AppSec. And so I hope today, what have we learned? We've learned security is now a part of DevOps, and that makes us DevSecOps. Thank you so much for coming to my presentation today. I really hope that I have given you things that you should run off and do as soon as this conference is over and you've had some sleep. So thank you. Thank you, Simon, for having me.
Thank you so much. And if you take one thing away from this presentation, please follow She Hacks Purple on Twitter, because there is so much amazing content that Tanya has, and it's the best follow you'll have this year. So please go and do that as well. Tanya, thank you so much for your support for DevSecCon, not just today but over the years. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you again in person at a future event, hopefully, as long as those plane things, I think they're playing.
Yeah, those airplane things.
Yeah, as long as those things start flying again. So thank you very much, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Cool.
Okay, right. Our next session is going to be Mateus Madu from Source Code Warrior. Secure Code. I always say Source Code Warrior. Secure Code Warrior. See, I'm a dev at heart still. Secure Code Warrior. So join us in just a couple of minutes. We're gonna put a little break slide on. We don't have any break music, but please just sing to yourselves for a couple of minutes, and then we'll see you very shortly. So hold on tight. Okay, everyone, welcome back. If indeed you did go away, our sponsor for this session is Zero North. So please, there is still time to visit the booths. So please do visit Zero North, our sponsor. And in fact, our next speaker, Matthias, is one of the co-founders of Secure Code Warrior. And in fact, Secure Code Warrior are our platinum sponsors as well. So as you've periodically seen this slide as well, it's this gentleman here that'll be presenting to us. So Matthias is the CTO of Secure Code Warrior. Matthias, welcome. How are you?
I'm very good. Thanks for having me.
It's absolutely our pleasure. Now, Matthias, I've got some news for you. Apparently, AppSec is dead.
AppSec is dead.
DevSecOps.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So,
absolutely.
Is this true? In a spoiler, one word, is this true?
It's all about coding. I think we all need to learn how to code, and even for security people, if we really want to help developers, I think let's get started and make sure we know their frameworks, we know their tool set. So we have to become very close to the developers. So that's my spoiler.
And Matthias, I love your platform. The Secure Code Warrior has an amazing platform. You're actually also running a challenge throughout DevSecCon. So for people watching, not right now, but after Matthias's talk, please. In fact, we've got a break straight after Matthias's talk, so a great time to jump in. If you go to the Secure Code Warrior booth, there's a link there which will take you directly to the Secure Code Warrior challenge. And yeah, I love the kind of like Secure Code Warrior way of working, whereby it really kind of digs on that developer challenge kind of mode, where a developer is always, it's almost like gamified, where you're trying to get the best score you can. You're always trying, and through that you're actually learning a hell of a lot in terms of identifying vulnerabilities and then understanding the best fixes, right?
Thanks for the kind words. Yes, that's absolutely our goal, to learn as fast as you can. That's our ultimate goal. We want developers to learn fast and make sure that they know how to write secure code. So thanks for the kind words, Simon.
No, absolutely. I mean, I've had a good play with it, and I'd encourage anyone watching as well to give it a go. So with that, Matthias, if you wanted to share your screen, Matthias, I'll add that into the slide. So Matthias,
absolutely.
About the sad passing of AppSec and the long-lived DevSecOps. So, Matthias, over to you.
If all goes well, the screen should be shared by now. So yes, thank you very much, Simon, for the kind words. I'm Matthias Madou. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Secure Code Warrior. My history goes back to doing a PhD at Ghent University, where I was playing with static analysis solutions. And with that knowledge, I actually joined a company called Fortify. And I actually moved to the US, joining Fortify. And that was very, very interesting. And I think, these static analysis solutions are really good at finding problems in code. But ultimately, I said, well, gee, it's not kind of hard to find problems in code if you never tell a developer, if you never teach a developer how to write secure code in the first place. So with that kind of mindset, I jumped ship and we started this. And we really wanted to make sure that we give the developer the tools and the means and the knowledge to write secure code from the start. And as Simon was saying, yes, we're running a challenge. We're running a Secure Code Warrior tournament. There's still plenty of time, so don't go away. There's still time to check out this talk, for example. It's in line with the conference, so it was 24-hour challenge and a tournament. If you want to know how to participate, go, for example, to the Secure Code Warrior Slack channel. And there's even some prizes that you can make with that tournament. If you're the first prize, you can get a $200 gaming voucher. And I just heard that Fortnite had another event, so maybe that you can use it for that. So the agenda for today. So first of all, I would like to talk about, why are we still here? Why are we still talking about security? Why is it impossible to write secure code? And then I would like to, focus on the software security person. What is he doing? More what was he doing, hopefully, and what should he be doing on a day-to-day basis. And then I would like to take DevOps, and I found a very interesting way to look at DevOps and how can we get security into DevOps? How can we get security in the culture, in the automation, in the measurement, and in the sharing? And ultimately, I will come to a conclusion. And hopefully there's some time for QA. So why are we still here? So we all make mistakes. small one, big ones. If you look at a very big one, then the Ariane 5 rocket, well, within a minute after the launch, they had to self-detonate the rocket. And with the self-detonation, $7 billion was lost and also 10 years of work. What they actually tried to do was fairly simple from a coding perspective, a very simple mistake. They tried to cram a 64-bit float into a 16-bit integer, and they said, you know what, for performance, let's suppress the error handling, and that caused so cramming that into a 16-bit caused the overflow, and the error handling was not there. So ultimately, instead of going forward, the rocket had to go backward, and they had to self-detonate the rocket. Mistakes happen. Imagine being the developer, and this is your code where you try to do that. But hey, out of something bad comes something good. Lessons are learned. NASA said, you know what, how can we prevent something like that? And the way they did it was they said, you know what, from now on, we have to be very, very cautious with every line of code that goes into these rockets. We only have one chance, one faulty line, and we're done. So they put a lot of things in place, and they bumped essentially the cost of every line of code to $1,000 a line, where the average cost around the same time was $50 a line of code, and they were able to prevent that. Yes, it's expensive, but imagine what you could do with the amount of money and the time you also lost with the previous mistake. Unfortunately, I saw that my video didn't work here. The sound didn't come through. But as Bob Ross would say, we do not make mistakes. We only have happy accidents. I'm very curious if that developer had the same reasoning the day he found out that his code caused the Ariane 5 rocket blow up. Anyway, sometimes bugs become essentially features in our solutions. Let's have a look at, for example, the most known thing is Street Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 is immensely popular, or was immensely popular, and it would not have been popular if it wasn't for the combo. Ultimately, the combo was, well, initially a glitch. A developer figured out that, hey, you could hit a person twice and it would count as one. So they elaborated on that glitch, and essentially that glitch became a nice feature in Street Fighter 2, which made it immensely popular. Another very interesting feature that we have these days in our applications is the feature where external people can execute whatever query against our database. They can alter our data in the database. They can remove entries out of the database, all at their own leisure. Of course, this is not a feature. This is SQL injection. And we're still talking about SQL injection. Why are we still talking about SQL injection? Because even this frame was received by me, by my manager. I got that from my manager back in the day when I was still at Fortify. And the interesting part is the back. It is signed, hey, Merry Christmas, Matthias. It's from Jacob, 2008. That's 12 years ago. That is 12 years ago. And that was not new 12 years ago. That was already 10 years old in 2008. So we're still talking about something that is 22 years old. Why is that? So let's have, first of all, a look at numbers. I love numbers because if we have to go with my opinion, that would not be good. So let's go with the numbers. 1 in 3 newly scanned applications had still SQL injection in the last 5 years. Well, the joke goes that 2 out of 3 do not have a database. 111 billion lines of code are written by developers every year. We're all software developers, right? Who's the software deleter in your organization? Very hard to find that particular person. We want to create more features. We want more. Customers want more. We all want more. We write more code. 30 times more expensive to fix a problem early on than later in the cycle. You know, what we do these days is we wait until it lands into our bug tracking system, and we only fix one out of 30. Well, maybe there's a different strategy that you can deploy in your organization to fix essentially all vulnerabilities. And the average cost of a data breach, almost 4 million. Why are we still talking about this particular problem? Why do we still have SQL injection? Well, this is an oversimplified way of what we're doing today. If we have a concatenation of 4 parameters in a query, and our pen testers come back and they scream and they say, oh my God, we're vulnerable to SQL injection. We even saw a couple hacks on our platform parameter 1 and parameter 2 are vulnerable to SQL injection, well, then instantly the developers are mobilized and they have to fix the problem. If our static analysis solutions come back and they say, well, if all the stars align and if everything goes right, then potentially parameter 3 is vulnerable to SQL injection. What quite often happens in that scenario is, well, you start a fight between QA, security, and developers to figure out if it's really a problem or not. Sometimes the fix is even easier to deploy than the whole discussion around trying to find out if this is really a problem. And last but not least, if nobody can tell today that parameter 4 is a problem, if none of our tools, none of our pen testers, none of our internal people can figure out if parameter 4 is a problem, well, we are not going to fix that because it works. It works. It's perfect. First of all, well, quite often we do not know if it's really safe because there's so many paths in the application that can lead to that parameter. But second, even tomorrow or next week or next year, a new developer can come on board and add some new paths in the application, and parameter 4, where it is safe today, becomes vulnerable tomorrow. This is how we treat application security today. We're not going back to the root cause, which is, hey, let's make everything safe from the beginning. And why is that not safe? Why is this not all going well into today's world? Well, let's look at what we do on how to fix problems in code. Well, first of all, I've never seen an empty bug tracking system. There's always problems in a bug tracking system. If you find one, let me know, by the way. And we asked the developers, hey, can you fix the security issues? All these security bugs, can you fix them? And we help the developer with giving almost nothing. We say, Google it, Stack Overflow, whatever, figure it out. And we ask them to fix the problems. Sure, they can rely on the application security team. Unfortunately, there's one person per 100 developers that has to guide and steer the development team, the developers. So 1 in 100. Think about 100 people. Have you interacted with 100 people this month? Can you enlist 100 people that you've talked to in the last 3 months, 6 months? I don't know. 100 people is a lot of people. And imagine that you have to guide them on a day-to-day basis. You're responsible for the security for the code that they are writing. It's nearly impossible. There's also a ton of overhead. If you fix a security issue, there's a ton of overhead in trying to find. You take the bug, you find a solution for the bug, you implement a solution for the bug, you have to test it yourself, it has to go through QA, and so on and so forth. So everything that you fix causes a ton of overhead. Quite often, also developers and security, they kind of speak the same language. They kind of do not speak the same language, of course. The developers speak about languages and frameworks and coding techniques, while security people, they talk about, breaking this stuff and not giving answers to how to fix it. Essentially, all that the security people have to do in the old days was just show that it is broken. Even if they do not see the code, if they do it black box, they attack the application, they show that it is broken, and it is the developer, it's his problem, or her problem. That is why they speak a different language. So ultimately, we fix a couple problems, but not all of them. As I said earlier, maybe 1 in 30 security problems, I don't know. Second, we keep on introducing new code. As you saw in the previous slide, we create billions of lines of code. So on a daily basis, we introduce new problems into the code. I once did an analysis of an organization, and every developer in that organization caused $50 of ultimately problems that another person had to fix. And that's actually normal because there's 700 different categories of problems. So these static analysis solutions can find 700 different categories of problems. So with more code comes, of course, more bugs. And then there's the stuff that we do not know, that nobody knows of, that nobody finds. So ultimately, it's a never-ending story. So what does a security person, AppSec, DevSec, software security, name it, what does a security person have to do? Well, if we look at what a software security person has to do, well, in green, you can see that he should deal with, tough security questions like, hey, how can we make sure that throughout our organization, if we create code, that that code is secure. Unfortunately, quite often they are very distracted with other stuff, and that's mainly because they are understaffed. You know, there's only one person per 100 developers, so it's hard to make sure that everything is moving into the right direction. Luckily, there's quite often a good budget for AppSec because companies are security aware these days. They want to do the good thing, and as my good friend would say, more money, more problems. So we can throw more money to our problems today, but unfortunately, that's not always going to work, you know, because we keep on creating more code, which is causing more vulnerabilities. So ultimately, more code, more problems, we have to start understanding the code. As an AppSec person, as a DevSec person, we have to make sure that we really, really understand the code. We have to move away from just finding the problem and not fixing the vulnerabilities. Breaking, we're not the builders. We have to move to, you know what? We as security people have to understand code, that we can help the developers what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. It's no longer just breaking this stuff and leaving them behind. No, we have to understand the code. So how can we do that? How can we create secure code today? Well, there's a lot of different methodologies, right? We moved on from waterfall. Quite often I ask the question, did we really move on? Because I still see it quite often. We try to do some agile methodology. You know, we want to make sure that it goes faster. We're closer to our customers. We do things in rapid sprints so that they can test and see if it's working for them. And ultimately, DevOps, you know, where we have that continuous loop where we want to make sure that we have that feedback from operations. And I think over there's a real opportunity to bake in security. And how can we do that? Well, a developer, he already has a job, remember, and it's writing features. So we cannot ask him to type faster, harder, doing more hours. No, we have to make sure that he can work smarter. He doesn't have to work harder or faster, but we have to work smarter. So I think there's an evolution from waterfall to agile and DevOps. At the same time, in security, we have to think how we can make sure that we can ride that same wave, that we can make sure that our security processes or tooling or training, everything that we do in security follows that same trend. The opportunity is clear. I think there's an opportunity to, around developers, create an environment to write secure code. I personally think that there should be an environment where everything that a developer does, we as security people have to integrate with their solution and help them on their platforms. If they are working with IntelliJ, if they are working with Visual Code, well, we should help them over there. If they are on Slack, if they, wherever they are, we should be able to integrate with their solutions. I think that is the most powerful thing. At the same time, also from a security perspective, we have to make sure that we tap into the operations side and that we bring that knowledge to the developers. That gives them visibility into what's really happening. And I think there's a real opportunity, and maybe there's even some room in that loop, in that DevOps loop, to train people and assess people to get them better every time, and making sure that they create secure code from the start. So DevOps, what are the pillars of DevOps? Well, I did a quick Google search, and it seems to be between 3 and 9. I think nobody can really tell what the pillars are of DevOps. Well, I didn't find a concise answer. So that gives me a little bit of a freedom to look into all these pillars and pick something. And one that I particularly like was Calms, which transformed to Calms, but I'll start with the original one, which is culture, automation, measurement, and sharing. So in Calms, to have DevOps right, we have to make changes in the culture, in the automation, the measurement, and the sharing. I'll leave that as such, but my question is, how can we, from a security perspective, make sure that we embed ourselves into the culture, into that automation piece, into that measurement piece, and into that sharing piece? So let me go through that. So first of all, I think it has to be a change throughout the organization from a culture perspective. We have to move on from all that reactive stuff, and we have to be proactive. If you think about building a house, it is not when the house is done and you're ready to move in. If you discover at that point that all the wiring is faulty, well, you have a really, really big problem. You almost have to start from scratch. But this is where we are today. We have a lot of pretty shiny applications, but if you look under the hood, quite often they are just from a security perspective an entire mess. And it's not really the developer's fault. It has a lot to do with deadlines and delivering and making sure that the customers are happy and delivering features. So if it doesn't come from the top down, it's not going to happen. So from a culture perspective, it is not the developer's fault. You know, he has to be given the time to make sure that the security piece is right in that organization and in that application that he is creating. So we have to make something that is relevant for developers. If we want to help the developer in writing secure code, we have to make something that he really loves, okay? And that can be, you know, online, hands-on, gamified, tailored, you know. It has to be something that a lot of developers like and love. At the same time, you know, making a platform that is gamified without some substance is not going to work. Neither is it going to work if the developer does not see the benefit of why he should do that. So a developer should understand that if you always write secure code, what we see is that you're really above average. There's definitely a clear correlation between a good developer and a security savvy developer. And my personal reasoning over there is, well, you start by just creating something as a junior developer. Once you do that, you learn more about, hey, how do I build software? How do I do stuff? And when you learn everything, when you learn a lot, ultimately you need a new challenge, and you got to ask yourself, well, how does that security piece work? And how do I build secure applications? So it's not something that you start straight off, but ultimately you roll into. So if you want to be, you know, if you think like, hey, I want to be a highly sought after developer, I want to work on projects that require good developers with a security mindset, well, think about security. Think about, hey, how can I upskill myself and make sure that I always produce secure code? Ultimately, the company has to rally around like, hey, there's only one type of good code in our organization, and it is secure code. Has to be a cultural fit. Why is Duolingo doing really, really good versus old school in-class training? Well, it appeals to a younger generation. They want to learn in a particular way. They want to take their mobile and learn a couple words. Even my kids are doing it. They want to learn another language. Well, they're on Duolingo. They learn by just doing. If I would say, you know, you have to, you know, they do not particularly like school, but Duolingo, they quite often are on Duolingo without me asking to do that. School is a different thing. Second one, automation. All too often with automation, I see security tools being deployed into an organization where it truly does not fit. One group has done a test with a security solution. They bought it. It organically grew in that team, and now they want to deploy it to the entire organization, but the entire other developers are not on the same stack, and they still want to implement that, or it's not doing the right thing for them. So if you do that from a security perspective, you have to make sure that developers are on your side. You want to help them. You really want to make sure that you give them something that shows benefit to them. So if you're going through tools, if you're going through something that you want to buy for developers with a security angle, you really have to make sure that it fits the technology, it fits the stack, it is relevant for what they're doing. Automation, it's all about, you know, you want to make sure that as many security tests are executed as often and as frequent as possible, but not too many. security tests. And what that means is, you know what, if a developer goes away from his desk and he say, you know what, now I want to build my code and I want to test my code, by the time he has grabbed the coffee and comes back, the test should be done, you know, and he should have a result. I've dropped 5 minutes on there. It can be 2 minutes for your organization. It can be 10 minutes, depending on how long people take a coffee break. But you know what I mean, right? You do not want to stop the developer. And you cram as many tests in there as possible. And all the tests that do not go in there, you either parallelize the rest or you drop them into a nightly build. Maybe a controversial one for security people. Well, we do not block the build. We do not block the release. You should really get everything into production, you know? Only if you're really, really sure that something is not right from a security perspective, then you stop them. You know, if there are security credentials that are going live, then you definitely should stop them. But you have to make sure that if you stop them for the right reason. Because that happened all too often back in the day, right? You know, we blocked all too often developers, and afterwards we said, oh, sorry, this was a false positive. You know, it's our tool. So if we implement something, we should think from a developer perspective, and we should be really, really sure if we stop or break the build. Developers, chat ops. In our organization, developers no longer read email. They are communicating in a different way. And I think from a security perspective, we have to look into what these new ways are that people are chatting with each other. So we have to integrate ourselves. Again, we do not have to force ourselves and say, now you have to read email. No, if they are using Slack or whatever, we should integrate from a security perspective with the way they want to communicate. And last but not least, if we're spinning up containers for security, we have to make sure that they're really standalone containers. Because, you know, ultimately, if there are dependencies and another container goes down and we have some dependencies from a security perspective, they will point the finger rightfully at the security people broke it again. Measurement. It's a really hard one. How do you measure security? I think there's been numerous books and papers, academic and white papers written about how to measure security. It's really, really hard. But the way I would like to think about that in the new world is we have to think about the end goal. And the end goal is that we want to ship in a reliable way software into production. That should be the end goal. We have to make sure that our customers are happy with our solution, that they see new features, that they can use them, that they are good. So that is our end goal. And security should align with these goals. And security should not have goals that contradict that ultimate goal over here. So what is important? I think speed of delivery is very important. Speed of going to market, speed of getting something into production is really, really important. So we can measure a lot of things in DevOps. And from a security perspective, we have to think, where can we help? You know, and there's stuff that we should avoid. We should help with deployment frequency, with lead time, and so on and so forth. So they're really good things that security can help. Where one thing that we should not measure is the mean time to failure. We actually want to fail. We want to fail fast. We do not want to lengthen the time in between two incidents, because that will have an inverse effect of what we're trying to do, because you will only make it worse. No, what you really want to do is you want to find the problems, you want to tackle the problems, and a good measurement is, if we're failing, how fast can we recover? So we want to make sure that you can recover very fast. Make sure that you measure the right thing, which is, hey, making sure that we are back up and running, not trying to lengthen the time in between failures. Because again, that contributes to our end goal. We want to ship reliable code. And last but not least, sharing. What is sharing and what it is and what it is not. I think maybe back to my title, AppSec is dead. all too often I see application security as the people with the papers. They write endless documents. They write coding guideline documents. They write documents for everything. Well, unfortunately, that is not how you reach a developer. You do not reach a developer by writing endless documents on how to do security. It has to be in technology. It has to be into the frameworks, into the tools that the developer is using on a day-to-day basis. And think about this one. What happens when a developer fixes a security problem, and let's say the day after he leaves the organization? So a problem has been found. We've located the problem. A developer sits down, looks for a solution, looks really hard for a solution, finds a solution, he fixes a solution, and he checks us in. He checks his new code in. And he closes the bug. And the day after, let's say he moves on to another organization. That knowledge is unfortunately gone. Yes, it is fixed on one line of code or two lines of code. It is fixed in the application. But that knowledge is ultimately gone. It is not populated to the other developers on how that fix worked. We didn't look for other places in the application where that same problem occurs and where we could have fixed that. That information is all gone. And that happens, unfortunately, quite often. And it does not help by, as a security person, to go there and document the stuff and send an email to all the developers and say, hey, you know what, this is what we've done. This is a point in time. It doesn't help. We have to share this with the technology means. So the way I envision sharing what is coming is really we identify a problem with whatever application security testing tool. An AppSec person helps the developer of fixing that particular problem. But then we capture it. We capture it in technology. We capture it in the IDE. We capture it in our source code repository. We capture that knowledge so that we never ever make a similar problem in our code again, or we actually remediate other problems into the code. And I think that is really the future for sharing. If you think about intelligent security sharing, I think it has to be through technology. So I come to the conclusion of my talk. I was able to explain why we're still here, why it is still impossible of writing secure code. We've seen throughout history that we've made a lot of mistakes. We always try to learn from these mistakes, and I also think we have to learn and tackle the problems that we have today. We've seen that a security person today is quite understaffed, and as a result is not always busy with the code and is busy with other stuff. I think the software security person really has to be very close to the developer. He has to intimately involved with the code. He has to understand the frameworks, the technology, the tech stacks that they are using. Then I hope I was able to show how security can help from a culture perspective. So if you're already doing a shift in culture, where does security fit in? How can we do some automation and not disrupt the developer? How can we blend in with the regular automation that is happening, but then from a security perspective? What are good things to measure from a security perspective? We should not measure or lengthen the time between failures. We have to make sure that we recover fast. And I think ultimately, from a security perspective, sharing happens in the tools and the technology that a developer is using. With that, I would like to conclude my talk, and I was wondering if there are any questions, Simon.
Okay, we have a question. Farshad Abbasi asks, how do you share through technology? Adding issues to GitHub is just another place where they're documented.
How do you share through technology? So one thing that I really like is in the IDE sharing, and I'm happy. So I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, but please ping me over Slack, and I'm happy to show you a couple things on how you can share through technology. There's nifty technology out there where you essentially, through rules, through customization of existing tools, can capture your knowledge, find similar problems, and fix similar problems.
Awesome. I've got a question actually around measuring, I guess. So in terms of things like, Source Code Warrior, obviously there to kind of like really help kind of level up developers going forward. How do you measure these kind of things? Is it simply through vulnerabilities that are found either before production or after production, or how is that kind of like ROI?
Yep. Yeah, so that's a very good question. So the way, and I think personally that's what I really like about the solution that we roll out in organizations is we work with the organization, with the company, and we ask, what is your problem? If you have your pen testers, your static analysis solutions running, does it come back with always the same thing? And quite often it does. Quite often there's the usual suspects like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. So they're aware of what their top 3 vulnerabilities are. What we then do is we put a program in place where we specifically focus on these 3 problems, these 3 vulnerabilities. And we are going to roll that out in an organization and say, hey, you know what? This year we're going to make work of SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and LDAP injection, whatever. At the end of the year, we're going to look at scans again, and we're going to look at the pen testers again, and what we see, of course, over there. So we're not doing the measurement in our solution itself. We can, but we love to do the measurement on the real things, on what is produced by these developers. Because that is ultimately what you want to measure. You kind of want to measure how often do people visit our platform, or how often do they interact with our solution. That is a means to an end, because the end game is you really want to measure, did I see a reduction in the top 3 categories that I really wanted to tackle this year?
Awesome. Another question coming in from Hamad. Why is the culture not changing?
Why is the culture not changing? So why is the culture not changing? I'm not sure what exactly that refers to, but quite often, that is a pretty interesting one, but quite often an organization has to have an incident before the culture changes, There's even companies in recent history that had to make announcements, that they said, right now we really have to make sure we have to invest in security. We didn't do before, but we have to do it. And what causes that trigger point is really a public problem, or a security problem that becomes public, and that quite often is embarrassing for them. So what triggers if quite often they are underspending in security. If they're underspending in security, what we see is there's not a whole lot that you can do as a developer, unfortunately, or as a security person. There's not much you can do. Hoping for a security incident is kind of ugly. You can't hope for a security incident against your organization, but ultimately that's what you have to wait for. If there's a security incident, then the eyes go open. That's one thing. And the second thing is if they break into your neighbor's house, that's when you realize you have to do something yourself too. So if you look at your competition and your competition has been hacked or is going under because of a hack, that's when normally the eyes go open and they say, oh my God, we have to make sure we're not the next one.
It's a bit like an outage kind of thing as well. Like, what is the cost of an outage? How do you measure that? And what is the cost of a breach or a hack? Or it's an extremely hard thing to kind of like foresee, right? But that's awesome.
It's when do you install a burglar alarm? I have it.
Very often,
not a lot of people have it.
The cost of the burglar alarm, just in time or money in actually installing it, is it's not insignificant, but it's do
smoke alarm then. Do smoke alarm. These things cost you $10.
Yeah,
and I have them, but quite often people do not have them, or they're too late in having them.
Yeah. One last question before we conclude. Mohammed asks, what are your thoughts about maturity of open source tooling to support the automation you referred to in your presentation?
Open source tooling. I'm a big fan of open source. It always sparks some interesting ideas that quite often then companies are built upon with, I have to say, better support. So I always like open source, and there's always good stuff in there. unfortunately, quite often there is not the support layer around it. And quite often you see commercial companies then picking that up. But I really like open source, and there's some really good things out there that are still, cutting edge, very relevant. And if you're an early adopter, you definitely should go with open source.
Cool.
That means you're also ahead of the curve, I think.
Awesome. Matthias, thank you so much. Great talk, and thank you very much for joining us. And as well, thank you Secure Code Warrior for being platinum sponsors. So we really appreciate your support of the community as well as the conference.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, Simon.
No worries. Our pleasure. Okay. Thank you, Matthias. So next up, we have a 15-minute break, and then we have I think how many talks do we have left? I can't remember, but we have the third talk in our Americas section. So join us very shortly for our next session.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for Launch Darkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15-minute talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon Conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Hey DevSecCon, what's up? My name is Idan Tendler, CEO and co-founder of Bridge Group. We help security engineers automate their public cloud security by streamlining remediation throughout the CI/CD. With our platform, you could scan for misconfigurations from your infrastructure as code to your runtime, but we also provide the fixes. So for each misconfiguration, you will find the fix delivered as code as pull request in the platform. We're super proud to be part of this event and to contribute back to DevSecCon and to the community. Come visit us at our virtual booth and also at bridgecrew.io, and you have to try the platform. It's for free. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, what's up, DevSecCon? Scott Gerlach, CSO and co-founder from StackHawk here. Big thanks to DevSecCon for letting us help sponsor. StackHawk is a dynamic application security testing tool built for developers. And when I say built for developers, I mean you can run it on your laptop, like your linter. You can run it in CI/CD. You can run it in staging. You can run it in pre-prod. You run it anywhere you want. We want you to be able to identify, find, and fix those problems before they become vulnerabilities. Please check us out at stackhawk.com. I hope your DevSecCon online is great. Thank you to DevSecCon for hosting a virtual event. It's awesome to be able to connect with our peers during social distancing time. I hope you find some great talks today and learn a bunch. When you're all done, check out stackhawk.com, sign up for early access, and get some scanning running. Have a great day.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year, acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together, and we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weissopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.
Detectify is a scalable web app security service that automates thousands of security tests to help you write safer code and release secure applications. Detectify's security scans are non-intrusive and can run safely in staging and production environments. Instead of performing version tests, Detectify checks your app using real exploits, simulating a hacker attack with harmless payloads. The service is continually updated with new security tests thanks to Detectify Crowdsource, a global community of security researchers. Detectify equips you with the tools you need to fix critical security issues. Getting started with Detectify only takes a couple of minutes. Just verify domain ownership, run your first scan, and access your first security report. So what are you waiting for? Fix vulnerabilities, build your security skill set, and release safer apps with Detectify. Go hack yourself and start your free trial at detectify.com.
Hi, this is Brandon Eyring with Zero North. I lead the sales development team. Thanks for joining us at DevSecCon24, the event. It's definitely a cool place for leaders in the development and security communities to get together, and the speakers and the topics are right on point. While you're here, feel free to stop by the Zero North virtual booth, get some information on the solutions that we offer, but don't take our word for it. Come see a demo for yourself and enter to win a cool prize. Thanks, and we'll see you there.
Hi, DevSecCon. My name is Heidi Waterhouse, and I work for LaunchDarkly. We're a company that does feature management or feature flags as a service. We have a virtual booth here, so if you'd like to stop by and see how that works out, we'd love to talk to you about it. I want to say that as you're thinking about security, I want you to think about how feature flags could actually make your security more effective and more cost effective, because I know that we're all thinking about how to do more with less. And one of the ways to do that is to make it really easy to control your features at a modular level. So stop by and talk to us about that, and we'll be happy to see you. Have a great conference, and I hope you get a lot of wonderful content out of it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fernando Cardozo. I'm Solutions Architect at Trend Micro, a global cybersecurity company and leader in cloud workloads protection. Join me on DevSecCon24 on June 15 for a 15 minutes talk as I will outline the importance of cloud security posture management for cloud service and compliance. Demonstrate how you can quickly set up a CSPM solution and introduce it into your infrastructure as a code pipeline using security plugins in the VS Code or in the CI/CD pipeline. You don't want to miss it. Watch the live DevSecCon conference 24 or click in the Trend Micro virtual booth to see our schedule for talks. Let's help organization with the DevSecOps culture. See you there.
Okay, let's get going again. But first of all, I'm gonna introduce Sammy. Expecting this at all.
Hold on, I've got a lot of noise going on.
How are you doing? See, I completely surprised you. Weren't expecting it at all. Sammy Hepburn, how are you?
Flatmates in the background watching TV while I work. We're live. Thanks, Simon.
I was close to giving you a heads up, but I thought, no, the sheer surprise is worth it. So for those of you who don't know Sam, Sam Hepburn is the lead of My DevSecOps. She runs an amazing community there, very, very focused on DevSecOps. Also one of the co-leads of DevSecCon. And we're very, very lucky that Sammy was one of the key people behind DevSecCon, and I just wanted to give Sammy a big shout out. So if everyone
shout and a surprise.
Virtually close, because it's wonderful that that Sammy's here to not just look over us to make sure everything's running smoothly, but do a lot of work in the background for the last few weeks as well to make sure we're all set. So Sammy, thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Simon. Yeah, if anyone wants to know about all the stuff we do in the community, I've got an Ignite talk later. It'll be my 1:30 a.m. It'll be your something wherever you are in the world. So if you want to see me where I'm not surprised and have a whole bunch of noise going on in the background, catch me then.
All right, Sammy. Look,
I'm going to do self-promotion, okay? If you can call me in,
I'm taking you off now, Sam, because I'll give you a couple of seconds of live action, and then that's it. You're all talking about My DevSecOps, and yeah, right. That's it. Right. Okay. Next up. So Sammy's amazing. Everyone say hi to Sammy in the Slack and in the video. Everything's cool there. So okay. Next up, we have a recorded session. So let me quickly share this session for you. If I can find it. If anyone here is like me, they have way too many tabs. I'm going to share this tab here. Okay, so this is Michelle Riviero. Yeah, Michelle is the CEO of SpiritSec. We're very lucky to have her give us a session. And yeah, Michelle is going to be here at the end of this session to take Q&A. So please do ask questions towards the end of this session in the chat, and I will put them straight to Michelle. So please enjoy.
Hi everyone, how are you today? It's around 6 a.m. here in Brazil, and I am super excited to be here introducing you to the world of DevSecOps. But first, I want to thank all the organizers, sponsors, and speakers for the hard work they have put in the last days to bring all the talks alive. To me, it's an honor to be around so many incredible names. And I don't know if I even have the right clothes to be around them, but I guess that to our current situations, pajamas are okay, right? I also want to show my appreciation to all the essential workers working and risking their lives to save so many of us. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Please be a hero as well and stay at home for us and for them. Finally, I want to remember you that all the talks are free, but all the sponsorship we received, thank you so much. And all the voluntary donations you are going to do during this day are going straight to the World Health Organization to help the fight against COVID-19. Okay, let's start. First, a little bit about me. I am the CIO of SpiritSec, a Brazilian security consultant, and I work as an InfoSec Pro since too much time. I am also a member of the DevOps Days community, the Linux Professional Institute, and the Debian project, where I start to learn about security, translating the Debian security manual to Portuguese. I also have a B-side where I advise governments concerning international security and technologies. But enough about me. What is DevSecOps? Well, 10 years into the DevOps movement, and I just got on board on the DevSecOps fund. I'm sure I am not experience, so you could better
Okay,
enjoy
so would you
all the amazing
believe we have
thoughts.
made a subtle error on this talk? It's an amazing talk as well.
What did you do, Simon?
But you know, I'll tell you what I did, Sam. I love Michelle speaking so much. I have about 200 videos of Michelle talking about DevOps, DevSecOps, security. It's absolutely amazing. However, what I did this time was I actually played the wrong one.
Oh, no.
I know. Can you imagine that? Luckily, though, this isn't a live conference, so we'll just edit this out, right?
Does the audience watching think that's got anything to do with the karma of pulling me into a live stream with no warning?
I would be surprised, Sam. I'm a big believer in karma, but hang on, let me just delete the right one. I want this one. Okay.
It's okay. I'll entertain the masses while you pull up the right slides there.
That's extremely kind of you, Sam. Thank you.
You see, I'm a kind person.
So Sam, tell us something about. Actually, let me ask you a question, Sam. If you could be any animal native to the Southern Hemisphere, which animal would you be and why?
Oh, that's a hard question. And now the people are listening, they're gonna wonder on my choices. But it would probably have to be a zebra.
Sammy, I've got to stop you there, Sam. I have the video.
Riveting conversations here.
Yeah, I have the video. Right. Out of interest, what would that have been?
It would have been a zebra. A zebra for the Americans. Because they're really cute and they're stripy and they look like they shouldn't exist, but they do.
Well, you see, now I have this video all set, but I actually have a really interesting fact about zebras. Actually, just recently I saw it in the news just yesterday. They found there was something around the zebra skin or something that there's a lack of or too much of something in the skin. I know I'm giving a lot of details.
Great talk.
Like that. And they actually found a spotted zebra, which is absolutely amazing. Yeah. So yeah, Google that, check that out.
I'll leave you with one fact I learned on my pub quiz on the weekend. What do you call a zebra crossed with a donkey?
Go on then.
Zonkey. It's a zonkey.
No, it's a Z-donk.
A Z-donk. It's a Z-donk.
Right.
Can't even get my jokes right. Okay, let's do the session.
Let's play the beat.
Hi, my name is Michelle Ribeiro, and I am the CIO of SpiritSec, a Brazilian cybersecurity company. Before I start, let me appreciate all the work done by the organizers, hosts, other speakers, and of course, our sponsors. It's an honor to me to be speaking at DevSecCon, and I hope you enjoy our time together. Okay, a little bit about me. I work with Linux and open source security technologies since 1999, supporting governments and other organizations to adopt the latest security technologies. I have been involved with the Debian project and the DevOps Days community as well. I have a B-side where I advise technologies. I advise governments about technologies and international security as well. Okay, enough about me. What is our agenda for the next minutes? Well, First, let's talk about our goal here. My main goal for this talk is to simplify your journey into DevSecOps, so you can get early and significant results to your organization using open source tools to secure your development pipeline. Our agenda is the following. He will start, of course, defining what is DevSecOps. Then he will talk about how to introduce security into DevOps culture. And lastly, how to secure DevOps methodologies and technologies using open source tools. Okay, so to better understand what DevSecOps is, we have to first revise how he used to handle security before the DevOps movement. So in the age of the waterfall security and the waterfall development as well, he introduces a series of sequential processes to get your code out into the world. From a security standpoint of view, he acts like gatekeepers with a role isolated to the final stages of the development. He used to schedule a security audit to revise the application code, but only after everything was done, when the developers believed that their work was fully completed. He graded this code against a series of requirements in a predefined and static list. After days or weeks, a PDF with hundreds of pages that almost no one read went to the first to the C-levels executives, and took another pair of weeks to reach the developers and operators to revise the code and make the necessary adjustments. Not only the company lost time and money by not separating the secure code from the unapproved one, but he failed to deploy the required changes. Or sometimes the code and the application went into production and anyway, and we know where this finished, right? With DevOps, he could ensure faster development cycles, but our security practices remain very outdated. So, and this can undo even the most agile in his DevOps initiatives, right? I'm sure almost everyone has experienced a successful deploy that is affected by the rules of the web application firewall. And at the same time, here in the area of automated threats that require automated response. There is some studies that say that 58% of the web traffic comes from human and 22% comes from bad bots. And this number is only expected to change. So one of the main challenges for InfoSec pros are to bring their game from a reactive one to a proactive security. You need to integrate security into our pipelines from end to end. You need to decentralize and automate vulnerability assessments and give developers fast feedback so they can feel empowered and have the necessary training to make security assessment and fix the vulnerabilities that they find as faster as possible. Okay, so he understands the problem that he have, and he now understands what kind of solution he would need. And how DevSecOps is the answer to all that. I really like the way that Sneak, the CIO guy, defined DevSecOps. His explanation is the following. oh, sorry. If DevOps is composed of DevOps culture, methodologies, and technologies, so DevSecOps should mean to introduce security into DevOps culture, to secure DevOps methodologies and tools. Quite simple, right? Okay, but how? And if you are a DevOps leader, I really strongly advise you to give a special attention to the concept of CI/CD, because this is something difficult for InfoSec pros to understand. So keep in mind that continuous feedback, continuous integration, continuous deployment, and maybe how can I say that in English? Maybe it's a virtual concept for us. So help us by making your construct our own pipeline. This will be great for us. Okay, what else? The concept of shared ownership. This is so important. And this is a number that I like, and almost every security manager loves as well. There's some research that say that for any team of DevOps, you have 100 devs, 10 ops, and just one security professional. This is a war that we are losing, guys. So it's good to have more soldiers on board, right? So think about who assumes security responsibilities for across all the teams. Do the teams received security educations, guidelines, and policies? They feel responsible and empowered to take security, to make security assessments. Ideally, developers should be familiar with the fundamentals of security concepts, such as least privilege, cryptography, data security, and privacy. And the InfoSec pros are one of the best guys to talk about this. So create programs when the teams can work together, transferring knowledge between them. Creating and sharing mechanisms or tools to ensure security of your applications and platforms, it's a great way to do it. You can create libraries and authentication and encryption service directories, for example. With everything available and easily searchable, it's easier for developers and operators to reuse this secure code and the secure scripts. You can create standard images with the most used systems, such as Apache and databases, for example. And when possible, try to use DevOps tools to handle security issues. Most of the companies that are in between that didn't adopt DevSecOps, still they are using DevOps for security and for developers and operators, but the security issues are handled in a different software. What you can do is to open issues in your GitLab or GitHub for security vulnerabilities as well. And this is a great concept called shift to left. John Willis, a long time ago, no, not so long, talked that when you build, you secure. So the developers have to be comfortable and to manage the security of their own code. And how can you do that? You introduce security scans into the developers floor, into the pipeline, enable them to find and fix these vulnerabilities. before the code leave their hands. Ensure constant feedback. The concept of shift left is the most important one of this talk, because this is the context that we remove, that will stop InfoSec Pros from being seen as the bottleneck of innovation. How does this work in theory? When you have a pipeline and all the steps are successful, the direction of the pipeline is to the right? But when something fails, you do what we call shift left. You stop the build and you create an issue into your repository, your issue management, such as GitHub or GitLab, and you create something, an issue to your developers. So this is the concept of shift left. You return the code to the one that built it. So as John Willis said, you construct it, you secure it. Yeah, you build, you secure it, right? And this is great because different layers of security are created, and reducing the costs of innovation and accelerating the process of change, because you create a differentiation between secure code and the unapproved one. Okay, you have 100 lines of coding and just 10% of it wasn't approved. Okay, you have 9% of the change into your build. The 10% can wait for tomorrow. So, and this will reduce the costs of your development. Okay, so here you see standard DevSecOps pipeline with most of the more used. Well, this can be updated, and here you see name of some of the software that are most used right now into DevSecOps. And before I go forward, let me talk about something that most of people don't keep in mind, but it's very interesting. When you are InfoSec Pro and working with DevOps team, try to use your post-mortem skills, because here used to disasters, right? Sadly. So one of the culture, one of the things into the DevOps culture is to work with post-mortem in a more agile and faster way. But InfoSec Pros are really good into post-mortem, and this is something that you can use to get on board, to feel as part of the team. Okay, now enough about theory. Now we are going to talk about action, and this is where I really like. This is where I really like, because as you see, my English is not so good, but to talk about action is something that that goes smooth, I hope. Okay, how to secure DevOps methodologies and technologies. First, let's take a step back and remember that what is DevOps methodologies and technologies. The giant DevOps movement, they brought into the market a whole new mix of concepts such as microservices, API, CI/CD, containers, clusters, private, public, and multi-cloud. Of course, no DevOps culture, no DevOps environment is equal to another, with different culture and, of course, different tooling as well, especially considering the amount of options available. If you include only the Cloud Native Foundations options here, you have more than 1,300 projects. It's virtually impossible to be a DevSecOps engineer and talk and say that you are able to secure all these projects, right? To illustrate what I'm talking about, almost everyone knows this figure. It's very popular on the internet. When you search for DevOps tools, this is the image that Google shows you. And if you expand your search a little bit more, you see these options and the Cloud Native Foundations list that I was talking about. So to make our journey simpler, as I promised in the beginning of this talk, let's concentrate ourselves into the Cloud Native Security for Cs: code, container, cluster, and cloud. This is another nice takeaway from my talk, I hope. Okay, let's start by code. But before I start talking about code, let's, as you can see in the figure, each one of the Cs depend on the security of the squares in which they fit. So, for example, your code is as secure as your container, and your container and your code is secured as your cluster, and your code, container, and clusters is as secured as your cloud, be it private, public, or multi-cloud. So remember, if you just have a code security strategy, you are not secured, because you have more trees to concern yourself. Okay, let's start with code. A DevOps pipeline. A DevOps pipeline is generally divided into phases, and it's possible to start to bring more security into the pipeline methodology by automating security code scanners. In the pre-build phase, you can have a static analysis test. It's a test that he performs in a non-production environment, such as a pipeline, for example. And the SAST inspects the application for coding failures, backdoors and malwares. Some of the tools are languages specific, such as the Golang lint, but SonarQube, both the four ones are open source tools. SonarQube is able to check more than 20 languages. So when you are searching for SAST, you have to search for one that checks your code, Ruby or Python or whatever you are coding these days, and check if the language that you are using it's covered by the tools. As I said, SonarQube is a good option. In the pre-build stage, you can also scan the dependencies. It's a matter of inventorying of dependence of binaries and executables, and ensuring that these dependencies are okay, over which you have no control. It's more common nowadays to have open source code introduced into your own code, so you have to check the binaries and the libraries and all the dependencies that you are using, checking for malicious code. A market standard, of course, is the OWASP dependency check, but you have more options out there. Snyk, it's a great company, and I am feeling that they are going open source, but I am not sure, and I cannot confirm. And after the deploy, you can have dynamic application security test, a DAST. Different from the static test, it consists of tests performed during execution, monitoring things such as system memory, functional behavior, response time, and system performance overall. This test is similar to analysis that an attacker would do to try to gain improper access to your application. And a good example are the OWASP, ZASP, and Nikit Web vulnerability scanner, and of course the Metaexploit as well. There are many more modern tools that you can use in your pipeline, such as YAST, interactive application security tests, and RASP, real-time application security protection, kind of next generation web application firewall. But baby steps, right? This is the start of your DevSecOps journey. So try to include SaaS and DAST into your pipeline, and in no time you'll be looking for other tooling. Okay, what else? Okay, I like to treat as code, but it's not. It's your CI/CD platform such as GitLab, GitHub, Azure, and etc. For many organizations, they are the cornerstones of their DevOps strategy, and securing these tools is as essential as securing the code that is hosted on it. It's also a great starting point to adopt the secure strategy of ownership, shared ownership with developers, as they are the primary users of these platforms. Together, you can create the story of the platform users and map how the different ways that they could abuse the tool and plan actions to minimize these risks. Then you can include these actions into the roadmap, creating issues, and this is a good starting point both to the developers as the InfoSec pros as well. And remember that even if your platform, your repository is a SaaS, the provider is only responsible for the security of the environment. The configuration of your instance is still up to you. Both GitLab and GitHub, they have a security center with detailed documentation. Be sure to check them. Okay, back to the 4 Cs, code. As part of the code, your CI/CD platform. What's next? Container. Okay, the DevOps environment and the concept of containerizations are such important steps to improve the efficiency of application delivery and deployment. Containers are powerful security tools if well used, as they allow the creation of image standards to be used. Although many images are available out there, it has become a security cliche to ask for moderation in its use. Ideally, your team should create their own images, following safety recommendations. Okay, you can have a series of steps to follow. I will not go into details right now because I'd like to recommend you to check the Docker Bench for Security. It's a document created by the Center for Internet Security, CIS. And it's a reference document designed to establish a baseline for how to secure your Docker. Recently, Snyk has announced its partnership with Docker, allowing users to check their image, and it will be a great option as well. But back to the Center for Internet Security document, you can use the Docker Bench for Security script to check if your Docker image is following all the guidelines set in the document. Another option is Claire, the open source project for static analysis of vulnerabilities in Docker containers. So a very fast revision, you have the Docker the Docker Center for Internet Security document, and you have the Docker Bench for Security script. And if you want another open source tool, you have Claire. Of course, there is a large number of options. This is the more simple for you to start. Okay, cluster, mainly Kubernetes. Your cluster Kubernetes will be as safe as the cloud where it runs, and also as the container and the code included on it. The Kubernetes security documentation lists important settings such as controlling access to the Kubernetes and its API, and allows you to make restrictions by users and networks. And controlling, for example, other capabilities such as workloads or user runtimes, and such as memory use to prevent attack. The Center for International Security also has a document about Kubernetes security. Likewise, is a document designed to establish a security configuration baseline for Kubernetes. And you can check the document, of course. And if you want to test Kubernetes security against this required list, you can use KubeBench to automate this test inside your pipeline. And you can use also KubeHunter. KubeHunter, it's a kind of penetration test. Both are developed by Aqua, and Aqua has a large amount of documentation that it's I really recommend Aqua's website. This is not propaganda, but I learn a lot with them. So, okay, for Kubernetes, be sure to check the documentation and about how to secure and how to restrict access to your cluster, and also try to use KubeBench and KubeHunter. Of course, there is a large amount of tools out there, but if you want to start, I highly recommend KubeBench and KubeHunter. And finally, we have the last C, cloud. The main message about cloud is that also the concept of shared responsibility. This is something that I took from Amazon website, and I'm sure Google has something similar because the policies are almost the same. Security in the cloud is similar to security in your on-premise data centers, only without the cost of maintaining facilities and hardware. In the cloud, you don't have to manage physical services or storage devices. Instead, you use software-based security tools to monitor and protect the flow of information to and out of your cloud resource. For this reason, cloud security is a shared responsibility between the customer and AWS, where customers are responsible for security in the cloud, and AWS is responsible for security of the cloud. So it's the same for your GitLab or GitHub instance. You still are responsible to configure the restrictions and all the security sets needs to make your data secure. And of course, be sure to check the security center of your cloud provider. AWS Cloud Security has a large amount of documentation and many free trainings. The same goes to Google Cloud and Azure. And if you want to use open source tools to secure your environment, you have again Aqua's Cloud Exploit. And Aqua's Cloud Exploit is available. You can use it to check both Azure, AWS, and of course Google as well. And in a different way for site securities, specific for Google Cloud. For Google Cloud. And one of the tools that I really like is the Security Monkey. Netflix Technology is famous for the series of tools that they make open and available, such as their security, the Chaos Monkey, and they have now the Security Monkey as well. And you have Scout too. Okay, conclusion. This was not one of the best of my talks, and I really apologize, guys. Okay, so now we have the basics to dig into more details about this new fascinating field. I know it was a lot to process and it's a lot to learn, but here it is a little to-do list of your next steps into your DevSecOps journey. First, let's revise what is DevSecOps, following Guy concept of DevSecOps 3 phases. DevSecOps is to introduce security into DevOps culture, to secure DevOps methodologies, and of course, to secure DevOps technologies as well. If you are Ops or Sec professional, try to get on board with the program, learn how to code, learn how to use Git, and see your code, your configuration as code. This will be your start of security as code, but remember, automation is just one of the part of DevSecOps. You have to change your mindset as well. For devs, I highly recommend you to learn about security development practices. There is a large amount of documentation about this on the internet, and your InfoSec Pro is available to help you. Remember about the concept of shift left, that is to include security checks into your pipeline to empower your dev and ops professionals to take security measures. And in all the DevOps methodologies and tools that you have to care about, concentrate yourself into the 4 C's: code, container, closed, and cloud. I have included as well in CI/CD because I see it as a part of your code platform. And this is a nice assessment for you to do is GitLab's DevSecOps test to check how mature is your DevSecOps strategy. And it's also a good, how can I say that? A good step-by-step of what to do. Be sure to review this DevSecOps plan constantly. And if you keep an eye on my Twitter, I will be sure to share more DevSecOps resource to help you out. I believe this pretty much concludes my talk, and I hope you guys have enjoyed your time with me as much as I did. Thank you for sharing your time with me, of course, and perhaps we could start our Q&A session right now.
Awesome. Thank you very, very much, Michelle. And we actually have Michelle here. So welcome, welcome, Michelle. Thank you very, very much for your session. We've got some good questions coming in the chat. Wow, it's flying through now. Okay, cool. So we're late, but we're going to have 5 minutes for questions. So Michelle, thank you very much for your session. Really enjoyed it, and welcome to DevSecCon24. So first question from Hamad: Have you had resistance with DevOps people when talking of security with DevOps? I always kind of wonder how different teams take the this shared responsibility, how well they want to take that from a dev point of view. How have you found that?
Well, there is two main points, two standpoints of view to take this question. First, you have to consider that security doesn't bring money to the business. So for DevOps, for business decision makers, they don't take security as something crucial to the work. But when security fails, you can lose a lot of money. So this is something that InfoSec pros have to bring on board. How much are you going to lose if something happens? So this is the first thing, that because most of the time developers are concerned about making change, bringing more money, bring more features to the software, and not taking care of security. So of course they have some how do you say, some resistance to it, because it's not part of the innovation that they are taking care so much. So we have to make their job very smooth and bring them on board to this kind of concerns. So this is why I talk about the repository as a first step into the share ownership, because this is something fun to take care. They know how to use and they know how to abuse it. So this is something that you bring them on board.
And really interesting question coming in from Manu, asking, in your experience, which of the 4 C's would you is generally more vulnerable? So if I jump back to the slide, lucky because this is recorded, I can actually just jump back to this slide here. So of the 4 C's, we have code, CI/CD, cluster, and cloud. How would you prioritize that in terms of which, if you had limited time, which would you kind of like really prioritize as the areas that you most need to focus on?
Yeah, this is something to be very careful, because as you say on the slide, each of the C's is so secure as the other one. So your code is so secure as your container, and your container is so secure as your Kubernetes. But I think the most important thing is cloud, because this is something that people doesn't take care. They really doesn't bother, because in the mind of most of the managers and developers, okay, you're going to ops strategy, and my code and all my infrastructure is on the cloud, so I don't have to take care about this. But this is not true. Again, the cloud is something that we have to have the mindset of shared responsibility. So you have your responsibilities about the cloud as well. So in my view, would be the cloud. I'm not sure,
cool.
but
yeah, and I guess
it pretty much depends on a lot of points. It's difficult to say, oh, be careful just about your cloud, but be more careful about your cloud.
Yeah, and I guess it also, depending on the architecture that you use, if you're using maybe like a Lambda function style architecture versus more of a monolith style architecture, the responsibility is more heavily weighted towards you versus the cloud vendor as well, right? So there's differences there as well. One last question we can take from Siko Flods. Can it be enough to use? Can it be enough to just use open source tools to secure CI/CD, even though that in case of a breach, you'll probably lose money and reputation?
Well, if you look at the support terms of companies that you're paying, that are commercial, they have a limited responsibility as well. So of course you have support, and if you are not, if you don't feel comfortable enough to support your own infrastructure, your own develop your own pipeline, please go to a commercial one. But if you feel secure enough to take care of your own infrastructure, I don't see that there is a lot of difference in talking about money, because when something happens to your infrastructure, there is in cloud, for example, there is a limited responsibility that the company that supports you can take. So this is something for your business to consider. Are you going to gain more or lose more of using open source? I really like open source tools because of, as the previous speaker said, you are on the edge of every innovation, because most of the companies, they bring open source solutions to the commercial ones. So this is something that if you want to be on edge, go to open source. But if you don't feel comfortable enough, there is a lot of good companies, commercial companies that can support you.
And of course, there's also like a mix as well, right? So for example,
sure,
many vendors will have, like you mentioned SNCC, for example, many vendors will, like SNCC, will have a freemium offering, as well as kind of like an enterprise offering. So there's a balance there as well. Plus, you're not always limited to just one tool, so you can use a number if you choose different areas in the pipeline. Michelle, it's been a pleasure. It's been really great chatting with you. Thank you very, very much for your session. I appreciate you supporting DevSecCon.
Thank you for having me, and thank you so much for not showing me again on my pajamas.
Hey,
I really appreciate that.
We would never knowingly do that. So apologies for that. But hey, we've got two talks for one here, right? So it's speakers got that so far.
The pajama talk is on all the talks. So if you want to see, go there.
And I think,
thank you so much.
I think that's where we got mixed up. It was on all the talks just a couple of months ago. But yeah, excellent. Thank you very, very much, Michelle, and speak to you again soon.
I see you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, we're going to actually just jump straight into our next session right now. We're a tiny bit late, but that's fine. We're running late, but sounding great, as they say. So I'm going to just quickly, very, very quickly, put up a sponsor slide, because we have a new session right now, and a lovely sponsor for this session is Trend Micro. Now, Trend Micro also have a lab which is running, so do check that out. You can go to the Trend Micro booth and see the links there to have a play with that lab. And of course, feel free to visit trendmicro.com there /cloud1. Okay, so of course, don't do that just yet. Let's first listen to another amazing talk. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker here. Hello to Maja Kozarowski. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing very, very well, thank you. And also big thank you to GitHub for also being our platinum sponsor as well. Thank you very, very much for your support.
Yeah, awesome.
So whereabouts are you calling in from today, Maja?
I am based in San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And so how's the weather there these days? It's actually getting quite warm here in London right now. So it's pretty nice. But you have quite a kind of a microclimate there in San Francisco,
yeah.
Right?
It's a bit cooler today, thankfully, because it was a bit hot over the weekend. So
yeah. Lovely. Well, hopefully you can enjoy it, whether from your garden or from some safe places in San Francisco from COVID and everything like that. So it's our absolute pleasure to have you talking today for DevSecCon, Maja. The topic here today is hardening your software supply chain. So what are you going to be talking in detail about today?
what a software supply chain is and what you should be doing to secure it.
Awesome. Big hot topic. Year after year, there's always some big breaches that kind of remind us how much of a hot topic this is. So without further ado, I'll pass the floor over to you. So here are your slides, and over to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. So as briefly mentioned, I'm Maya. I'm a product manager at GitHub. I work on software supply chain security. And today we'll be covering software supply chain vulnerabilities. First, we'll talk about what a software supply chain is, if you're unfamiliar with that term. We'll dive right in and cover known compromises, and specifically we'll cover common kinds of attacks, where they're likely to happen, specific examples that have occurred in the last couple of years, and then that'll let us understand how and why these attacks happen. Then we'll discuss how to determine your dependencies, track metadata for those, and be notified of new security patches that you should apply, including best practices to make this easier on your dev team. This includes not only your dependencies, but also like good security hygiene, like conducting code reviews for your environment. And if you're not a developer, we'll also cover what you can do to help report and fix issues in open source code to increase security and trust. So let's get started. So first, what's a software supply chain? Well, it's everything that goes into your software and where it comes from, who wrote it, when it was contributed, how it's been reviewed for security issues, any known vulnerabilities, supported versions, license information, if applicable, and just everything, really. It's everything you could want to know about the software that you're running to help you determine your risk profile. So then a software supply chain is anything that goes into or affects your code from development through your CI/CD pipeline until it gets deployed into production. And why does the software supply chain matter as a concept? Well, software dependencies are pervasive, so it's normal for your projects to use hundreds or even thousands of open source dependencies that you didn't write yourself. Industry data suggests that anywhere from 85 to 97% of enterprise code bases come from open source, but that you depend on as part of your software. So if any one of these dependencies has a vulnerability, then chances are that you have a vulnerability as well. Being able to leverage the work of thousands of open source developers means that thousands of strangers effectively have commit access to your production code. So an innocent mistake or a malicious attack to your supply chain affects you deeply. Now, when we talk about dependencies, what's scary isn't as much your internal dependencies that you develop yourself, because hopefully you have controls in place for those. What is scary, though, are the third-party dependencies that you have externally, like open source code that your developers pull in. So I just love this quote. Every time you pip install, go get, or maven fetch something, you're doing the equivalent of plugging in a thumb drive that you found on the sidewalk into your production server. This is just so poignantly correct. When you pull in an external dependency, you don't really know what you're getting. It's not really any better than what we all know is a bad thing to do, which is plugging in a USB drive that you found on the sidewalk. We all know not to do that. But you should still be pulling code from open source, right? We don't want you to stop using open source. We don't want to make that harder. So how do we do so safely? Well, the issue in supply chain security is unpatched software. It's not your use of open source, and it's not specifically, big flashy software supply chain compromises. So we'll talk about that in a sec. Think about it this way. If a component in your code base is open source, and like we said, it's quite likely that it is, then if any one of those dependencies have vulnerabilities, you are potentially affected. How can you actually address that issue? Well, thankfully, people are pretty good at actually providing patches for open source software. And it's estimated that 85% of vulnerabilities in open source are disclosed with a patch already available. So then it's your job to deploy that patch. To be successful, you need to know what dependencies you use, know about the vulnerabilities in those dependencies, patch them, and then get back to work. And then when there's a new vulnerability, you want to be quick to discover it and react to it. At the same time, we hear from developers and security teams that today you find this hard. 52% of developers would say go even further, and they would say they find it painful to update vulnerable components. So that's where we should focus. We should focus on making the updating of vulnerable components easy and automatable. Now, like I said, this is the issue. Unpatched software is the issue. It's not your use of open source. It's not the compromises that are happening. But those are so interesting, right? We love to talk about supply chain compromises. So actually, let's rewind and start there because I just love these stories. They're so fascinating. So looking at supply chain attacks, they're not really different than any other kind of security attacks. And you might have heard security attacks broken down into three components: who the attacker is, like a script kiddie, a competitor, or nation state; how the attack is conducted, or what the attack is attempting to do. It's a supply chain attack in itself isn't usually the end goal. It's usually a step towards something else. And almost anyone can actually conduct such an attack, like we said, because anyone can commit to open source projects. So we'll focus on the how, what happens to infiltrate your supply chain, and the what that the attack is attempting to get at. There are several methods to attack your supply chain today. Inserting malicious code directly into a dependency. This could be a purposeful backdoor, known malware, or known vulnerability, or even introducing a new dependency. This is walking in through the front door to then introduce a backdoor. Compromising a build tool, infrastructure tool, or another piece of the CI/CD development pipeline, which again could be another supply chain attack. Compromising signing keys to make it seem like an unknown package came from a known trusted source, because who verifies those signatures anyways? Compromising a package manager to affect several artifacts being distributed as part of that supply chain. We say the package manager here, but it could really be anything that's used for software distribution, including like a website used for software updates, or a server that a piece of software calls back to get updated versions. Compromised vulnerability reporting. So this is man in the middling the security at reporting address, getting into bug reports on a bug bounty site, for example, or even getting a fix onto fix or disclosure mailing list for a project ahead of time. This would allow a malicious actor to find out about a known vulnerability before it's widely announced and patched. Account takeover of a maintainer. This could be to fake commits, and then depending on how signing keys are managed, this might also be part of that attack. In addition to compromising what a maintainer can publish, without even going that far, this could also include something like compromising a maintainer's email, right, to intercept bug reports like we also mentioned earlier. And project takeover, especially with managed projects. Typo squatting to get users to accidentally pull in your project as a dependency when you mistype something. So putting in the incorrect name for an NPM package, for example. And lastly, deletion. These are all good methods of attacking your supply chain. But they have a couple of different aims or goals. And spoiler alert, like other attacks in security, the ultimate motivation is almost always money. So they might be trying to introduce a backdoor into your environment. That would be like targeting users of a particular operating system, for example, or in a particular region or a particular company. Or they might just, that backdoor might just be a wide swath by attackers to see what they can get. They might be trying to introduce malware, for example, to collect logins. But the easiest way to make malware these days, and to make money these days, I should say, from malware, is cryptocurrency mining. So abusing any extra compute to mine the trendy cryptocurrency of the day. Traditional botnets also fall in this category. And service disruption. So this could be, for example, to take a service offline. So like I said, because some of these examples are really fascinating, let's spend some time digging into what we actually see, the methods and the goals that we see being used in the industry today for real events. So the first one we're going to look at is event stream. Event stream is a widely used Node.js library available via NPM. And when I say widely used, we're talking 2 million plus weekly downloads. So what happened? Well, in the fall of 2018, a user, Right9Control, volunteered to take over event stream on GitHub. It's a widely used package, like I said, but also not particularly well supported. So the author welcomed the extra help and even gave the newcomer publishing rights. I want to emphasize that the author is not to blame here, because we should have better ways to support these developers and also verify trust of our ecosystem. So they wrote in a GitHub issue, he emailed me and he said he wanted to maintain the module, so I gave it to him. I don't get anything from maintaining this module, and I don't even use it anymore and haven't for years. And then on September 9th, Right9Control, that's the new user, added a new dependency to event stream called the flatmap stream. A week later, on September 16th, they rewrote the code to no longer require that dependency and tried to remove it. That change was made in the code base, but crucially wasn't pushed through to where the library is actually hosted in NPM, not through to the published package. And then on October 5th, another user, HugeGlass, added malware to flatmap stream. So then anyone who used event stream and pulled in the latest version of flatmap stream would receive this malware. This was discovered in late November 2018, meaning this dependency and malware was running for almost 2 months before it was discovered. Now, fortunately, this wasn't actually that bad. It was bad that we didn't find it sooner, but it was highly targeted. The malware looked to see if the host was a developer for a particular kind of cryptocurrency wallet, the Copay wallet. And if it was, then it inserted additional code to be distributed to end users. This code scanned user deposits to see if their Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash deposits were over a certain amount, and if they were, captured passwords and sent those to a remote address. The malware made it into a handful of releases of Copay, unfortunately. It's not clear how much Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash was stolen, if any, as a result of this. Another example, ESLint. I love this example as it's a supply chain attack that was trying to make more software supply chain attacks happen. So sort of like a meta attack. On the morning of July 12th, 2018, new versions of 2 of the components of ESLint were published on NPM. Within an hour of the publication, a user filed a bug against the project, and the malicious packages were unpublished. So all told, they were up for less than 4 hours. And a few hours later, new uncompromised versions were published. So what happened? A maintainer of ESLint reused their password elsewhere and didn't have 2FA enabled. So attackers used credential stuffing to generate auth tokens for their account and start publishing new packages. The malicious versions of ESLint would try to connect to, download, and execute code found on pastebin that captured the npm RC file, which is typically where npm auth tokens for publishing packages are stored. So by compromising one npm package, they were hoping to get credentials to compromise lots more npm packages. Now, since this malware was trying to capture npm credentials, the response to this issue had to be wider than just this one package. In fact, npm took the action to revoke all access tokens generated before the incident. That includes private packages. That's a lot of potential users affected by the cleanup of this incident, even though it was determined that only a very small number of packages and users were affected. So this is actually an interesting counterexample to some of the advice I'm going to give later, which is as much as I want you to automatically upgrade all of your dependencies, this is a great example where this would have been bad. For the downstream packages, you should make it as easy as possible to upgrade, but ideally a human is still in the loop, especially if you're publishing a new version. Right? Using a lock file also forces the explicit acknowledgement of any new versions that you want to use in your environment. Let's look at another example, Webmin. Webmin is a web app for managing Unix servers, like those running Linux or OpenBSD. In August 2019, it was revealed by a researcher at DEF CON that Webmin had a backdoor allowing for unauthenticated remote code execution. This allowed for earlier versions, any authenticated access, and then in later versions, only unauthenticated access that the installer had actually changed this authentication flag to allow for users with expired passwords to reset their passwords. The attackers also tried to turn on that flag by default in the main branch. This was disclosed by a researcher as a 0-day without previously notifying the project of the vulnerability. The backdoor was inserted as part of the build process. So interestingly, the attackers only compromised some of the distribution with valid Webmin and usermin code on GitHub, but backdoored packages only on SourceForge. The maintainers didn't clarify how this came to be. And this remained for multiple versions of Webmin, with backdoored versions being compromised and distributed for over a year, likely with the build servers first compromised in April 2018. Unfortunately, the maintainers even moved to a new build infrastructure in September of 2018 and copied over backups that had the backdoor included. So thankfully, they were able to fix the issue by rebuilding from source. But the lesson here is build from checked in source code that you have, for example, on GitHub, not from a local directory that you might have. And one more example here, Docker 123321. In May of 2018, several malicious images were discovered on Docker Hub. Cromtech found 17 images with plain names like Docker 123321, which contained malware. The Docker 123321 registry was created in May 2017, a year earlier, and malware was added in the summer of 2017. The community was actually pretty good at discovering these issues, with complaints made to Docker Hub in the fall of 2017. However, nothing happened, and these images stayed up, publishing continued new versions. Fortinet was able to link these images to a cryptocurrency mining botnet definitively in early of May 2018, and then the images were promptly removed from Docker Hub. So in that time period of almost a year, the 17 images in the registry were downloaded over 5 million times. These images contain some malware for mining cryptocurrency locally, which in this case was Monero, and sending it to a remote server. It's estimated that over $90,000 in Monero was mined by these images in that time period. So given that this was basically a toy library where they were only depending on users testing these images out by accident or accidentally downloading them, that's still a lot of money, right? And gives an attacker of how quickly their malware could be detected and how it would be handled. I wouldn't be surprised if this was an attacker POC. And looking across the board, the examples that I gave are not all of the examples that we know of. And even this isn't a complete overview, but just a reminder in case you didn't realize, we've been seeing attacks on the software supply chain for a long time, since at least 2015. And there are a lot more examples that I could have been listing. I could have listed here. This is just a select few of those attacks that we've seen. So now that I've scared you, let's, mentally go back to what I said at the very beginning. The issue isn't, compromises. You're not going to be targeted by some very specific nation state attacker, again, unless you have good reason to think you're going to be targeted, in which case, yes, you very well might be. But the average developer, the average shop, the average enterprise user should be concerned about patching software, right? It's not how much open source code you're using. Keep doing that. It's not compromises, because it's highly unlikely. It's forgetting to patch your software. It's forgetting to patch Jenkins or WordPress or whatever it happens to be, and then leaving a backdoor open for users. Sorry, a bug or a bug door or a backdoor open for attackers. So like I said, let's get back to the real issue where we should be focusing, making patching vulnerabilities easy and automated. Now, to improve the security of the supply chain, we need multiple sets of users to collaborate. We need to make sure that the tools that we have in place for all users, that they work for all users, for developers, and that includes enterprise security teams, for maintainers, and for security researchers. So what do each of these sets of users care about? For developers, as we said earlier, you want to make sure that your software is safe and then get back to development. To be successful in addressing supply chain risks, you need to know your environment, that is, what dependencies you use, manage your dependencies, that is, know about vulnerabilities in those dependencies and patch them, and monitor any changes so that you can address them promptly. When there's a new vulnerability, you want to be quick to discover it and react to it. If you're a maintainer, you want to address any newly discovered vulnerabilities in your environment and let downstream consumers know about a fix or what they need to do to protect themselves. When there's a new vulnerability, you want to quickly develop a fix and then disclose it. And for security researchers, you want to find new issues and report what you found to help maintainers and enterprises fix their products. So let's talk about developers first. If you're a developer, what should you be doing to secure your software supply chain? This is kind of going to be boring advice, like flossing or washing your hands for 20 seconds, but you really know that you should be doing it. So first, know what's in your environment. Figure out what your dependencies are. Now, that can be kind of hard. There are several tools commonly known as software composition analysis, or SCA tools, to help you do this. They'll look at the dependencies that you have in a build or a manifest file and create a graph of what's actually in your environment. If you're a developer package, please explicitly declare your dependencies. Consider using a lock file and keeping it updated to help with this. If you have restrictions on what can be in your environment, this is also when you'll want to analyze those. For example, your team might not want to use certain licenses, or you might find an unwelcome surprise in a dependency you didn't know was there. It's like the trope of when a company says, oh, we don't use that service. Like, of course not. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, you do. Just like giving your developers a credit card meant that you actually were using the cloud and didn't realize it. Giving your developers access to the internet means that you use open source. You just don't realize it, but it's a good thing. Next, and this is a step that everyone is too lazy to do, but remove your unnecessary dependencies. You don't have to patch something that you don't have. So for example, in containers, use a scratch or a minimal base image. And automate security updates. I should have skipped slides. Here. No, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Apologies, I'm getting lost in my own slides. Yep, automate security updates. Nope, I'm gonna skip ahead. I'm sorry. So like I said earlier, making sure that the dependencies that you have in your environment, that you're managing them, reviewing them, updating them, and removing them if you don't need them anymore. So if a vulnerability is discovered, like we said, determine if you're affected. This is why having that inventory of what's in your environment is actually so important. Being able to answer your CISO when they ask you if you're affected by a new 0 day is priceless. That's amazing. And if you are affected, not just by 0 days, but any security patches, then update. Here's where I was before. Automate this if you can to automatically pull in security fixes for your code. This is so important. And if you take one to-do away from this talk, it's this: automate. Whitesource found that in their latest state of open source vulnerabilities report, 85% of open source vulnerabilities have a fix already available at disclosure. So then what you need to do is apply them. And you can fix things so much faster and save developer time with automation. We have a free GitHub feature called Dependabot, which automatically sends you a PR to update you with a patched version of a dependency when a security issue is found. And for repos that have Dependabot security updates enabled, the mean time to repair, or MTTR, is only 40 days. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, I can't actually compare this to repos that don't have these feature enabled on GitHub because we respect your privacy. And so if you don't turn the feature on, then we don't know about your vulnerabilities. So I have to compare to industry metrics. And the industry says that this currently takes months, right? Sonatype says that MTTR for time from vuln disclosure to patching in a project is 180 days. And Sneak finds this for open source projects to be more than 2 years. So getting this down to 40 days using automation is a huge improvement. Now, if your testing isn't good enough that you actually feel confident doing that using automation, then just make sure you're up to date with what's going on. Pay close attention to security advisory emails or alerts or Twitter or however you get your latest vulnerability information. And really importantly here, know that you can patch, right? Testing this out and making sure you can actually apply a patch quickly is a great way to spend some time during quarantine. What else should you be doing to manage your dependencies? Review any changes to your environment. That is, as part of a new PR, check what's being added to your environment in terms of new dependencies and specifically any vulnerabilities in those. And the last step that I mentioned earlier, apologies, that everyone is too lazy to do, but remove unnecessary dependencies. You don't have to patch something that you don't have. So for, like I said, for containers, scratch your minimal base images. Lastly, verify if and when you can what's in your supply chain and how you're managing it. So audit what's actually in your environment. Again, to make sure the controls and tools that we talked about are actually working. Especially if you're part of a big company, audit and monitor your performance. How quickly are you able to address newly discovered vulnerabilities? Scan your code and packages for known vulnerabilities. Run tools like NPM audit to verify your packages before you pull them. Check the checksums, of what you're actually pulling to verify that these are what you expected. I know nobody's doing that, so please do that. And if you have resources to conduct more thorough audits, please do. And if it's applicable, publish the results in a way that's respectful to the maintainer. Say, hey, we did a security audit. Here's what concerns us in our environment. And we talk to the folks, engage them, help them. Just like we want to help open source by contributing code, we also want to help open source become more secure. And lastly, apply policies to enforce new issues from being introduced and what you'd like your environment to do. For example, do you want to review your packages on a regular basis and remove those that are too old? Do you want to only introduce dependencies that have been vetted by a particular team? Whatever you wish to do, take that long, slow step of moving from audit to enforcement, working with the developers in your organization so that you don't slow them down by making these changes, right? Automation here, again, is key to making this possible. So overall, like I said, it's really boring advice for developers. Remove what you don't need, patch what you do, and just do it regularly. Just patch, patch, patch. And on GitHub, there's a bunch of free features you can take advantage of to address some of the steps I just mentioned. Open source users, please enable these. Please use these. Dependency graph identifies all upstream dependencies and public downstream dependents of a repository or package. Items are automatically added when you add a new dependency. Depend-about alerts notifies you of repositories affected by a newly discovered vulnerability. Depend-about security updates will send you a pull request to update a dependency to the minimum version that resolves a known vulnerability. And lastly, depend-about version updates your dependencies on a regular basis, keeping them up to date, even when there isn't a new vulnerability, by checking for new versions on a configured schedule. So these are all on for public repos by default. They're all free, and you can enable them for private repos as well for free. So please do. Now, if you're a maintainer and your project has a newly discovered vulnerability, you're going to want to address it and communicate what's going on as transparently as possible to the community. First, you need to be made aware of a new security issue. This might be someone on your project finding a security flaw or an external researcher reporting an issue. Take reports seriously, triage them to test if they're valid, and respond promptly, including with any follow-up clarification that you might need. Keeping that regular, constant stream of communication going between you and security research is really key so that they feel like they can come to you and actually report what's going on and make sure that you're addressing it, right? Security researchers get upset when they try to do the right thing and don't get a response. Next, develop a fix for the issue, ideally privately. If a fix isn't available, then determine if there's any possible mitigations that a downstream user could take to address this particular bug. Release the fix and make it clear as part of your release process that this addresses a security vulnerability. Like, don't just say, update for whatever. Be like, this addresses this bug, and here's what here's the known behavior. Like, that's really helpful for people helping to prioritize when they want to actually make that push, that change in their environment. And make sure the fix is available for any affected, currently supported versions of your project. So if your project has, 3 latest versions that's supported, make sure the fix applies to all of those. And as part of that release, notify your users. If that's the entire release process, then that's fine. If you have a mailing list, this is a good time to make use of it. It's better for people to be aware that there is a security issue in your project than not. So I would err on the side of over communicating that you're addressing an issue in your environment. Again, if your project is hosted on GitHub, there's a couple of features we have to make this easier for you. You can create security advisories to disclose new vulnerabilities in your project. When you find a new vulnerability in your project, create a private fork to discuss and fix the issue, and then publish information in a security advisory that's part of your repo as soon as you're ready to go public. If applicable, maintainers can request a CVE directly from GitHub for their vulnerability, and those are published to GitHub's advisory database. And again, all of these features are free. Use them for open source, please. And then lastly, even if there's nothing wrong with your project right now, no security issue to be concerned about, please, please, please update the security MD, the security metadata file for your repo with information on how to contact your project to report a vulnerability. So like I said, let me tell you that the number one pain point of security researchers today, it's having information, trying to report it, not knowing who to go to, not getting a response to the reporting. So many researchers that I know who chose to go public with a 0-day, which is a vulnerability that doesn't have a patch available, it's because they tried to contact maintainers and got no response. So please update this info and know that if something does happen, a developer or researcher can find how to contact you as part of that information. And if you do find a vulnerability, then what should you do? If you're a security researcher or someone else, please report it to the project's maintainers privately. Check the project's instructions, see if there's a contact email, or try the project's security MD file, like I just mentioned, if they have one. Poke around on Twitter, poke around in documentation, whatever you can find to find the right contact point here. Again, if you're on GitHub, we provide CodeQL as a free tool to query vulnerabilities across open source projects, and then refer to the security metadata file that we just talked about to report information. So then putting it all together, what should you be doing in your environment today? If you're a developer, know what's in your environment, figure out your dependencies are, understand your risks, manage your dependencies, update them, remove things that you don't need, et cetera, and then monitor your supply chain to audit and then enforce policies for what you'd like your environment to look like. If you're a maintainer, make sure to use tools and respond to incoming reports of security researchers, develop fixes, make sure you support all the necessary versions you need to support, and then release and notify your users, very importantly, that this is a security release. And if you're a security researcher, please report a vulnerability. Please check the security MD file to see how to report that vulnerability and do so to the maintainers directly. Great. So if you'd like to learn a bit more about some of the topics we talked about today, so the supply chain compromises from earlier, that quote from Dan, and then some of the free GitHub security features I talked about that we'd really love for you to enable and start patching dependencies in your projects, check out some of the links here. All right.
Awesome, thank you very much, Maya. We have a few questions in. We have just under 10 minutes left. So we've got a number of questions actually already in the chat. So we can go through some of these. So Nev Stokes, Nev, you've been up quite a long time now. You've been quite a few sessions I've noticed. So Nev asks, how do you see supply chain provenance developing, e.g. in Toto or Grapheus?
Yeah, there's a couple different projects there. So Intoto and Grapheus are two that you talk about. Intoto is really about signing all the elements that go into your supply chain. It provides kind of a generic spec. Grapheus is specifically around signing container images that you have in a container registry. For example, to have known metadata, like for example, it came out of this build server or whatever it happens to be. I think what we need, and some of the other efforts that are going on in this space, is a broader spec that isn't, so Grapheus is container specific, that isn't container specific. And so there's a couple efforts going on. There's SPDX, there's the OMG 3T working group. There's a couple other efforts going on to figure out how we want to define a spec for software bill of materials, is the phrase, the term of art being used. And some of that would include some of the provenance origination stuff that you're mentioning, like that's possible within Toto and Grapheus. So the idea, the goal of what we're aiming for is being able to see, with a particular package that you consume, for example, what repo that package came from, how it was built, who built it, et cetera, who contributed to that repo, like having all of that information that you can consume at the end to decide whether or not to pull that package is the goal. We are still very, very far away from that reality today, but some of the work around software bill of materials specs is the way to go there.
Cool. Another question from coming in from Andrew Hawley. Andrew asks, so for software composition architecture style tools, what are your thoughts on open source SCA tools versus commercial tools for SCA?
I think it really depends what you're using them for and what your your project, etc. If you're an open source project, there's some great open source free SCA tools out there, and I would argue that's probably good enough for your open source project. If you're a small company, probably the same. If you're a larger company, typically what you're looking for is some other features in your SCA tools. So some of the things I see people ask for are things around like license compliance, for example. Tell me that I don't have any copyleft licenses, right? I'm an open source project. That doesn't really bother me, but I am, a large bank. I really want to make sure that I don't have anything like that in my environment. And so in that case, people go towards commercial tools to find some of that functionality.
Cool. Hamad Smoros asks, what do you think is the reason teams are no longer willing to report security flaws to users?
Yeah, I wonder if you're asking about security researchers to projects, or from security, like within a company, security teams to developers. I think I see both of those as being pain points in different ways. So for security researchers to projects, for example, the main pain I hear is just not knowing where to go. I think security researchers, if you ask, there's a really good report by HackerOne called I think it's the Hacker Report, I think it's called. And one of the questions they ask is, why do you look for bugs in software? And it's like, because I love the product, because I want to help the company. So I think a lot of people think that, oh, this researcher is being really mean and they found a 0 day in my project and they're being really hard and, reporting it to me and they're demanding all these things. It's like, they're trying to help you most of the time, right? Most of the time they're trying to help you. So making it really easy for them to help you is really what you're looking to do here. Now, if I take your question a slightly different way, which is, why are within a company, how come security has a hard time talking to dev, right? That's the whole like DevSecOps mentality. Historically, very siloed organizations, historically security seen as a gatekeeper, seen as the last thing you need to get approval for before you can ship to production, seen as slowing you down, seen as, I'm sure there have been a ton of talks today on DevSecOps and what that means and how to make that better. The main issue that I would see there is security teams feeling like they can't report something because they don't want to slow down developers, and likewise developers feeling like they can't ship something because they don't want to anger security. And so just kind of like any bad situation, like talk it out, maybe meeting and seeing what your actual requirements are and why you're doing what you're doing will help you figure out how to solve that in your environment.
Awesome. Really interesting question just coming from Brandon. And I'm going to kind of add something to this question as well. So the question is, what can't we automate in AppSec? And I guess the secondary question to that is, when we do automate something, what happens when we can't add that into a reasonable at a reasonable speed so that it affects our kind of like CI/CD delivery?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can be automated. And I'd like to get to a world where a lot more things are automated. I think the big issue that we're going to run into as a security industry for patch management, for some of the stuff I was talking about today, patching your dependencies in the next couple of years, is going to be testing. You can automate stuff as long as you know that you can you can run your tests and see that they don't fail, and then you can build and deploy and all that stuff, like magic happens, right? But if you don't have good tests in place, then automation doesn't really help you, because you don't actually know if anything's changed or broken in your environment. I think the other kind of angle on this is a little bit of what I mentioned earlier with like ESLint as an example, which is, had you automated that, it would have been much worse. You'd have picked up something bad and deployed it to your environment and not known the eventual impact would have been much bigger to the industry. So I think the lesson there is, for now, we still need humans in the loop for a lot of this stuff, to do some nominal security review, to do some understanding of whether or not this actually needs your environment, et cetera. Ideally, in a couple of years, we'll be able to have enough data, enough information that flows downstream, like I said, from something like a software bill of materials, that we'll know if something looks really fishy. But we're not there yet. We're really not there yet. And so, automate, and then the riskiest things that happen in your environment, please still have a human in the loop checking what's going on, right? Automation should be around saving your security team time, not eliminating your security team.
Awesome. Okay, we're pretty much at time. So Maya, I believe you're going to be at the booth, at the GitHub booth for a little bit as well. So if people who want to carry on that conversation, you're more than welcome to chat to Maya at the booth as well. At the moment now, our next session is after a meal break. So we're going to take a short break. I believe there's a couple of other things that are happening. We have a Capture the Flag event happening in the activity stream, which is kind of like, if I think it's about here, maybe. If you click around here, up there, you'll see a main stream checkbox. A main stream like a combo box thing. Click on that, and on that list you'll see activity stream. You can click on that, and there'll be a Capture the Flag activity from the Trend micro team. So do check that out as well. And we will see you after the break, after the meal break. So see you shortly, and thanks again to Maya and GitHub for your support for DevSecCon.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye.
Hi, Simon from Sneak here. At Sneak, we specialize in dev-first security. And what that means is enabling developers properly to find and fix vulnerabilities both in your application's open source libraries and in your container images. You can come and find more at sneak.io. That's SNYK.io. Now, we since last year acquired DevSecCon. So at Sneak, it is our absolute privilege to be here and also to make sure we amplify and absolutely push DevSecCon to continue to be the premier DevSecOps event around the world. Come visit our virtual booth in the Brella application and come and talk to us about how you can enable your company to work in a dev-first security way. Thanks for listening and enjoy the conference.
Hi, I'm Matthias Madou, the co-founder and CTO at Secure Code Warrior. So we specialize in helping developers to ship secure code with confidence, and you can find us at www.securecodewarrior.com. So we are thrilled to support DevSecCon24 because we love to see this wonderful community coming together. And we want to be involved no matter what. So visit our virtual booth for more information. So that virtual booth includes some interactive activities, prizes, and challenges. See you there.
Hi, I'm Chris Weisopel, CTO and co-founder of Veracode. We specialize in application security for modern development pipelines. You can find us at veracode.com, that's VERACODE. We are happy to support DevSecCon24 because we believe application security experts and developers need to come together to secure modern software development. Come visit us at our virtual booth, speak with our AppSec experts about all things relating to secure development, and participate in our password program. Hope to see you there.